just being a massive fight. Ego Swift, but there's the bounce back onto Warble. Can't get over the Emperor's Divide. Triple kill.
But now Perfection's been caught up by Flying Shoe. Tallywhacker gonna destroy him before the ulti procs.
He gets knocked into everyone. Delivered to Swiffer, though Death Ray doesn't find him. Swiffer gets tagged by the charm, flashes out of the way of the pound. Swiper, he's gonna find Shelby and he's gonna destroy him as well. And AV, everything went wrong.
A kill. Now Perfection gonna get dived, but the ulti out from Claire's gonna flank him. He wants King, but he gets Buster Shot back into the tower. Exhaust is down.
To get himself out as Swiper's found his way into the fight. Egypt, very, very low. Radius still getting damage in this fight. Kensti uses the Zhonya's, takes down Egypt, doesn't have the pull, and
damage is too much here. King really does. Will get Minky, but Claire wants it as well. Oh, he's gonna go in for the cleanup. Shot gonna try and tie him up. A nice Zhonya's will buy him some time. He does die.
Will get the kill. Radiant looking to try and get his team to the grand final. Knocked into the wall with the Mega Knight. There's a rock to take him down too. As Spooks
once again, like, try to demolish the other team.
Well, they beat us in winter finals, so we want our chance to get back with them in a real game.
But Claire wants it as well. Oh, he's going to go in for the cleanup.
It would just absolutely mean the world.
We're kind of used to it actually. The team Legacy, they have a history of beating the Chiefs at LAN.
Wow. This is Ride Hype here, live from Sydney, Australia, Luna Park for the 2015 OPL Grand Final. If you like that intro, let me hear you make some noise. It's amazing, man. The crowd is hype, everybody's hype, but let me tell you, we have an epic battle going on this afternoon between two teams, the Chiefs and Team Legacy. Without further ado, let me send it over to the professionals and the analyst desk. Pastry time, take it away.
Hello and welcome everyone to the OPL Grand Finals Analyst Desk. Thank you very much, Right Hype. My name is Julian Pastry Time Carr, and I'll be your host for this evening on the desk. Joining me tonight are three absolutely wonderful gentlemen. Here on my right, it is the very handsome man himself, the color commentator extraordinaire. It's Zach Rusty Pie. Moving down the mid laner from Sin Gaming, and he's pretty good at this game as it turns out. It is Jason Rymeister Ryan, and last but not least, right on the end, the man who only has a pen mightier than his hair. It is Alex Manazir. Gentlemen, how are you all?
Fantastic. It's so good to be at Luna Park. Everything going on. It was almost overwhelming to be here and be a part of this experience that we've all gone through today.
It was really overwhelming. You saw the DJ Sono. It's been insane all day as well. Rymeister, what's been your favorite thing in the park today?
My favorite thing about the park today has been the Ferris wheel. Just seeing my favorite champions, Zed and Yasuo. Those little details have made my day here.
Yeah, what about you, Manasir? What have you really enjoyed today?
Well, you know, I'm an esports tragic. I was all hyped about the final, but getting to know the community and the turnout has been absolutely amazing. Love talking to all the players. I just love getting to know everyone.
It has been insane. And what about the cosplay? There has been so many good cosplayers out there as well. Like, it's hard to pick a favorite, but if I had to, it might be that Azir.
That Azir was ridiculous. What can you even say about that? But if you have to bring up a selfie question, you go to the selfie king himself, I should say, with cosplayers. Minicia.
Yeah, I got a photo with a really cute Dino Gnar earlier. Really encapsulated the spirit of the hero, I think. But I saw the Pulsefire Ezreal with the blinking lights.
My.
Have you guys seen that?
That guy was ridiculous, like absolutely insane. And the fact that there's people live there in the big top, people here at Luna Park still watching, even people at home watching or in cinemas around Oceania as well. The fact that this turnout has been this big and you guys are making it all that special, it's just been awesome.
It's unreal. It's an event, not just an esports competition. It's been unbelievable.
It is indeed. And we want to have a special nod to you out there in the community. So let's see what you guys have been up to today. And there you have it. It's been so great to watch you all out there today. Been a lot of fun around the park, that's for sure. But we do have a grand finals approaching here as well. Chiefs versus Legacy. What a match here as far as teams go.
Yeah, it's going to be an unreal game. Of course, everything on the line for both of these teams, making it to Worlds themselves, is going to be unbelievable.
It is indeed, and you can see now have the teams arriving earlier today. Been looking pretty swanky, you know, both these sides just really want to take it to each other. It's always a hotly contested game between Chiefs and Legacy.
It's nice to see them both really confident as well because they both know what's at stake, but we heard it in their Q&As. They both know they're going to win,
yeah,
so it'll be interesting.
It was fun actually there as well. Very cheeky from both teams there with their Q&As, but there's just been a lot going on, to be honest, and these teams, you'd have to think at the top of the year, this might be the clash we expect, but didn't get it until the last end of the year, and what a stage for it too at Luna Park.
Of course, you couldn't have a better stage for it. Luna Park, it has been unreal, and it's just only mounting up to this one big moment, this whole split.
Yep, just to let you know as well, we did also have a coin toss earlier this evening, so we do see very coin being flipped there. The Chiefs did win the flip, by the way, getting the head. So the sides for tonight will be blue, blue, red, all for the Chiefs. So you can figure out how that swaps back and forth, but the Chiefs going to start off with at least a slight edge.
Yeah, and Rymeister, you know, blue side, first pick, you think it'll help them out a bit?
Yeah, definitely. They prioritize certain champions, such as the Alistar. So, and recently, since the mid-meta has changed, Swiffer doesn't mind like having a blind pick matchup with Orianna, with Lulu, or zone control mids. So, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and as far as these two teams go, like we've said, historic rivalry between the two here. I'm not too sure who the favorite is. Obviously, the Chiefs have had such a good season, but these two teams are just so good. And Legacy have really had a swan song, it feels like. Manasir, how do you feel the teams have been playing? Because, again, form was not there, at least for Legacy, at the start of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to almost wonder which team's more confident heading into this, because both teams absolutely powering up throughout the end of the split. But Chiefs undefeated this split, but Legacy never dropped a set against the Chiefs. So you got to wonder who's feeling better there.
Well, we're going to have a quick look at the Chiefs, at least to start things off, and see just what's on the line for them tonight.
At the beginning of 2014, we were going into every single event thinking, oh, how could we possibly lose like anything? Like we're so good. And it was that overconfidence that led to our downfall, I guess.
I think the worst moment for us as the Chiefs would be losing Winter last year.
This is Avant-Garde Ascension, whitewashing immunity. Swift is dead. That's an ace, and that is Avant-Garde Ascension going to the wildcard tournament.
We haven't really faced a defeat like that before. Even in practice before tournaments, we would never lose. Like we would go into games and we would just win every game. So facing defeat was probably the biggest shock for us overall, and us not getting a chance to go to Germany was just huge.
I remember just being completely deflated. I remember that only 3 of us could do fan signings because the other 2 were just so incredibly depressed that they just had to like go back to the hotel room and just like chill out.
What we gained from that was that we were a lot determined to basically just never feel that way again. You know, why feel that way if you can just win every single tournament? And I think that's what we strive for this year, just like practice really hard, win every tournament and have no regrets.
Winning in front of a crowd is just amazing because the crowd just erupts, and like to see all your fans out there, to have like people cheering, it's just a really amazing experience.
When the crowd goes off when you make plays, it's just gives you like goosebumps, and it's a lot different than playing, you know, just in your own room.
Playing Legacy in the final, I think, will mentally be more difficult than playing Direwolves because I have like the connection with them and I played with them for almost 2 years. It would mean everything to win OPL. It would justify my move to Chiefs, I guess. If I don't win, I'm gonna look like a complete idiot.
I can only imagine the feeling of standing up in front of 6,000 people cheering for you as you close out the series. Whew.
And you can see the Chiefs, they're so important to them here to try and take it all. They've been on such a hot streak pretty much all year long. They won the first split, winning that tournament there as well. Magical International didn't do that well, unfortunately, but they will get another shot if they can take out Legacy here.
And I mean, there's a lot of sides to the Chiefs, and we don't know what they're going to bring out in particular. We're expecting, as Reimeister said, the mid lane being very strong, but most importantly, as you mentioned, they don't like losing very often.
They don't, and the streak that they have been on recently has been absolutely absurd. 26-0, I believe, in Oceanic came to, just ridiculous. But let's break down a bit about how that happens. And Reimeister, I want to ask you first. You're a mid laner, of course. You've played against Swiffer a couple of times. Yeah. How important is Swiffer to their team?
Swiffer has always been detrimental to the Chiefs lineup. However, over time, as we saw in this split with the addition of Ejim in the bot lane, they've had a more aggressive bot lane. So there's been relief off his shoulders to carry, and he's been able to play his own style, just farm up, reach his power spikes, and teamfight.
Yeah, and because he's been able to play his own style, that means the other star player of the team, Radier, has been really able to step up. The replacement of Rosie with Ejim, we thought it'd be shaky at first, and we were right, but I think Ejim's aggressive style play has really unlocked a lot of Radier's latent skill set, and it's really showing in his kill count.
Yeah, completely. I mean, he has 146 kills, I believe it is, total throughout this split, and that is 31 more than all of Sudden Fear as a team, and 4 more than all of Sin, sorry, Reimeister, as a team total.
Yeah, and again, the change has really been good for them because as far as regular season matches go, 4-0 against Legacy currently there as well. So the Chiefs, it's not just the hot streak, it's the teams that they've been beating as well. A 13-1 split 1, a 14-0 split number 2. And Alex, I know you're a big fan of this player. He is absolutely insane, been playing well, especially in this split. Let's talk about Radier.
Yeah, no, Radier, I just can't keep singing his praises, really. I look at him and I thought, at the beginning of his career, he was a bit of a clean-up AD. But you just know this guy just keeps improving. We voted him. He was in the top 5 most improved players for this split. Obviously, the entire victor of that going to Ryu from Team IM. But Radier, he just keeps getting better. And you talk to him, he'll just keep talking to you about he just wants to get better. He wants to smash everyone. He never wants to lose. And you know, if he shows up to that tonight, I think Legacy are going to have a hard game on their hands.
Yeah, just from the way I've seen him play, completely agree. He's been insane. But, you know, it's not just these new supports that are helping out. And Radier's streak and Swiffer getting to take a bit of that step back, but still being such a force. Rusty, let's talk about that jungler Spooks, who's had a very strong season as well.
Yeah, now Spook's one of the more exploitable members of, I won't say weak, he's definitely by no means weak, but he's 100% exploitable in the way that he plays around the jungle, and this is something that Legacy can play towards 100%. They can put all of their focus into that, is that he doesn't fight. He will never, ever fight you because he doesn't need to. He relies on his laners, such as Radier, getting really far ahead and just late game team fighting and winning. So if Legacy can bring it to them, they may have a chance here, but Chiefs, you know, they've got it all going for them.
They do, and it's always tough to play against the Chiefs. I mean, you mentioned Spooks there. There might be a window for Legacy to find some opportunities. Is there anything else here at all where we can look at the Chiefs and think maybe that's a weakness, or at least something to try and open up?
Yeah, definitely Chiefs, their strengths, we know where they lie. They're in the laning phase, their rotations, and their team fights are superb. But if that's one place you can catch them off guard, it's in those small-scale skirmishes. Around Dragon, around Vision, if Legacy can look for those opportunities and pick up on them, you know, they might have a win in their pocket.
Well, we'll have to find it, but let's find out a bit more about it's Oceania's favorite underdogs, Legacy.
Every tournament I've ever played at, I've been the underdog, regardless of form coming in. I'm not sure why, but people don't think I'm very good, it seems. But I'll keep winning, so.
I think Legacy works well as a team because we're friends. You can see, our players, we back each other up, we're always communicating, we never bring each other down, so it's very easy to get back up.
You're sitting next to your best friend or your teammate or someone you've known for a long time, and you really don't want to let them down.
We created Legacy after our first major win. We really wanted to create an organisation which we ran.
We decided that we could get everything we wanted on our own. So we had to find our own sponsors, we had to find new managers. It was a lot of work, but I think in the end it was all worth it.
Well, Direwolves have to rush to defend their Nexus. I don't know if they've got enough time. Barely everyone's back alive. Legacy, they are going to finish it. They'll force their day with the Chiefs in the final. 3-1 over Direwolves.
Winning OPL at Luna Park would mean showing all of Oceania how last split Legacy might have gone through a rough patch, but for sure they're a top contender, they're a top team, they've been top before, and they can always win.
First time we ever played Chiefs in a final, I don't think they had lost a tournament in 3 years. Winning record doesn't mean anything to us. We knocked them off then, we knocked them off again after that in the next final. I haven't actually ever lost a final to the Chiefs, so I'm not worried whatsoever. They could win every game forever, and if I play them in a final, it's 50-50.
I think being the underdogs coming in has a beneficial effect. No one expects you to win, so when you start winning, they cheer for you.
If you lose, nobody cares, and if you win, it's the best thing ever.
And there you have it, Legacy, the team that just keeps on beating the Chiefs. And, despite maybe the handle of underdog here and there, certainly a team to fear. They've had an excellent season. And the nice thing is, historically, Rusty, they've just always seemed to have the Chiefs' number.
Something about this matchup just seems to play on the Chiefs' minds, or maybe it's Legacy that step up for their tournaments, for their big finals competitions. As Carbon was saying, they've never lost the Chiefs in a finals, and he's confident.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, think about Legacy just last year and how good they were playing. You think about Winter, before they were even Legacy when they created it. You can see the winter final, a very dramatic best of 5, but a win nonetheless for the side.
Yeah, most people are going to say this was the best event that they've ever been a part of or seen in their entire esports career. It was just a miracle. This team, Immunity at the time, now Chiefs, have barely ever lost a game. It's the same as right now. So the upset well and truly playing onto the minds of the Chiefs, you would imagine, and Legacy, the team to deliver that blow.
And of course, that history extends there as well. Not only did they win in winter, taking them there, managed to knock them off in the semi-final there as well, beating them in another very long set. I mean, couldn't win that event, unfortunately for them, but that's twice now that the Chiefs have been beaten in best of 5s. You know they're thinking now, please not again, not again, I can't have this happen to me.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want it to happen to them again, but just to retouch on it, you know, if any team can do that, it has to be Legacy. They're this stellar side that comes up, they are really good on the day when it comes to performance. So you look to them as the team that could potentially upset.
Yeah, I mean, like we heard Carbon say, haven't lost to them yet, don't plan on doing it anymore. I mean, 14-0 is a great record for the Chiefs, but they can only go undefeated for so long. If Carbon can mess that up, then that's great. And just to remind you, they have never lost to the Chiefs in best of 5s. Not yet. Tonight may be the first night, which would, like everything else, or in a best of 3, sorry, no best of series losses, which would make this already a great event absolutely historic for Legacy.
It's completely contrast as well that Chiefs, they always have this stellar season. They went undefeated this split. They lost one game last split in the second last week in the third last game against the last side. So they are really good at going through splits, but when it comes to the finals, they do show weakness.
Well, we'll have to see. So Legacy, let's talk about players and Rhymeister. Once again, I want to come to you for some expertise on the mid lane. We heard a little bit about about Swiffer. You played against him. What about Choo Choos? You played against him quite a few times as well.
Yeah, Choos is definitely a mid laner who can match Swiffer in that area. Legacy have traditionally looked to him as a carry point, and he will step up in this finals, and if he does, then Legacy might come up with a win, especially around skirmishes.
Yeah, and the best part is that he basically skipped the Ezreal patch. So Choo Choos went on holidays, but he came back at the perfect time to actually just be in his strengths again.
Yeah, he did. And Alex, I want to go to you now and get your thoughts on some other things as well, because we've, of course, had another change, not just Choo Choos coming back, but a new support player tonight as well.
Yeah, Claire coming in to replace Flying Jew, who's been temporarily suspended. We're a bit concerned about whether or not Claire will absolutely deliver on it, but we saw his mid lane play in the set against Direwolves. He was spectacular. And something Legacy will always tell you is that they treat Claire exactly the same as they would Choo Choos. So that's good on 2 levels, because Choo Choos getting all the support that Claire got is going to perform possibly even better as a starting mid laner. And secondly, no one doubts that Claire is a spectacular player. He loves his brushes, you know, and supports love to roam in the bushes. So we might see a bit of aggressive support play from him. His fundamentals are top notch. And, you know, if I'm Legacy, I might not be too worried.
What about you, Rhymeister? You're obviously a pro player. Would it be difficult for you to change roles in what's been maybe 2 to 3 weeks on support?
Definitely. For me, I wouldn't be able to be a support. I just do the dumbest stuff. Like, yeah, the amount of game knowledge that a support has is really important, and the synergy they have with the jungler is also important. Flying Jew is arguably one of the best supports in OS, and this is going to hurt them.
Yeah, it is. And if we're going to look to someone on the team to bring them up, Rusty has to be that jungler. We've heard it from him. He's a very emotional player, both on and off the Rift, but Carbon has to have an absolutely huge series once again.
Yeah, Carbon, one of the most improved this split, has definitely shown an increase in his performance, but now he's lost Flying Jew, one of the 2 vision buddies, essentially, of the Rift, and he has to step up for this best of 5 series. If Carbon can bring it all together, Claire's got the mechanics to boot, but the vision may be slightly lacking. If Carbon can step up and actually make that mark, get the team going, they can find a victory very easily.
Yep, so we've talked about the teams, but let's get out back into the big top with Riot Hype to introduce our teams.
Well, this is the moment we all been waiting for. You guys ready? The first team I want to bring out here is the Chiefs. Starting at top lane, you guys know him as Swiper. Playing in the jungle, we have Spooks. The king of mid lane, we have Swiffer. And the current kill record holder in ADC, we have Reindeer. And rounding out the roster in support, we got Ejim. Now on the other side of the rift, their opponents, you know, Team Legacy. In top lane, we have Minky Whale. Next to the captain of Legacy, Corbin. Next is the assassin. In mid lane, we have Choo Choos. At one half of the bot lane, ADC, we have Wally Dagger. And to complete the roster in support, we have Claire.
And thank you again to Riot Half. We've got our players on stage, so that means Grand Finals is not too far away, but a lot on the line. That sweet trophy, there's a lot of pride, of course, between these two teams, and already, just from that, can't wait to see these two teams take it to game one.
Yeah, it's weird seeing a trophy rise and getting goosebumps, but
yeah,
that is exactly what was happening right then. I feel so excited for this game, even more so than I already was, and it is going to be sick.
Yeah, and of course, from among everything else we have on today, the people here at Luna Park watching at home, we also have some stuff to give away here as well, wherever you're watching out there in the world. So what we want you to do is get a picture of the first Baron of the series. So it doesn't matter which game it's in, just get a picture of the Baron and then get that screenshot or picture to @LOL_Oceania with that hashtag #IamOPL, which I hope you've all been using all day. I know we have.
Certainly have been. IamOPL has been going off today. Everyone doing crazy activities. The Ziggs, bombs, Ash arrows, Rammus Powerball, everything is going on. And make sure you do get in on this competition and make sure it's the Baron kill.
Yeah, it has to be that first Baron kill of this series, but that will win you some sweet Logitech gear as well. It's been great again to just see what's all been happening. Twitter's been a lot of fun today, I have to tell you. The amount of silliness that's been happening. So yeah, it's just been great.
I think the best part is actually getting all of the cosplayers and all Oceania retweeting all of that, and it's amazing to actually see it all progress throughout the day. The amount of people here is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just insane. I mean, Manasir, were you even expecting something like this? When it was explained to me what we were doing, I was like, yeah, that seems kind of cool.
Yeah, I was like, Luna Park, OPL, that's insane. But, you know, it completely blew my expectations away. The big screen with the hashtag #IamOPL, showing what everyone's been up to during the day. You know, I can't be everywhere at once, but with all those tweets on the screen, I really felt like I was.
Yeah, and again, the big screen is, of course, just down off there to the side of me. So hopefully we've got some people watching in the park, but wherever it is, make sure you're on social media and using that hashtag #IamOPL. Of course, you can get a CHF win or LGC win as well if you want to cheer for your favorite team. I know, just from the amount of people we saw today in different jerseys, Ryan Master, even though we had a couple of your teammates sneaking in as well, there is a lot of love for both these teams.
Yeah, definitely, but I would argue there's a little bit more love for the Chiefs at the moment.
I think
definitely seeing a lot of Chiefs jerseys going around and walking around.
Yeah,
and yeah,
some strong merchandising there from the Chiefs. It's been good, but once again, day has already been unbelievable. Not even into the first game yet, and already it's just been great here. But evenly matched teams, a whole lot of fun. Rides all day. I'm sure everyone's been hyped up on sugar and all the other various drinks there as well coming in. But hopefully you guys have been enjoying it so far because it's just so good.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing. There's just so much actually going on. The fact that the entire park has been completely revamped to have all of this amazing artwork and everything actually all culminating to this one moment. It's been really good.
Yeah, and with that, remember, we are at the end, of course, of sort of the OPL split. I guess for the season, actually, for the whole year, we're sort of wrapping things up. But let's take a look at 5 of the most impressive players for their role here at Allrounder. It's time for the OPL 5. We're going to start things off in that top lane, I believe. Hard to pick players given how strong the whole season has been. Even though we have 2 great teams in the final, there have been 5 great teams here. But let's start things off. It is Swiper from the Chiefs.
Swiper, we've said, is the best player that we could possibly want on a team for that top lane. And he's adaptive and plays exactly what his team needs. He has so many solo kills when it comes to playing League of Legends and laning phase that it's ridiculous. This guy has enough time to fill minutes worth of highlight reels by himself.
Yep, unfortunately there's no Sin Gaming highlights here right now. I know Ryan Meister been involved in a few sticky ones here against the Chiefs, but what is it like playing against Swiper?
Swiper's, oh, well, it's actually not too bad. I like to camp him a lot in solo queue. He gets quite frustrated in all chat, but yeah.
What about an OPL game?
OPL? Oh, yeah, definitely. Don't want to see him on Hecarim at all.
No, he's Hecarim, and that's been a great thing for me as well, Manasir, is seeing Swiper just evolve from this big Scion, big tank player in Split 1 to just a carry threat in Split number 2.
Yeah, you talk to him. He says, I play what my team needs. And often, in certain metagames, that is the Scion, the Maokai, the Shen. But, you know, if he gets a chance to play out maybe that Irelia or Rumble or, God forbid, Tryndamere, you know, you're going to have a hard time in the top lane.
Oh, I hope we get to see that Tryndamere. But let's move on now. Going through our players here, the jungler from Avantgarde is Chelby as our jungler here for the OPL 5. Got so close to taking a game off the Chiefs. Was ridiculous how that third game of the semi-final ended.
Devastating to think how much damage he actually did in that game. He had the most damage to champions, and Chelby, he really stepped up and was what his team required of him. Just couldn't get there in the end.
And we don't really talk about carry junglers that much, I feel like, but that is exactly what Chelby is still to this day. He's, you know, might have got a little less aggressive here and there, but his playstyle just feels the same.
Yeah, one would have thought that the introduction of Cinderhulk would have hurt his play a little, but for Chelby, not at all. He's still playing the Lee Sin, the Vi, and especially the Nidalee. Game 3 against Chiefs, he nearly brought them to their knees and ended their streak.
Yeah, and that Runeglaive has been great. And I'm sure you've had a fun time against the likes of Nidalee there, Ryan Master, in solo queue and competitive.
No, not at all.
Not a very fun time?
Not fun when your jungler gets hunted and the pressure just comes mid, and then Alistar pops out of nowhere, and then bad times.
And that's pretty much what Chelby does to you, right?
Yep.
Just hunts you down from the jungle.
I'm more interested about how Alistar got in there.
Alistar, well, like, bot lane loses too, of course, so he just comes mid, pops ult. What are you going to do?
As we do go through now, our next player down the list, mid lane, is where we're going to jump to next. There are so many good mid laners, but it has to be Clay. He hasn't played that many games, but the impact he's made from the mid lane has been phenomenal, Rusty.
Crazy to consider we've picked a sub as our favorite mid laner that we would like, and to consider he's playing support again as well. So there's so many factors that are actually against him, but we saw him in the semis, and there is no reason not to pick Claire. The aggression that he would display, the way he would put it into effect was just so phenomenal.
And like we heard from Manazir earlier, he's just playing like he's a member of Legacy despite being a substitute. So, you know, he is a great player. Certainly plenty of highlights here for that AP Ezreal. Claire is just great, and I'm curious to see how he does tonight. You know, he's already won here for mid lane. Support's a different beast, but I think Claire can do it. He's certainly got the fundamentals, which you highlighted, Alex.
Yeah, unfortunately, AP Ezreal support, not too viable right now. I'm happy for him to prove me wrong, but there's a bit of overlap there in the skill sets between mid and support. A lot of positional-based skills, and I think he's got the game sense, he's got the mechanics. Let's just see if he's got the experience necessary to pull it off.
Certainly got the kills here in this game. You wouldn't know anything about AP Ezreal there. Would you, Ryan Master?
Oh, yeah. I know plenty about it.
Really? Yeah, I've seen you maybe do some disgusting things, but Claire's pretty good as well.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's all in or nothing at all. So he's very in the bot lane, we might see that volatile matchup, like transition, and we'll see that aggressive play. It might pull off.
Yeah, would you expect like aggressive supports here maybe, or something crazy like Annie?
Annie, probably towards the Thresh, or maybe even like just Janna just for peel. Depends what the team needs. Yeah. I guess he'll feel all of it.
Well, we'll have to see what Clay gets up to, but we have an AD carry to highlight now. I hate to break it, there are no real surprises here for this one. It is the man himself. Boy, has he had a good split. The most kills in OPL history. It is, of course, Raydir the Slayer.
Yeah, and we touched on Raydir in detail. The fact that he has the most kills in the OPL and the fact that he has more than entire teams by himself. He's a ridiculously good player and has really stepped up.
He's just been great all split long. And how much better has this lane gotten for you? I mean, Raydir's a great individual player, Manazir, but
with Ejim there as well, that duo seems almost unbeatable.
Yeah, with Rosie, it was winning lane through those small advantages. You know, you get an extra creep kill here, a bit of harass there. But with Ejim, he's not afraid to just go balls out anymore. And the big two heroes for him, Kalista and Jinx, they're almost ban-worthy. I just wonder, it's going to be a really hard drafting around Radius champion pool.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, Rymeister, of course you're a mid laner, but ever had any problems with the odd Radius from the bottom lane?
No, he's just all-around solid, just slightly has an advantage over every other ADC in the region in terms of positioning, team fighting, laning phase, everything.
Yeah, I agree. And last but not least, of course, to round out the OPL 5 in the support, it has to be Flying Dew. Very sad to not see him play tonight, but we said it already. His play throughout the season's been ridiculous. That kill participation is not reasonable at all.
Something like 89%. It's just a ridiculous amount of kills that he has participated in. He's the hook god that we know and love. And it's funny to note that, you know, Ejim, now on the Chiefs, was one of the biggest reasons that Legacy looks so successful. He's that Ejim alley god that he has been known to be. But Flying Dew makes his way into the roster. He steps up to the plate and arguably betters.
He had such a good season, can be considered the best support, I think, in Oceania, but just been stellar play. It's not just his trademark Thresh. It's been almost any champion he gets his hands on. I feel like he was the one getting the Braum there into the metagame, and it's his vision, it's everything. Like, I know you two down the end were talking about it already. It's just like, Dew adds so much to this team that Legacy without him, like, just from these highlight clips alone, it's a big loss for them.
But I do have to point out that that's exactly what people said about Ejim when he left Legacy. People thought, how can you replace Ejim? He's the best support in the region. Well, Flying Dew did it, and now he looks like the best support in the region. So maybe Claire's next.
Maybe. I mean, it could just be a Legacy thing. I guess we'll have to find out. But Flying Dew, it's just been highlight after highlight. This man, just the way he plays. Rymeister, I have a question for you. Have you ever got your carry hooked by Flying Dew in the mid-team fight?
Oh, yeah, of course.
How annoying is it?
Yeah, having played on a team with Dew before, I definitely know he's capable of like being the best support in the region. His game knowledge is superb, his vision control is amazing, and just his mechanics as well.
And that was one of the things you were concerned about also, is now that they've got Claire in support, they've actually lost Flying Dew. Can Claire even match the impact, basically, that Flying Dew did have? You said you played on a team with him, you played against him, and your carries have been hooked. Pretty big loss.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially the jungle and support synergy.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's going to lack in this upcoming match.
Yeah, and again, Carbon just has to have such an impact here in this game that with Claire, I guess, having to be retrained in a position, like, it's just difficult here. But they've always had close matches here. It's not quite time to figure out who you guys picked for your winners, but this match is awesome. Even with Claire in the roster, Flying Dew, fantastic player, had a great season. Looking forward to seeing him play again, but where else to even go, honestly, between these two teams? They're so close despite all the changes.
You know, the biggest difference between these two teams, if you had to put it to anything, it would, again, come back to that jungle. The fact that Spooks, as we mentioned earlier, in a way exploitable from the passivity that he does put into place, Carbon needs to make ganks work. We saw the successful semi-finals they had against the Direwolves where they went 3-1. It was on the back of Carbon's early pressure, camping King just constantly.
I mean, is momentum here a thing as well to consider? I know both Rymeister and Rusty have competitive experience. Manazir, obviously, you've pretty much covered League since you were born, it almost feels like. But how much is it for the Chiefs, who are such a, I say, like, prideful team? They have so much, they hold themselves to such high standards when they play, and they've been so good in Oceania for almost forever, especially this year. If they lose a game, how much does that hurt them as far as momentum goes?
See, I thought about this for a while, and I thought, we saw what happened when Legacy upset Chiefs the first time. They lost one game, and they were in pieces. They could not recover mentally. But every time since then, when they've lost, they've come back stronger. And I think this time, I trust Chiefs to have the mental fortitude to maybe take one loss and bounce back.
Well, I think so as well. And with that, we're getting closer and closer to the finals, but not quite there yet. But gentlemen, I want your predictions for this final. I'm going to start on the other end this time here. Alex Manazir, what is your prediction for this grand final? Team and score, please.
I'm giving it to the Chiefs 3-1. In my head, at least, the ideal situation is that they prove that they've recovered from their problems in the past. And I trust Legacy is a good enough team to take the game, as I said, off those small skirmishes. But whether or not it's a sustainable strategy, whether or not it'll last them 5 games, that's yet to be seen.
I mean, it's sort of an interesting little question to ask you. If they were going to lose again, which game do you think it would be?
I'm going to say game 1.
Game 1, really? That's bold, sir.
Well, Legacy, like I said, they get pumped up by the crowd. Carbon in front of a crowd is probably in the top 3 players in this region. I just think when they start playing up there, when they load into the Rift and the crowd is screaming at them, they're going to be in their element.
Well, great stuff there. Rymeister, Now I need your prediction here, of course. Your team didn't make it, unfortunately. Sorry about that, Sin Gaming. Oh, sorry, I keep
Hey, at least I play.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What's your prediction? Team and scoreline, please.
Chiefs 3-0.
Ooh.
Why? Because they've just been so dominant in this split. I don't really see Legacy outclassing them in team fights, and that is their strength. So, yeah.
You do realize that that's never happened in the history of Oceanic League of Legends.
But it will happen tonight.
It will happen tonight.
Very confident.
That is insanely confident.
Hopefully it doesn't, though, because I would love to see a 3-2 series go either way.
How do I... That's interesting. 3-0. I mean, what about it as far as their dominance goes? Is it like just Radiant being so strong? Is it Claire in the Legacy lineup? What specifically do you think has sort of led to that prediction for you?
They're very strong. All their lanes are very strong, and they just have such good overall synergy. And the loss of Dew would just hurt Legacy so much. I don't think they can recover in these finals.
I guess we'll have to find out when we get there. Rusty, now down to you. I think I could probably read these two guys' minds if I absolutely had to, but I don't really know what you did.
Give
you
it a
might have
guess.
tricked me here. I'm not going to guess, Rusty. I'm going to ask for your team and score for your prediction, please.
So I thought I'd throw in a random answer just to be a complete wild card. No, I went Chiefs 3-0.
Wow.
Yeah. I am joining the bandwagon with Rymeister. I am on the Chiefs hype train. Chiefs are going to take this 3-0.
Who's the conductor of the hype train, can I ask you? Is it Rymeister or is it you?
He was probably more confident than I was.
That's true.
I do have a reason more so is that I guess if the Chiefs win game 1, they will 3-0. If Legacy, as you said, win game 1 themselves, it will go to 5 games.
Okay, so expressed as a percentage, how difficult is it for Legacy to recover if they're down 0-2?
I would say it is an 80% chance that Chiefs win if they get game 1.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Just if they get game 1?
Yeah.
And it'll be a 3-0 from that point?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I agree. They're very dominant. How troublesome is it for Legacy, given that back in winter they leaned on their team fighting, and now the Chiefs just seem so good at it?
Well, I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue for team fighting. I think they're both fairly matched when it comes to their team fighting strength. So if it does get to late game stage, Legacy probably going to win.
Well, we'll have to find out, of course, and that leaves me and my lone prediction. And gentlemen,
should I be worried?
Somewhat sorry, I did pick Legacy. And just for a bit of drama, I picked it 3-2 is my score there for the finals. If nothing else, I just want to see the dream be lived.
Well, I agree that if Legacy win, it will be 3-2.
Yep.
I don't think that Legacy will win. So
Well,
why?
I mean, for me, Legacy are a team that, not just historically, have always been good against the Chiefs, but I feel like there's enough surprises here. Like, certainly, like Alex said, they can at least win a game. And I feel like once Legacy get a foothold into a game, they just don't let go. Like, it's going to be tough. Don't get me wrong. There's a reason this prediction has to be 3-2 because of how close it would be.
Yeah.
But I think they can pull it out. It's definitely not going to be easy. It'll be the most dramatic win they've ever had. But I think they can keep that very clean best-of-5 record alive.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, fellow analysts, but I don't think you really watched all of the split, given how Chiefs performed.
I'm a bit concerned about Pastry right now. Legacy 3-2, that's the spectator dream, I believe, but I just don't think it's that realistic.
As a reminder, I am the host, so I get to live the dream. That is my job. But thank you for your professional opinions, at least, as far as that goes. We'll see who has the last laugh, Manazir. It's probably going to be you guys.
We will see.
Well, you know what? At least mix it up a little bit, Rusty.
Yeah, no, it's good that you mixed it up. I'm happy that you actually mixed up the results. And if I was going to go for Legacy, I would say 50-50 as to who I was going to choose. And if it was Legacy, it would have been 3-2 myself. So I'm okay with the decision. I just don't really agree with it.
Well, you know what? How about we let these players decide instead? It's about grand finals time. So let's hand off to the Cassides for Atlas and Spawn. But before we do, let's just take a look into Oceania's rich League of Legends history.
Kickback Zac, they're going to pick up the initiator. Alicia getting chased down as well. Radiant Lord going to get slowed up first. Man goes in. He's happy though, but the Cannon's going to come out. Swiffer taking a lot of damage. He dies. That's not good news.
Oceanic League of Legends Championships. 4 teams made it through a massive qualifier over 2 weeks of 603 teams, and unfortunately, only one can win the trip to Gamescom Germany.
Decimate takes a lot of damage. He's dead as Evan picks that one up for the immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus banned. Now Suna going to get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage and immunity. They have done it. They will go to GameStop. Good game. Well played.
Going to be the game. Continuing 3 games straight here, right into winter. They are your autumn regional champions.
Welcome everyone to the Oceanic Winter Grand Final here at Supernova Perth.
That's an ace, and that is Avant-Garde Ascension going to the wildcard tournament.
And welcome everyone, it's PAX Australia's grand finals time here. Everything is bigger, the teams are bigger, the crowd is bigger and better. Can they do it, Paul? Yes, they will!
Battled it out over 7 weeks.
Perfection, gets Kakuna over, racking the moment. The teams finally win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Pro League already at our first semi-final match.
They are going to finish it.
Radiant looking to try and get his team to the grand final. This means that Legacy is going to meet the Chiefs at the OPL final on August 8th at Luna Park. It is going to be absolutely epic. Welcome back to the Big Top, ladies and gentlemen. And we are just about to get into the OPL Grand Final for Split 2. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberi. I cannot wait to get into Game 1.
You had to throw it in there, Atlas, but what a game we are about to get underway. Legacy taking on the Chiefs, and you know, I would respect the analyst's opinion, but as a colorcaster, I think it's a little bit closer than what they're saying, because we were there, Atlas, at Winter when Legacy were able to first pull off that huge upset.
Minky Whale was indeed a huge dragon, Spawn.
And we've spent a lot of times with the teams, and something looks a little bit off with the Chiefs, I have to say. They don't like playing this lineup.
No, and they don't like playing this lineup in a best-of-5 series, and we heard from that spot that we saw from Legacy the fact that this team, they play as a family. It's all about friendship. It's all about togetherness. And in losses especially, that is so incredibly important. So momentum, not necessarily going to be as much of a thing here for the Chiefs. If they take Game 1, I have a feeling that Legacy will have just as much of a shot in Game 2.
Legacy is a team that just keeps coming, you know. Yeah. You talk about the Chiefs' momentum, and you have to agree that they do come in, but they nearly tripped in the last game versus AV, as we do see them on your screen. They were taken to the very brink of that game and won through a great backdoor play. So arguably, Legacy even have the momentum in this set.
Yeah, that's the thing. And of course, that's the last game that they have to think about of competitive League of Legends, is the fact that they were against Chelby's Nidalee that did about 60,000 damage, I believe, that game.
Yeah. It was certainly a good performance. You take a look at the guys on your stream, you can see they are so focused right now. They would be going over their last-minute talks about what they want to do, and I have a feeling it's going to be ban Sivir.
Yeah, I have a feeling it might be ban Sivir as well. Of course, it has been a little bit of a trend between the last couple of matchups that we've seen for both of these sides.
Yeah, it certainly has. Chiefs hate playing against it, especially when you have someone like Minky Whale, like Carbon, that can get onto your back line. They rely on Radiant after all these years to still do so much work peeling for himself. And when he's playing the mid-game carries, like the Corki, like the Lucian, that's where they excelled at picking him apart.
Yeah, let's move over to the Legacy lineup that you can see on your screen right now. Choo-Choo's looks formidable in the mid lane. Of course, Legacy missed him while he was away. Of course, Claire still filling those shoes fantastically in the mid lane. Now in the support position, you see him right up at the end there. But Legacy looking like they're having a little bit more of a chatter here. Maybe a little bit more composed, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly are. But the thing that really catches me every time I see this team is just the look in Carbon's eyes.
Oh, yeah.
The man is possessed, Atlas. He will not be happy unless he scrapes his way through with another finals victory. And it's his patch. The Elise is back. I cannot stress how much this patch actually suits the Legacy lineup and the way that they play their brand of League of Legends.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Carbon earlier in the week, and he was saying that, yes, I'm incredibly excited for having Elise back in the roster. He was actually, I asked him the question, and he sort of lost his mind at that stage. But speaking of stages, it's beautiful, Spawn.
It certainly is, as I think we're about to jump into Champion Select, guys, for Game 1. Legacy going to be on the red side, Chiefs on the blue because they won the coin toss.
Yeah, Chiefs actually electing to take blue side first time around. Rek'Sai going to be the first ban. Kalista and Fizz for Legacy is the first two. Victor, of course, followed that Rek'Sai there for the Chiefs. Still waiting for that final ban. We'll see what Swiper takes off the board, but
There's a certain Sivir that's standing out here, Spawn.
Yeah, there certainly is. Alistar also available. Don't know whether the Chiefs would like either of those to slip through, so probably ban one and pick the other would be the tactic right now.
It could be a thing. Elise is going to be taken away from Carbon, so focused out with 2 bans already from the blue side of the rift here for the Chiefs. Legacy thinking about their final ban. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is, of course, 5.14. So Rise, not quite as much of a problem. We'll see what Legacy are going to be banning away.
Yeah, and you know, the Rek'Sai ban makes a lot of sense because when we saw Legacy play against the Direwolves, Carbon grabbed it all 3 first games. Alistar banned by Legacy, and as you can see, Chiefs snap up the Sivir.
Yeah, they waste absolutely no time at all. Sivir into the hands of Radier. Heard some interesting stories actually from Swiffer about Radier learning to play Sivir, running the wrong directions, but certainly has it down pat now. This guy's able to weave auto attacks like you wouldn't believe. Legacy now to answer, and there's a certain Shen that a certain player likes to play with a certain banner of command that they could pick up.
Think it's gonna
my
come through.
God, that was quick.
Yeah, it certainly was. They go with Braum, they grab the Nunu. Carbon very vocal that if it's available, you just have to pick it. If Elise isn't up, just values the control that it gives you. And all of a sudden, Spooks, who likes to play a pace game, is going to have to go up with the best pace-setting jungler. Nunu able to grab an early Sightstone, provide a lot of vision. Maybe this is how they help Claire out in the bottom lane by just having Carbon do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, the other thing I want to talk about is this Braum pickup. We recently had a conversation talking about whether Claire was going to move to the Braum. Of course, it's seen a whole massive surge of popularity. We'll see whether he's got the tactics down, because this is a support champion that's difficult to play.
Yeah, it certainly is, because Braum's all about the positioning and using your stand behind me to get onto allies, so you really have to know the kit inside and out. The reason it's so dangerous if he can play it well is because Choose plays Yasuo, and the double wall composition with the knock-up available is just devastating, and Swiffer does not.
Yeah, and we've seen that internationally as well. It's not going to be picked away here because Swiffer does not play the Yasuo, but they have locked in. Man, these lock-ins are going so incredibly quickly. Gragas and Maokai here, of course. Maokai in the hands of Swiper. Yeah, he's used to playing the tree, of course. Most played champions are, of course, the Maokai and the Fizz. And Spooks is going to be taking away the Gragas. Definitely one of his staples as well.
Yeah, certainly is. They grabbed Maokai twice against the Avant lineup in that last game that came down to the wire in the first one. And Swiper is just, I'm going to say, probably the most versatile player in the OPL. He plays absolutely everything, from transforming from a Sion-only top laner split one to being able to carry on the Fizz, on the Hecarim, now bringing out the Maokai again. One of the best soul tanks. And when you couple it up with something like the Gragas, gives you a lot of peel as well as initiation.
But Legacy going to lock in Azir, and Wally Thacker going to pick up the Kog'Maw as well. We've been seeing him playing a lot of Corki recently, a lot of mid-range AD carries. Does actually like to get right up into the face of his opponent, but that's not what Kog'Maw's about, Spawn.
Well, that's why they've got the Azir there, Atlas, to just shove people away from him.
Sense.
He doesn't have to worry about his positioning because Choose can take care of that. And Choose is a great Azir player. And right now you can see that they have the quintessential protect the Kog'Maw comp. The Raise the Puppy that can come through. A nice big wall for Braum to put up. Then you've got the Emperor's Divide as well as all of the attack speed. This allows Minky also to grab something that is a split pusher in the top lane, and he is very vocal about wanting to kill Swiper tonight.
Well, we'll see whether he can do that, because I'm thinking about a split pusher in the top lane, and I have a feeling Shen could be a thing, as, my goodness, Ejim locks in his most played champion in the split, the Annie, of course, tied with the Alistar, as well as Swiffer's Twisted Fate. We're in for a pretty good game one, Spawn.
Which means that they were thinking the split pusher would come out in the top lane as well. Automatically, they grab the Twisted Fate. Guarantees winning lanes because he can help so much quicker. And he's also able to answer that split push in the late game because he has a semi-global of his own. And he just lends so much initiation to this lineup. They play best when it's Spooks and Ejim starting up the team fights. And this is a very safe Chiefs lineup for game one. Nothing new here.
No, certainly nothing new. And Chiefs as well, especially when they're playing with a Sivir, play so well moving forward. And all of these champions want to be moving forward.
Yeah, they certainly do want to get up in the face of the Legacy lineup, who have taken a very long time.
Oh my goodness, Minky Whale. We just saw a history video, and we're doing it one more time here. Minky Whale picks the Aurelia for the top lane. And this goes back to the end of winter. This was when they were scrimming and Swiper was decking Minky Well on Aurelia over and over again.
Yeah, it certainly was. They did not used to like that one going through. Both teams love to play it, however.
This is how you're going to kill Swiper.
Of Blood Boil in the game. Movement speed, attack speed, the slow that comes out of Nunu. Everything Aurelia wants that she doesn't have in her kit is just guaranteed. It means that you don't have to grab any second offensive item. You can go pure tank after that Trinity Force and become absolute hell to deal with in the late game.
So Carbon can gank any lane and Blood Boil is going to be effective.
Yeah, he's got the value Blood Boil there. Get 40% CDR, chuck it on 2 people, Carbon. Sit back, let your team do the rest.
Is there a way that he can make it AoE spawn?
No, there is not.
Because he kind of needs it on everyone.
Nah, Choose will be fine.
Claire even needs it. He wants to activate that passive more. Needs more stuns.
Give people
We have a look at our incredible crowd here in the big top at Luna Park. Everyone just waiting to get onto the Rift for our first match between the Chiefs and Legacy. Is the Chiefs in the first game here at the Grand Final going to have their 100% win streak broken, Spawn?
A couple of analysts seem to think so. Very hard match for Legacy to be able to take away, but they've put together a really nice team fighting comp to do so.
Yeah, really solid team combos. You do see on your screen both of our teams, and hop onto Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. Use that hashtag CHFWin or the hashtag LGCWin and let us know exactly who you think is going to take that one. Of course, also include the hashtag IMOPL because we just want to use that as much as we possibly can. But as you can see, we're onto the Rift for game 1. The Chiefs on the blue side, Legacy on the red. And it's all down to this.
It certainly is, Atlas, and already we see 5 members of the Chiefs heading into their top side of the jungle, seeing whether if they can get anything cheeky on the top brush. They love to do this. They'll hide out a Fog of War, see if they can catch Minky Whale out, and surely he will not fall for it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at both of these lineups as well, Spawn, and Legacy going for that defensive fan. Is this because their team doesn't necessarily work as well in the early stages of the game?
Yeah, Azir, just not a great level 1 champion.
One
Nunu
button
wants
only.
to take the Blood Boil to consume, not the Snowball. So they're just going to back away, see if they can get control over their half of the map.
Yeah, optimistic body slam there from Spooks. Doesn't find anyone yet though, but they do have the lane swap wards. Chiefs wanting to make sure, I assume, that they can get that 2v2.
Yeah, potentially, you know, Maokai jungles incredibly well at the start of the game, can take a camp by himself and then help his jungler out a lot. But you would assume with how the Chiefs play, they would not mind facing up 2v2 against Wally and Claire in the bottom lane and seeing if Radiant and Ejim can exploit the new support player for Legacy.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because I was saying that assuming that Raider and Ejim just want to go toe-to-toe with their opposition, but with the extra range on a Kog'Maw and putting Minky Whale in a lane against Swiper as Aurelia against Maokai, might actually work out for Legacy to have these standard lanes, and we'll see how it does go as the minions are going to clash.
So it does look like lane swap initiated by the Chiefs,
Yeah.
and this is the first question you should ask of any new support. Can you play in a lane swap situation? How do you roam around the map?
Exactly.
What does your vision control look like? And straight away you can see that it's been initiated.
This does mean that Claire can make it back to his natural habitat in the early stage of the game, Spawn. Get some Winter's bites out there and try and slow down Swiffer. Of course, double avoidance summoners here in the Ghost and the Flash for the Twisted Fate, so we'll be able to get out of the way, but every visit is going to be dangerous.
And you see Legacy lineup sharing experience. Same thing happening on the other side of the Rift out of the Chiefs, and mid lane isolated. Choo-Choo's loves this matchup. We saw last time they played that Spooks had to give a lot of attention to mid lane. It was Cassiopeia versus Ahri, and Choose was getting the better of Swiffer early.
Well, you can see this game is no exception on that front. Already down to 200 health. Swiffer eating those biscuits as quickly as he can. 5 CS to 9 as Choo-Choo's with a hard shove already. The jungle steal. Of course, vertical jungling coming down from Legacy as they've already made it in, but a little bit after the Chiefs have already taken that red buff.
And you see that Swiffer started with the bottle, so not going to really mind the fact that he is being bullied slightly in the early game. 4-man shove coming into this bottom lane. Actually 3 as Carbon picks up the red buff solo, and Legacy looking to break the base first off.
Yeah, Swiffer actually gold card on Choo Choos, but lots of damage back. Those Sand Soldiers doing work here for the mid laner of Legacy. Looks like he hasn't skipped a beat after his holiday. Might have even been refreshing for him.
Certainly hope so. He went on a holiday.
That is generally how it works. I was just talking more about staying in practice. Didn't quite work out there, Spawn. Unfortunate stuff. But the Chiefs are going to go for this fast push as well, and sort of a step back in time here for Oceania. We loved our fast pushes, and it's continuing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Seeing if they can accelerate the pace of the game. With a Nunu, you love lane swaps because you generally get the Dragon nice and early on to go with that first turret. As you see, Wally takes it down, gets the lane to bounce as well, so that's great news for their bottom lane. Going to mean that Radier and Egypt have to overextend. And the same thing can be said on the top lane, although they're a little bit more healthy, so it depends on prioritization.
Yeah, and Legacy quite handy on the bottom side of the map are going to be able to pick up the first Dragon here at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Claire almost dying, Carbon missing the smite, so there, got it out of his system now. Knows exactly how much health these big neutral monsters have. He's not going to miss another one, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry.
Getting his eye in.
Yeah, exactly, that's what it's about.
Claire flirting with death. It's just beautiful to watch.
That's how he plays mid, that's how he's going to play support.
We have everyone going back for shock. And Legacy happy to swap into that top lane now. Give that big frozen wave over to Minky Whale, although Ejim looking to pay his previous top laner a visit.
Yeah, and he's been waiting there for quite some time. Nice ward here for Legacy. Spots Radier entering the lane. No freeze to come down from Minky Whale as he's holding the wave as best he can. I have a feeling it might get broken as Claire stand behind me onto a minion looking for Swiper. The tree forced to flash there as Carbon makes his presence known, but already a summoner spell down for the Chiefs.
Claire holds a wave, so you can see that he's already got his support tactics up. That is going to shove so hard, that will be a permanent freeze. But Chiefs still happy to play the fast push game. Want to get down the bottom turret as soon as possible.
Yeah, and what do you think about this? Swiffer picking up the Lucidity boots already. We often see that there's a Doran's ring there at least, as Spooks is going to find Minky Whale. Equilibrium Strike not going to be able to get a stun just yet. Ejim comes in. There's the stun. Ignites down. The flash forward from Ejim. And first blood against his former teammate.
Yeah, how much better could it be as now Swiffer and Choos?
They're battling here in the mid lane. Down to about 150 is Choo Choos, but Swiffer forced to back away, not a lot of mana. Carbon discovers the tree here in the jungle. Another top lane versus jungle matchup, but no Braum to be seen for Legacy. Swiper's going to be able to get out, although he may lose his Grom.
Certainly looks like it's going to fall. Grom's everywhere. Saddened by the news of their latest falling.
Tom Kench fans around the world quite upset.
Disappointed.
Yeah.
But
may not be. Swiper's been playing a bit of it.
Certainly has. Chiefs knocked down the bottom turret. Legacy looking to respond in time.
Now, lots of turrets falling very early in this game. No laning phase is desired at all for both of these sides. They want to open up the map, make sure that there's enough room for these skirmishes. What we heard our analysts talking about here, the fact that Legacy will want to be moving around and try and get themselves into those little fights around the jungle.
Yeah, they certainly would appear that way, but right now with a scaling composition, the Aurelia really needs the Trinity Force. Same for the Kog'Maw. You don't think they want to fight just yet. Very happy to funnel farm onto their carries, and even though First Blood went over onto the Chiefs, it was the jungle and support duo that picked it up. So the CS differentials are actually slightly in Legacy's favor. You can see Aurelia picked up a lot more than the Maokai, and even the Azir and the Kog'Maw doing slightly better.
Yeah, a couple of CS in the lead is Choo Choos with a couple of extra creeps left in the lane as well. That's a Sheen pickup from Tallywhacker as well. I mean, Wally Thacker, pardon my French, ladies and gentlemen, is the Sheen and the makings of the Phage in his back pocket.
So this is a general pickup out of Kog'Maw players. You like to get Sheen over Phage just because of the W harass that you can put through. As Choos actually goes in, might regret that.
Yeah, the E is down, of course, only level 5 for Spooks. Ejim taking a lot of damage from Claire and Choo Choos, though. These Sand Soldiers, man, they're doing some work.
And it looks like Spooks has changed up his build a little bit in the last few weeks, deciding to max W on Gragas for some efficient skirmishing. That's why he took so much health out of Minky Whale earlier. And it just means that if you ever run into people, you do so much ridiculous damage. You take Barmy Cinder as well as the AoE Smite to make up for the jungle clear that you lose out on. and it just works out incredibly well.
So Legacy actually rotating this sort of turret-taking force of Kog'Maw and Braum. Not going to be able to get too much there as Minky Whale going aggressive onto Radiant. The Destiny's down towards the bottom side. The Ghost in from Swiffer. Destiny's still there, so the Vision's up. Minky trying to turn it onto Radiant, but he's going to go down. The second kill of the game goes to Radiant.
Yeah, Legacy looking to see if they can get the mid lane turret in response. Only Ejim and Spooks there, so they will be able to move in and siege. That's probably in their favor.
Yeah, Teleport going to come in for Swiper. We'll see whether Legacy can force this one down. There's the stun on Declare. Swiper picks it up. Turret falls. Swiffer with the gold card. Emperor's Divide. Just defensively here from Legacy as in goes the Sun Turret. Minky has teleported in, so everyone's grouped up here on the side of Legacy, apart from player who's in the Death Chamber.
So
the
2 kills traded for the mid lane turret right there. You have to say gold advantage going over the Chiefs. As you can see on your screen, about 1,000 ahead already. But the map control firmly in favor of Legacy. They've opened up everything, and it's really difficult to chunk out Azir's turret because of how much wave clear he brings onto the Rift. So if they can hold on from here, continue to build up their dragons, you feel that they might be able to gain control of some neutrals.
Let's mention sort of how early it is in the game. 9 minutes in, that Sun Turret takes some beating. But Swiffer is still going to be able to deal with it. Choo-Choo's moving towards this lane as well to continue his dominance. Wildcard starting to hurt though, as we do have a book in the back pocket of Swiffer with that amplifying tome, and he's grabbed a ring in the Doran's variety as well. So only a couple of CS behind, and that stack deck is going to be very much helping him, picking up some extra money. 30 seconds on this dragon, and it looks like the next place the Chiefs are going to focus.
It certainly does. Minky Whale, no teleport available, means it's probably not going to be a fight. And when you look down the items, you kind of understand why. Just more gold value coming through right now from the Chiefs lineup. As we mentioned, Legacy, they really want those Trinity Force purchases, as well as some AP items in their mid laner before they really start to group up and fight these. So happy after they secured the first to just let themselves scale.
Yeah, just trying to sit back and get that farm. 6th in the lead is Radiant as he turned that one around. Chiefs going for the second dragon here. Of course, it is going to be their first of the game. About 800 in the lead is this Chiefs lineup. Radiant coming down just to throw a boomerang in and help out.
And we talk about Chiefs style of League of Legends so much, Atlas, and look at the wards they've lit up over the bottom half of the jungle. They're not playing topside at all. They understand the deep freeze is coming through. Instead, they make sure that Legacy cannot rotate through their bottom side of the map, and they're going to try and pressure 2 turrets simultaneously.
Yeah, TF still in the mid lane, does have the Destiny available, so a potential team fight can ensue. Choo-Choo's not going to be able to respond, and Minky Whale, no teleport to speak of.
They're pinging him, they want the dive, and because Legacy are not able to go through their turret, they can't follow up.
Well, Choo's able to get out in time. Uses that E in order to create some distance. Of course, doesn't knock up on this patch. Can be a little bit unfortunate for some of these Azir players getting that Azir
They want the dive still.
Yep, Spooks is coming through, has the explosive pass. There's a flash into the body slam! And Carbon now going to die as well. Swiper grabs a kill for himself. They are definitely sharing them around, other Chiefs.
And we just talked about it. They set up the vision in the bottom side of the jungle. They make sure that no one can come through to cut them off. That dive was so premeditated, but there was just nothing Legacy could do. They either had to give up the turret or try and live through the dive. And in the end, 2 go down. They lose the mid turret as well. And now Chiefs own everything.
They do, of course. Legacy now in their period of the game where they want to be scaling. You've spoken about this over and over again, but the Chiefs capitalizing on this moment of power that they have, even if it wasn't reflected necessarily in the gold.
Yeah, and you know, even though there's a 40 CS discrepancy, Minky Whale, he's died twice. Swiper has the 2-0-1 scoreline.
40 CS though.
It's 2 kills.
Yeah.
Stop killing the hype, man. As we get into
That
it.
is not my job.
So as we take another look at it, Spooks comes in underneath the turret, lands a flash body slam. Double ultimate just means that nothing can come out of Choose. Would have loved to use that Emperor's Divide. Tanks up the turret for just the right amount of time, and Swiper punches the ground and somehow kills a Yeti.
Yep, claps in the air, punches the ground. Ejim gonna get snowballed here. Spooks waiting patiently. Barrel comes down, slows down the Yeti. Celebrating Christmas a little bit early as Carbon. Claire's coming in. They're trying to go onto Ejim. Minky Whale's here. Doesn't even need the Blade Surge. And first kill for Legacy goes down to Carbon.
Yeah, and you even though he's a jungler, probably not a better member to get it. He would be so pumped up after that. As
Spooks, that was cheeky.
Steals away a Rift Scuttler.
Those things, they're worth gold, man.
And you can see that he has quite a CS lead so far in the jungle, doing a great job on Gragas of farming up. And the thing about Spooks is his CS always, Swift is going.
Yeah, there's the Destiny towards the bottom side. Radier, he's taking up the turret actually as Wally. He's gonna fall. Radier picks up the kill. I have no idea how. The flash Emperor's Divine Choo-Choos. Oh, the flash out from Swiffer. Out of under the turret. Boomerang secures the kill. It's a double for Radier. Claire tries to save himself. Swiffer almost dies. Oh, no. Caster creep, not gonna do it.
Calculated. Don't panic, guys. Swiffer gets out with his life. Another 2 kills go over the Chiefs lineup. And right now, 4,000 gold alone, but it's 14 minutes into the game, and you can see how quickly they're accelerating the pace. Huge item pickup so far. Lich Bane's done. Boots too, as well as the Home Guard coming through. Radier would be done with that IE. Take another look at it. Swiffer, clean as you like, just gets the nice turret dive. Claire wants to, Choo-Choos wants to be able to trade this one back, but just not able to do it. Cost him his life, and Claire was lucky to escape in the end as well.
Yeah, it was a decent Glacial Fissure, but with no members of his team alive, not going to be able to get too much done. Wally Thacker sitting in the top side, just looking to freeze out this wave for as long as possible and get the farm that he needs. Trinity Force, though, is now complete for the Kog'Maw.
So still looking to scale. You can see that he's quite close on CS, but doesn't have the 3 kills that Radier has the advantage in. And this is a really strange way for Legacy to play their first game. We expect them to come out swinging, but to hold 2 lanes in a freeze and just challenge a TF to dive you over and over again is a gambit, and so far definitely has not been paying off. And you have to say it's because Chiefs keep doing this, walking into Legacy's jungle, not to fight them, to just set up that line of vision.
Yeah, and they have so much of it as well. Legacy have done well keeping the vision control towards the top side. But Chiefs, we talk about this, they don't use redundant vision ever. They utilize when they have wards on the map to make sure that they're taking objectives around that area. And Spooks is going to now discover that ping. Body slams over into the Baron Pit. That's going to be up in about a minute. No, it's not. It's going to be up in about 5 minutes. This game has accelerated so fast.
Yeah, it certainly has, as Swiffer has to exit stage right from mid lane. Legacy looking to see if they can put down any deep vision to try and stop the flood of kills that have come through for the Chiefs so far. Radier is still happy to split push in the bottom lane, see if he can get any further control. Of course, creeps, great way to grab vision over that dragon area, and that's going to be up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, that wave crashed into the turret there as well. Minky trying to pick up the last dregs of it as Wally and Claire. It's hilarious names, Wally and Claire. Beautiful bottom lane. Now going to move towards the inner turret on the top side of the Rift. Swiffer staying out of vision, or what he thinks is out of vision. Nice ward there from Legacy. He's going to spot him though.
Yeah, and Legacy have done well to get some semblance of control back. They know where the approach will come through, at least for this dragon fight, and still doesn't look like Legacy want anything to do with it. Only 3,000 gold. They've pegged back to about a K, but still do not want to fight without the Trinity Force available on Minky.
Yeah, he's got an extra dagger there, so not a lot of gold needed. Yeah, there's the Destiny Choo-Choos. He's going to get stunned up. Emperor's Divide, not going to find any damage, but at least create some distance. Radier is on a killing spree as he picks up Carbon. Minky out of position as well. In comes the gold card. It's easy as that for the Chiefs as Swiffer helps Spooks pick up another kill.
This is just Chiefs completely catching Legacy off guard time and time again. We mentioned that they didn't want to fight, but they just overextend for creeps one too many times. And now Chiefs not interested in the dragon objective, just looking to knock down more turrets.
Yeah, that is what's going to win you the game, making sure that you can get to that Nexus. We are going to have a brief pause, ladies and gentlemen. But so far, the Chiefs in such control of this game.
Still don't look happy. Very focused expression.
They're like machines.
They are.
They're League of Legends machines up on the stage right now, Spawn. And it's just looking tough for Legacy in this game. Of course, it is a best of 5. There are a few opportunities for Legacy to find their way in. We'll see whether we can get everything sorted out. It looks to be EGM's computer that we are going to have a quick look at.
See whether we can get that under control and back onto Summoner's Rift as soon as possible, guys. But Legacy have gone with a different composition. We mentioned the fact that they like to play the Corkies, the Sivers, these mid-game AD carries, try and get Wally going earlier on than what you would have necessarily thought possible. He's gone with a late-game carry. You talk about the fact that Minky Whale plays a lot of Hecarim, high-impact top laners this time, going with the Aurelia, a little bit more split pushing into a late game. They really have tried to mix it up. And what that means is that there's some room for error. If this game doesn't work, they can say, okay, well, we tried plan A, throw that one out the window, because it obviously didn't work. Let's move on to plan B. Game definitely not over yet. They still do have the scaling on their side, but I like the fact that they're willing to experiment even in such a game like the Grand Final.
Yeah, and what I really, really love about this as well is the fact that Legacy are testing the Chiefs. They're saying if you guys aren't willing to take risks and really bring it to us early in this game, we will outscale you. There is no two ways about it. Azir, Aurelia, and Kog'Maw, what are you going to do?
I can tell you exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to give them nightmares of last season where they Chiefs just couldn't close out. They were getting ahead by 10,000 gold margins, struggling to close out, and then Legacy were running over the top of them. That's how they beat them. They said, we are a better late-game team fighting comp and team than what you are, and we're going to play it every single time until you can prove that you can beat us before 30 minutes. And the Chiefs couldn't do it in best of 5s and best of 3s, so once again, Legacy just asking that question.
Yeah, they certainly are. So, of course, in the first game, Legacy saying, okay, well, this is what we managed to beat you with last time. Prove to us that you can beat it, and then we'll bring something new to the Rift. And it makes a whole lot of sense. So far, the Chiefs are demonstrating that, yes, they may have learnt some new tricks since the last best-of series.
And this is the evolution of the lineup. They couldn't play lane swaps when they went over to IWC. Very big exploitation. This time around, you saw that they dealt with the freezes after the lane swaps very well. Their vision control has just improved so much. So across the board, Chiefs looking like that dominant side we expected them to be. And now it's about whether Legacy can hit back, rise to the occasion that is the OPL Grand Final, and really try and take control over some maps.
Yeah, you can see all of them looking very intent, very ready to get back onto the Rift and get this game underway. Of course, not allowed to talk to each other here in a pause. Got to make sure that you're not going to be communicating. It's not a timeout. It's a technical difficulty.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah.
Hope so. Yeah. Don't make promises you can't keep, Atlas. We're not doing anything. We're talking about
and we're not
League of
going
Legends.
anywhere either. We can talk all night if you guys are okay with it. So don't even worry about it.
So
no
Legacy.
Stop waving those things.
So let's get back onto the game. So Legacy, they went with the late game comp. Chiefs, they did the opposite. They said that we're going to use this Sivir to rotate around the map, make sure that we have some control over the early game. They went with the Annie, a good initiator. They had some really big threats in the Gragas and the Maokai to be able to dive turrets, and we've seen that they've used those tools time and time again, let alone the fact that Swiffer is just such a good Twisted Fate player. He loves the champion, always had, one of the few older Twisted Fate players in the OPL.
There are a lot of them as well. Of course, Perfection on the side of the Direwolves. He's a massive Legacy Twisted Fate player. Kensty as well has definitely tried his hand. Claire himself.
Yeah, the bottom lane support is a huge Twisted Fate player.
Knows that champion inside and out.
Certainly does. And Swiffer showing that even though he hasn't picked it up much in competitive lately, has been spamming the heck out of it in solo queue, and still very deadly when he brings it onto Summoner's Rift in a competitive setting.
And it's always that pocket pick as well for Swiffer. He can pick it up in any meta. It doesn't matter because it's Swiffer. He just grabs it. Oh my goodness, that rhyme was awful. I apologize.
Take a look at the crowd. Thank you so much for your patience, guys, as we try and get back onto the Rift. And you can see Chiefs, they're still not looking completely happy. They look a little bit more relaxed. Swiper's still smiling.
Radia's just leaning back in his chair. That's not the general posture. That's a little bit further back than normal. Those shoulders sit fairly far back, Spawn.
He has wings on the chair, Atlas. He can't get them any further back.
Oh, that might actually be a slight nerf. Might slightly affect them. But we are going to swap out eGym's computer, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, mentioned before that it was eGym's computer that was playing up just a bit. Switching it out, we are going to be back onto the Rift ASAP.
And so looking to how Legacy can regain control of this map, it all starts with the vision control. Fifth Dragon will be a little bit delayed because with the Nunu pickup, they were able to grab it so early on in the map. It was about 4.5 minutes. So this time around, expect them to just ward nice and deep in the lane, see if they can spot TF out where he wants to be. Wow, very nice face there out of the Nami in the crowd. See whether they can stall out the game, keep eyes on the Twisted Fate, and then try and take advantage as he overextends to pick up some kills.
I can't believe that you managed to stay on topic then, Spawn. That was very impressive.
I got a good chuckle. That was great.
Yeah, I basically have no idea what you just said because I was looking intently at what was going on the screen. Lots of drama is going to be the outcome. But yeah, Twisted Fate going to be able to get around the rift and get things done. But at what point do Legacy just inherently take over? Is it all the way down the track when gold becomes irrelevant, or is it going to be before that? Do they need certain item power spikes?
So Kog'Maw is fantastic because as he gets skill ups, he gets much stronger, as well as the fact that he's a great Trinity Force user. So they probably need a solid tank item on their Aurelia after the Trinity Forces come through, and the Merc Tread, so about an item and a half on Minky Whale, and then a couple of items onto their mid laner Azir, because if you can pump out a lot of damage initially, Kog'Maw actually cleans up fights incredibly well with his chase potential, with the Rage passive out of the Trinity Force. So, you know, they're accelerated a little bit because they have the Blood Boil as a choice. They have 3 damage threats as a choice on their team. Only really the Braum as a big tank. So maybe about 35 minutes, they will be at a point to be able to fight.
Yeah, and is it going to be a point with the fact that they do have a couple of Trinity Force users? That power spike has come in, but can Minky Whale, now that he has that item, can he start to skirmish around the jungle? If he finds someone, can he kill them?
Aurelia can always skirmish. She's one of those champions that there's always outplay potential, always the ability to be able to get a lot of health back through the He-10 style as well as the ultimate. So put nothing past Mickey. He's probably still going to try and fight people. He never does anything else.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I was waiting for. I was like, oh, let's ask you a question about Minky Whale fighting people. I know that I can get a yes from this one. No worries.
As we have got confirmation that Ejim looks like he is going to log back in on his PC, so should get us back onto the game very shortly, guys.
You can see the trophy that both of these teams are fighting for. It's a little bit mean of us to put it right there in front of them. It's so close, Spawn, and yet so far. Maybe not quite as far here for the Chiefs, who are already ahead. Quite a margin of gold at the early stage of this game, but anything can happen, of course. Inner turret has gone down in the mid lane, but no breaking of the base. And we'll see whether the Braum is going to be enough to stop that siege. Of course, Unbreakable pretty handy in that department.
Yeah, it certainly is. And although they have the Twisted Fate to use the Lich Bane procs, not much else range coming out on the Chiefs lineup. Civ, a very short-range AD carry, so will be difficult in these siege situations, especially with the Braum Unbreakable, as you mentioned, to be able to get into the base. That's why it relies on picks, controlling the dragon, making sure that you can get a nice early Baron to push through these minion waves with Siva, who is much better at wave clear and prolonged sieges than she is at taking down turrets incredibly quickly.
They in fact have a lot of wave clear in both their mid lane and the bottom lane, of course, with that Boomerang as well. The wild cards coming out of Swiffer, paired with that red card, just going to eat those minion waves over and over again. And it's not going to be that the Chiefs spend a whole lot of time working on creeps. They're going to be trying to get straight towards these turrets.
But you have to be careful how you do it, because there's a split push threat. Minky Whale can split push, teleport into the action. And then the more you push without effect, the more gold you funnel onto Choose.
We are back onto the rift, though, ladies and gentlemen. Ejim managing to fix everything. Legacy pushing forward. Chiefs are going to be able to take down their second dragon of the game. Going to be the third, as Legacy did manage to take the first. Nice little buffer for Legacy, those 6% stats. The important dragon in the early game.
Certainly is a little bit less efficient because of the Trinity Force users. If you build raw stats like
it's a good point.
The AD, 6% means a lot more coming through. But we see that Legacy still moving around the map as a unit and isolating out Minky in the top lane, trying to funnel some farm.
Unfortunately, they do have some pretty farm-hungry champions both standing next to each other in the mid lane there, as Wally and Choo Choo's moving around. Wally going to take some Raptors, I believe, move around this map, just searching for farm is this Kog'Maw.
That's another reason that the Nunu pickup is very good for the Legacy lineups. It means that he doesn't really need much farm to be efficient. Probably will sit on Sightstone as well as the Lock of the Eye and Solari and be very happy.
Raptor sense right there.
Oh, 2-for-1 special coming through.
My goodness, I didn't even know that that was a sale.
So they can strip away Carbon's jungle and make sure that they're getting the gold onto the priority carries.
And it looks like Legacy actually have picked themselves up a whole lot of extra vision, defensive vision around their own jungle, just to make sure that the Chiefs can't continue this stranglehold. You can see Spooks is trying to clear it all out, trying to get the Chiefs' vision in amongst it. Ejim going to be helping him here as well. Choo Choo's waiting in the wings. There are a lot of Legacy members towards this bottom side. Spooks just feels like this is his home now.
Yeah, it certainly does. Has been in the bottom half of the jungle for a very long time. As we see the 1-1-3 split push begin out of the Chiefs. This is something that they can do with the double teleports. And Minky Whale looking for Swiffer in the mid lane, maybe.
Yeah, looking to fight him. There's the gold card. Minky Whale running further is going to help him as far as negating that CC.
Choo Choo's was rotating around. Doesn't look like they want it in the end, and they might give up a free top lane turret as the tree continues to wail on it.
Highest base AD in the game, Spawn. He's trying his best. But Claire going to be a little bit more breakable than that spell would otherwise imply as he finds his way back to Wally. And here comes the siege. There's the on the hunt though. Chiefs, they don't want a siege, they want to kill people.
Yeah, as we said, they're not a great siege comp. They just want to get in there and look for the picks. So they burn.
On the hunt?
On the hunt.
For a tower.
Able to push them off.
Not a bad trade there at all. Swift are going to pick up the enemy blue buff here at the same time. Spooks just smacking that one around. This pink ward able to stop any attempt of Legacy to pick that one up for themselves. Nice use of the empowered scrying orb. They at least know the timer there on that blue.
So at 20 minutes, we have a 7,000 gold lead. Pretty high value right there for the Chiefs, and you can see in their item builds, 2,000 between the AD carries mid lane. And yeah, that even the jungle is so far apart right now. Only really Minky Whale that's keeping up with his lane opponent.
Yeah, he's only 300 gold behind. Of course, with all the extra global pressure that the Chiefs have been able to put on, it's pretty impressive. It has a lot to do with that little number next to their scoreline. 127 to 96. 30 CS in the lead is Minky. Just trying to weather the storm that is the Chiefs.
And they have slowed the pace of the game, Atlas. This is what we were talking about, being able, wow. That pink one, being nice and sneaky. Just a little bit around the corner.
I think they're back-to-back, Spawn. And they must be. Both of them looking different directions. A little bit unfortunate. Raider, though, feeling safe. Of course, lots of vision around him as well as he clears out this wave. Wastes no time doing it as well.
They should still walk through that brush, even though it is pink water, just in case. And Radiant does spot it out by doing so. No, he doesn't.
No, I'm pretty sure there's been a few players that have wandered through that brush, and none of them have actually cleared out the ward. Chiefs, though, hanging around this Baron. It only spawned 2 minutes ago. Spooks is going to start it.
So Spooks has got the Glacial Shroud, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah. Glacial Shroud not going to be quite enough here. 2 wards in the Baron pit. Radiant looking to try and clear those out. Carbon swings around, and as far as jungler's health pools are concerned, he's definitely winning. Gold card lands. Swiffer evens that score. Gets stunned by Ejim. Swiffer not going to pull the trigger. Neither of the rest of the Chiefs.
And the game resets once again. Got to credit Legacy for being able to slow the pace of the game down. Make sure that the Chiefs don't really have many objectives to go for. They are playing with the Baron right now, but not really that much of an option because of the lack of armor on their lineup, and the Legacy lineup will just continue to farm.
Yep, they're more than happy to have this game as slow as possible. As Radiant is going to spend some time towards the top side. Ejim taking care of him there as well. And Swipe are going to move towards the bottom lane. So you're right. Seems like a massive success here for Legacy, and they're down so incredibly far. On the hunt's being popped. Talisman of Ascension there as well. As Swiffer's going to find Wally. That is not the target Legacy wanted to lose, and the red buff going to go to Spooks as well.
Wow, what a decisive play coming out of the Chiefs lineup. I was just watching how far they came back from there.
Know where they were aiming.
Able to just get onto any priority target. They have the Talisman, they have the On the Hunt, as well as Swiffer's ultimate. And time again, they're just punishing Wally's greed for trying to grab CS under turrets, red buffs in jungles where he just shouldn't be. And they grab another objective.
Is that greed really there, Spawn? Because he could see Radiant was in the top lane when he was standing in that brush next to his Raptor camp,
yeah, but
and then got caught.
He can also watch VODs of the Chief and how they ward out all the jungle. As you can see right now, it's lit up like a Christmas tree, Atlas. There's no way they didn't know where he was.
So the tactic is assume Fog of War is turned off if against the Chiefs.
100%. They've been on your side of the map for more than 30 seconds. They will find you.
Okay, well, I feel like I can probably go into a series now. It's not true. Well, he's going to take down as much CS as he possibly can. These Krugs aren't going to be included in that as Carbon pokes his head around and says, okay, yep, you deserve that one.
Gives him the blood boil.
Yeah, not bad.
And Swiffer, wow, you know that you're going really well on TF when your wildcards nearly clear out the back wave. Only one auto attack required. He's got the Zhonya's Hourglass for a little bit more team fighting at this stage of the game and just looking to continue to make plays.
Yeah, and this isn't sort of a Swiffer tactic generally to go for that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's all about the damage most of the time, but of course Twisted Fate does like to use that item a whole lot more than a lot of others. Getting right in amongst the fight, using that Zhonya's, then your team can collapse on top. Pink Ward down here for the Chiefs as Rift Scuttle is going to be taken by Radier. Just passing through. On the hunt's being popped again. Talisman, they're moving so fast. Claire might be caught out. 3 members of Legacy here. There's the explosive cast as Spooks takes down Claire. The fight is well and truly on. Destiny into the backline. Gold card onto Wally. Minky solo. Double kill for Choose though. An extra one to follow here. A Cathian surprise is there. Swiffer does have the Zhonya's. The Cathian not going to work, but Carbon pretty
Teleport
tanky.
is available. Swiffer's going to go down.
Yeah, Minky's round the corner. Has to use the flash to Swiffer. There's the snowball.
There's
Shut
gonna be an
down
ace.
for Choose. Spooks is so incredibly low. Legacy, they may have waited it out long enough. Spooks is going to survive, but Legacy, that was the first team fight of the game and they won.
And they get the team fight they were looking for, an overreach. He teleported into 3 members. Destiny not burnt till the latter end of that team fight, and Swiffer went solo onto 2 members. They make him pay and choose. Let's take another look. So they fly in, you see the teleport behind. They delete Claire, but he's a support. They don't really care. And all the while, Wally on the back line just free hitting. Great peeling coming through. Takes out Radier. Choo Choos goes ballistic, and Legacy clean up the Chiefs.
That Emperor's Divide was like a knife through the team. Just ridiculous. And Choo Choos, despite the fact that this Azir has been slightly nerfed, as Swiffer goes down as well. Nothing the Chiefs could have done in that situation. They may rethink fighting in a corridor now, Spawn.
They certainly will, and you know, we nerfed the initiation Atlas, not the counter engage, and if the Chiefs want to continually run head first into a Braum, into the Azir, it's just going to mean that they don't get very far. Need to continue to look for their picks. All they needed was 1 kill to unlock the Baron. Instead, they go for the greed play, and it bites them.
Yeah, now Rabadon's death cap completed by Choose. Another on the hunt. Radier's using it on cooldown. Minky Whale's going to get stunned up by the gold card. The reset of the autos is there. Swiffer almost died, but the Chiefs get the kill.
But that's much better use. As we said, they're just looking for the one person to pick off, shove out the waves and create pressure around the map. They only need 3 or 4 more of them, and it will be the game. And as you can see, all the kills going on to the right members. 5, 1, and 6. Sivir is a monster. Swiffer can join Radier in that regard, 3, 1, and 8, and they're just instrumental in how they're playing the game.
Yeah, Chiefs probably just looking to stop team fighting now. Like you said, use it for picks, try and grab people out. But Legacy looking to try and get to that stage where they can safely group up as a unit and create more team fight magic like we just saw from this side.
And we mentioned the fact that Kog'Maw doesn't really need the penetration, so it means that he can just continue to scale up with the Blood Boil now finished off the Blade of the Ruined King and the Trinity Force. Wally definitely in a position to start dishing out the damage just because of the jungle pickup.
The zoning barrel goes down. Chiefs able to take down a Pink Ward here as their vision is going to then be cleared out. It's a back and forth of vision control. Wally is going to find a red buff this time. No surprise Sivers from around the corner to come in. Spooks waiting on the ward. The Chiefs moving ever forward.
Once again, controlling the vision around Baron, seeing whether they can start it up. Minky Whale, unrelenting in this split push.
Yeah, does of course have that teleport available as well. It's now Legacy trying to get themselves into a position of power. Sun Turret is up, so Legacy with an extended mid lane.
Dragon another minute away. Number 4 is generally the one you have to fight for. Looking down the line, Choose definitely ready to go.
Oh yeah, that's
got the Trinity of the holy... What the heck? They've started up Baron again. Yep, Legacy don't know.
So Chiefs just going to start it. When in doubt, do Baron. Seems to be the call here from the Chiefs. Boomerang coming across, 3,000 health. It's down to... There it is, the Scrying Orb, and Spooks locks down the Baron with a nice smite, and the Chiefs, they're making the proactive plays.
Yeah, just decisive shot calling coming through there. Was not expecting them to launch themselves at the Baron that way. They had been playing with it for a while, but with 30 seconds on Dragon, did not expect. And they come up with a nice sneak.
Yeah, Radiant going to go back, picks himself up, the Bloodthirster as well, looking to try and keep himself healthy in these team fights.
So this is one of Radiant's more annoying habits, Atlas.
Okay.
When he goes back, buys a longsword instead of a pink ward.
That's also one of Spawn's little habits, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. But vision wins you competitive games.
Yeah, do what you say, not what you do. And of course, guys, there was a certain competition. And a Baron just went down, just letting you know that if you didn't take a photo of it, then you may not be winning some really sweet Logitech gear. As the Dragon is going to go down, that's the 4th there for the Chiefs. 9,000 gold, the lead for this side now. And Legacy still hoping for that Dream team fight, but the Dream is slowly growing slimmer and slimmer.
Certainly is. They're just looking to see whether they can pick up. If they can grab, just scrape together the last Whisper, maybe a defensive item onto Minky, they can throw one more fight at it because you feel that the Chiefs will hit the big go button one more time. And with the Baron to up creeps, the 1-3-1 just becomes even harder to deal with. Dragon 5 also 4.5 minutes away. Chiefs have everything to win, but we've seen time and time again, this is when Legacy wins League of Legends games.
Yeah, it's past this time. Of course, the longer a game goes, Legacy just seem to find more in the tank. I honestly, even after watching Winter over and over again, still amazing that Legacy managed to come out as effectively as they did against all odds, and we'll see whether they can once again do it here today. But so far, 10,000 gold the lead for the Chiefs. Baron swirling around them as well, as Radiant is making his push towards the bottom lane inhibitor turret, and Swiper continuing the split on the top side. Teleports up for both sides. A lot of summoner spells actually available. It's only the smite down here on the side of the Chiefs.
So the Chiefs were trying to build that minion wave for as long as possible, maybe even hold it off the turret to get TF as well as the Maokai in position as well. Choose tanked it up and took so much damage.
Yeah, he's going to be able to use that E to get himself back towards his fountain. Heal up a little bit as well. Now has a Negatron cloak. Does not want that chunking to happen at all.
Yeah, all of a sudden, there's just 2 minion waves they have to deal with. We weren't sure whether they could deal with one, let alone multiple. And the 3rd is on its way.
We'll see whether the Chiefs realize the fact. Oh, Destiny's in towards the top side. Choo Choo's is the focus. He's already down so low, but they can't close the distance. Minkuel trying to come through there. There's the gold card. As Swiffer's trying to save himself. Transcendent Blade's not enough, but no one going to die.
And no turrets going down during that Baron buff duration, so successful repelling of the siege. Radiant.
Oh, that spell shield was fantastic as the Glacial Fissure did come down. It's a big cooldown here for Legacy.
They grab top lane turret while all that action's going on, so Chiefs break the base. Maybe getting a little bit greedy by sticking around. They still want to continue the split push.
Minkuel's getting stronger and stronger as this game goes. Of course, only going to get tankier from here. Swiffer taking down some Krugs, and it looks like the Chiefs is more than happy. They've taken the turret, they've broken the base. Time to go back, recuperate, grab some items, and do it all over again.
Yeah, now just set up that wall of vision around the 5th Dragon. Make sure that Legacy cannot get a look in. Fight over the top inhibitor afterwards. They don't need to rush anymore, the Chiefs. Legacy are starting to hit their stride, but Chiefs are a full item ahead in every position. It just means that they can play the patient waiting game that they've become known for as the game progresses.
And this is Minkuel with only a cloth armor worth of armor against Radiant with 4 items completed, one of them being that last Whisper that he just went back and completed from a longsword. So yeah, this Sivir, Scuttlecrab did not stand a chance.
Yeah, Radiant definitely got going early on in this one. Was helped out a lot by the Twisted Fate. The fast push just seems to suit how the Chiefs wanted to play the early game. And now because, actually, just because they want to, they've sent Swiffer into the top lane.
Yeah, Swiffer just likes it up there sometimes.
Yeah, yeah, that was my response too, guys.
Yeah, do you hear the crowd? That red card, man. So much damages.
Spooks might be caught.
Yeah, there's the Ice Blast. Winter's Bite not going to find anything though. Chiefs successfully back away, and the split push is on here for Swiffer. He's continuing to move towards that open inhibitor. Does have a Lich Bane. This Twisted Fate is like an AD carry when he gets up to these structures, but he's going to back away. They're playing it so safe for the Chiefs. Is not Ejim. He's dead.
So Minky Whale able to... No, actually, it didn't go to Minky Whale.
Okay. Trading Ejim for an inhibitor. See how Ejim feels about
now
that.
Swiffer might be caught.
Yeah, Wally actually creates enough distance there. Wildcards, there's the Zhonya's as Claire right in his face. And Wally picks up the kill. Legacy grabs some kills. Structure's still going to the Chiefs.
And what did we say, Atlas? Chiefs need to prove that they can close out a game against Legacy before they stop playing late game comps. And once again, a little bit of a hiccup. They pick up the inhibitor, but they lose 2 members. All the pressure they generated around this Dragon area now goes over to the Legacy lineup.
The thing that you can really note here, though, is the fact that the Chiefs will all be able to make it back to that Dragon pit as a unit as this Dragon spawns. So Legacy haven't quite got a free ride just yet. And that is going to be the team fight, honestly, that I feel seals this game.
Certainly will be. You feel if Legacy win it, they have to win a couple more still. But if the Chiefs are able to run away with it, especially with Teleport and Destiny available, they might be able to close it out. So a lot of pressure on this Legacy lineup to execute well around the Dragon in 18 seconds.
Oh, Living Artillery's there. Spooks might be caught. Nice use of the body slam to get himself to safety, but loses a third of his health to the Living Artillery. Oh, Sapling looking formidable. Oh, charge! Oh dear. Oh, Ejim, you have to be careful, son. You do not have a lot of health. Swiffer moving around. Legacy trying to start off this Dragon. Look at those Sand Soldiers.
And look how tanky Carbon is. We mentioned it already. Nunu needs nothing, and they're going to be able to get it.
Yeah. Explosive Cast was there.
Tagged.
He was trying to pick up the Dragon.
The answer from the Chiefs is to push mid, but they're split up.
Yeah, and the rest of Legacy are collapsing, and they're collapsing as a unit as well. Ejim not going to get hit by that Winter's Bite. There's the On the Hunt as Radiant. Just going to go 1v5 at the moment. The rest of the Chiefs are here. Radiant Blues are here. Legacy members are falling left, right, and center. Choo-choos. Great positioning on the backside. Emperor's Divide. Swiffer in trouble, but my goodness, this Sivir is doing so much work, and the shutdown for Swiffer. Doesn't matter what comp you have, Chiefs can still team fight like anyone.
And you see them streaming into the base. They're able to pick up the 4-for-0. Only Carbon to stand in their way. He will fall down, and Chiefs will grab their Game 1 victory.
But after what was such a decisive early game, the Chiefs definitely looked fallible towards the mid-game of that, and I believe that we have a series on our hands, Spawn.
We certainly do. The positioning out of Choo-Choo's back from his holiday looks very good as we take a look at the Chiefs lineup. Huge grin on Radiant's face. Swiffer also enjoyed himself that game.
Ejim is all business though. That guy was like, okay, I got picked out on Annie. I'm just gonna kill them all next game. I'm so angry. But he's stone-faced. Ready to get into Game 2, of course. This is a best-of-5 series. It's all about how you can keep the momentum after a victory and put it into your next match. And look, when it is Legacy, these guys, they thrive as the underdog.
And apply what you learned in the last game.
Yeah.
Okay, the Twisted Fate really hurt the freezing that they were going to go with. Pick the same comp, ban away the Twisted Fate.
Yep.
Make the Chiefs prove that they can beat you another way.
That's exactly right, and we'll see whether they can do so in the next game, because Legacy, they do have a fight on their hands. There are going to be at least 3 games. Chiefs have to win all of them. And Legacy, they have time to adapt. They're an adaptive squad with a lot of morale boosters. I'm looking at Carbon, Minkiewell. Minkiewell came back on the side because they needed him there in the top lane. They just needed him in the comms. This guy is just all of that positive reinforcement for this team.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they love playing League of Legends together. You saw that they really did have a late surge coming into the back end of that game. They picked up a teamfight victory. Choose was flying around the map. Tally's positioning, which we've questioned a little bit, was phenomenal towards the later stages of the game. And it was just that one item too much that all the Chief members were holding that meant the wildcards, the boomerangs, were just doing too much AoE damage.
Well, I want to hear from our analysts and what they thought about that game. So let's throw it over to Pastry Time and Friends for some further thoughts.
Thank you very much, Atlas. And what a way to start things off here in the grand finals. Legacy versus Chiefs. looking like a vintage game there. Almost had some shades of the Winter Regionals from 2014, but the Chiefs do pull it out there in the end.
Yeah, we got glimmers of both of the teams and their strengths. Of course, Legacy looking to get that late game team fighting comp, but they just did not get there in time because the Chiefs capitalized on that to a T.
They did. It might have been a little too greedy there, but let's just kind of break down the team comps to start things off here. And Alex, I know you had a lot of thoughts here on just, the comps that the teams picked and sort of how things were going to play out.
Yeah, for me, this game was really a game of team comps. Chiefs opting for the huge pick comp. They first picked the Sivir. That doesn't reveal too much, but when the Annie and the TF came in, it was clear they were looking to get kills around the map, punish overextensions. Legacy, on the other hand, they had the comp that is almost perfect to fall victim to that, because they really need to farm up with the Azir, the Irelia, and the Kog'Maw. I'm kind of questioning the Irelia pick at this point, because Azir and Kog'Maw, monstrous late game, especially with the Nunu at their side. I'm just wondering if maybe a more defensive pick would have been appropriate for Minkuel in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive pick would have been better for the top lane because, as you said, Aurelia doesn't have natural resistances. And I think the key to this, though, is that the Chiefs put a lane swap into effect. And you look at holistically at what Legacy were trying to do with their team comp. They were trying to scale. They were trying to become this overbearing late game threat. But the fact that they lane swapped and denied that from actually happening, they then had 3 carries and only 2 lanes where they could farm. And the Chiefs just played the map so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the key for Chiefs here this game was to just find those tiny moments when Legacy are a bit out of their depth, when they're pushing in a bit too deep, and go in with a Destiny. And absolutely that is what they did to the T. They stumbled a few times, but in the end, they knew their comp well, they knew Legacy's comp well, and they just came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, we could see from the early game there, it was just all Chiefs to start things off here. Rossi, look at this dive.
This is just the typical Sivir comp dive right here. They lacked vision in the bot side, Legacy on the right side of the map, and Irelia was top side, just farming under turret. So was Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw was farming under turret. They were just a bit too deep there and didn't pay enough respect to the Sivir and the TF pick.
I completely agree. The fact that they were able to do that, though, the ward was placed after they had all died. So don't let the minimap fool you. Chiefs had complete vision control and were able to secure that very, very easy dive on what was going to be the natural progression of the game, essentially. They got top, they got bottom. Where else are you going to go next? But Legacy fell into the trap.
Yeah, and it wasn't the only time it happened. Legacy were continually overextending and getting caught out by those Destinies.
It's funny as well, because certainly the Chiefs had a very clear game plan, but is it too greedy, Rymeister? I know you obviously have a lot to say in your drafts and kind of how the team plays out. You look at Legacy's draft, and it feels like a good Legacy draft, but is it too much? Is there too much scaling there?
It's just that playing Nunu, you can't pressure all the lanes at once. It's about vision control. Just trying to give vision to the mid lane, get the Azir to get the early turret mid, get some gold on the team so they can hit their power spikes of Trinity Force, of the Blade Realm King, etc. earlier. And this is not what they did. Irelia was too deep, too often, and weren't paying enough respect to the comp.
Well, sounds a lot like Minky there. We do have another replay here, Rusty. Kind of looking again at sort of the Chiefs' game plan. Talk me through this one.
Yeah, so this particular dive was Swiffer going super deep. You can see his positioning from the ultimate completely underneath the turret. So we'll just roll this one through and keep note of the fact that Raider is putting out ridiculous amounts of damage. It's just unbelievable. Swiffer still stuck under the turret, and this is where Choo-Choo's tries to make that miracle play, actually knocking away Swiffer from the Kog'Maw explosion. The rest of Chiefs, the cavalry arrives, and they can't actually follow that up, but this particular pick, it's progressed into a turret, it's progressed into everything. So every single time that the Chiefs made a pick, they got so much more from that pick that was how they would manage to basically snowball out the game.
And I'm honestly surprised that Legacy were, I don't want to say disrespecting, but getting caught off guard that often. They were saying before, what do they respect most about their Chiefs? Their ability to catch you off guard when you're not expecting it. And to me, it felt like maybe they were a bit nervous, but they weren't respecting the TF Destiny enough.
I think nerves is actually a great thing to hit on here, because this game felt very nervy for both teams here. There were signs of life there towards the back end. We mentioned Choo-Choo's. He certainly had a big role to play there, sort of as expected for the mid laner. But yeah, both teams are sort of back and forth. Even the end to that game in some points. Not quite there yet, but just the way the teams were playing, you could tell it was game one of a massive grand final.
Nerves did start to weigh in on the way that they were playing the game. That is definitely worth noting. You could see it in the style, and the fact that Legacy essentially letting that lane swap happen, something they wanted so desperately was to get standard lanes, but they were allowed, Chiefs, to actually put it into effect, and it felt like the entire team comp of Legacy just crumbled under that. And the fact that the Chiefs had a pick comp in particular, they had a Twisted Fate, and a lane swap. So not only are you getting all of the early turrets, the Destinies, you can go everywhere. You don't have to dive if there's no turret.
Yeah, I mean, again, just strong stuff there. But we do have another replay now to bring up as well. And I'll let you take this one here, Alex. This was very interesting.
This was really interesting, yeah. So the goal of Chiefs here was to power into the Legacy jungle with the Sivir, with the Talisman, and look for someone off guard. The problem, though, is that they're in the tightest space possible on Summoner's Rift. That's the red side jungle. With all the wars around, Nunu and Azir can wreak absolute havoc. And, okay, so roll the clip now. We're going to watch Chiefs run in, and this is a good idea, right? They're trying to get someone off guard, but Claire absorbs the brunt of the damage here. They use a lot of cooldowns on him, and by the time that he goes down, Choo Choo's is in perfect position to get an absolutely monstrous Emperor's Divide. There it goes, and you can just see how much it pushed Chiefs out of position. They're really positional reliant because they're a pick comp, and you know, as Legacy just clean house here, it just I wonder why Chiefs decide to do that without, you know, heaps of vision. Because you really need a lot of vision to go blind to someone's jungle. But it's a bit of an oxymoron, isn't it? But
yeah.
You see how it plays out in the end. Spooks managed to survive by the skin of his teeth, but that could have thrown the game for them.
Definitely could have. I mean, Legacy, they got the team fight they were looking for. 26 minutes in the game. We thought like it was actually going to turn around all of a sudden because Legacy, again, they just turned it on. And the team fight that they were looking for, they did get. But didn't turn out that way in the end, though it was very close.
Yeah, you can see Legacy sort of streaming back in there as well. They'll be certainly ready to play the next game. They're a team that does play with momentum quite well here, but I'm curious, Rymeister, actually, about the mid lane pick here specifically. We heard a little bit about the sort of game Chiefs were playing. How good of a Twisted Fate pick do you think this was? Obviously, Swiffer's great at it. We've got a lot of good Twisted Fate players in the region, but what do you think of the pick sort of in that comp and how they executed, especially how they want to play against Legacy?
Well, I expect the first game, usually, you know, with the nerves playing in, for Legacy to be a little bit more cautious, especially like Aurelia. It's too deep. So TF was able to make the picks on the map, so it definitely ended up being a good pick. The only problem with TF is that you often lose your turret early, like your first turret, your mid turret early, and it played out in their favor anyways because they just Legacy kept getting picked, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, smart stuff there from the Chiefs. A strong win there. And Rusty, we have one more replay to close things out here. Take it away.
We certainly do have one more replay, and this was the last team fight that actually secured the Chiefs the game. Now, it wasn't necessarily a pivotal moment because considering just beforehand, there was actually the 5th Dragon taken away from the Chiefs, so they didn't have that immediate capability of finding the team fight. And Legacy, again, an outscaling team. So the fact that they could actually get a very strong team fight was just ridiculous. So we'll roll the clip through, and you can see the way that this actually played out. Legacy, they split. Carbon, not in a very good position to engage in a fight. Sivir has the ultimate, and wildcards are being thrown out by this Twisted Fate. So meanwhile, whilst they are in a decent position because they've got a choke point that they can hold, the damage that Swiffer is able to output onto Wally Thacker and then onto Choo Choo's take him down whilst Raider is sitting basically in the front line to secure a very easy team fight. This Chiefs side, when they get late game, they did throw it to Legacy.
Yeah, I'm happy to open this to any of you, but how different is this game if that goal lead's a lot slimmer?
Well, you have to imagine that Legacy are able to play their game more often. I'm talking about the split pushing, the farming, the safe vision play. Legacy, if they're not behind, if they're not as scared of a sudden gank, then they're able to play that a lot more efficiently. The difference this time, compared to when they did it in Winter Regionals, is the 5th Dragon. If you give Chiefs room in the early game, it's really hard to stop them from getting that 5th Dragon. And even if they went all the way to late game, it still would have been really tough for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Chiefs probably want to clean a couple of things up here. Rymeister, you're sitting there on that stage as a player here for the final. What do you want to change as the Chiefs, if anything? Like, is it more aggressive, less aggressive? Like, do you just be like, okay, we won the first game, let's really try and smash them here? Or do you kind of mix it up a bit?
Realistically, Chiefs can do whatever they want at this point. You know, pick whatever comp they want to run because they're confident enough that in themselves that they can pull this off. The only thing that I'd like to see from the Chiefs actually is just a little bit more decisive around the objectives. As we saw in the last fight, they half committed to Dragon and then they half committed to the inner turret, the inhibitor turret mid lane.
Yeah.
But the only problem there was that Legacy were indecisive as well, so it just gave room for the TF and the Sivir to reposition, pull off the AoE and win the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to what Chiefs would change, you would say not much because they won the game. That's a pretty fair assumption to make. They should play comfortably,
Korean
play
advice.
standard. Yeah, play exactly, just win the game and then don't have to change anything. But Legacy, The Aurelia pick is something that you would raise as a big question mark. Why would you actually pick the Aurelia as a non-immediate tanky style of champion? You're only going to get the tenacity and a bit of sustain from your spell kit. Maybe pick something like the Maokai, get that away from the Chiefs. They didn't pick it in first rotation.
Yeah, and because Minky Whale had the pick of the litter, he was counter-picking Swiper in that matchup. He could have gone for a Shen, which can defend his team from those dives. Yep. I would have really loved to see that, or even a Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a lot here. Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your analysis. But we do have a couple more games to play here. It's only one there for the Chiefs, so let's throw it back to Atlas and Spawn.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time, and I'm more than excited to get into this next match. Of course, we'll see what Legacy have gone and discussed, whether they figured out what went wrong in that first game and whether they have the answers for what the Chiefs were bringing.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that what they mentioned at the very end there is key. Yeah. Minky Whale on Aurelia, I understand why the pick came through because of the history behind these two teams, but Shen is just so strong right now, and the ability to be able to soak up waves, push out very quickly with a Sunfire Cape, teleport, and help out key members, especially in what was a Protect the Kog'Maw comp, would have been very useful because Chu's positioned beautifully. Like, he is a class mid laner, all class, and even Wally's positioning was much improved. So they had the recipe to be able to take team fights. Minky just wasn't far enough ahead to pick an Aurelia to do it for them.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, Shen has the ability to pick up that early defensive item, so you can really start those skirmishes. As soon as he hits that level 6, he's going to be able to use that Stand United, really get on the back of whoever's in trouble and stop what is the quintessential Chiefs playstyle, especially that game, which is just get someone and make them dead.
Yeah, exactly right. They were just unrelenting in how they wanted to chase down individual members. You know, we said that Legacy weren't playing well enough with their vision. A lot of that has to come down to Claire being a new support player, who, by the way, wasn't too bad as we take a look at the Chiefs lineup. But once Chiefs spotted out someone like Wally, like Minky, a little bit overextended, they just pulled the go button every time. It backfired once, but for the rest of the game, it looked beautiful.
Yeah, and there were sort of situations there where Legacy were also able to capitalize from some overextensions, but we are back on to Champion Select as the Chiefs, of course, with the blue side one more time. Legacy opting for that red as Rek'Sai Victor once again going to be banned away. Kalista Alistair this time going to be hitting the bench, and we'll see what goes next, whether we're going to have any changes at all.
Yes, pretty standard stuff coming through so far in the Champion Select of Game 2. Have to see whether they put any consideration, and it's a Sivir. They don't want to first pick it.
This does mean that the Elise is still open. Spooks, a Legacy Elise player. Carbon, a massive Legacy Elise player. Of course, also plays for Legacy, so of course double dipping there on that front as Twisted Fate is going to hit the bench. No surprises, the Elise first pick for Spooks.
So I knew that was coming because Swiffer said he refuses to play against Elise, that he just won't do it. That if his team leaves it open, they are first picking it every single game. And Spooks is a terrific Elise player. I want to know what build he goes. I expect it is going to be the Cinderhulk into Haunting Guys full tank after that for a little bit of early game power, but then a lot of tank and pick potential. CDR is just so good on Elise because she does percentage health damage, and you don't need the extra threat coming through when you are playing on a team with Swiffer and Radiant. You just need to be able to set it up. So that's what I expect to come into this game, but want to know what Legacy hit back with. There's a danger of playing Nunu into Elise because at the start of the game, where Nunu can run into your jungle and kind of troll you a little bit, Elise excels at just killing him.
Yeah, that's what you do. That's the answer to Nunu this time around, but it is going to once again be picked. Carbon, pretty comfortable with his decision on that champion, and last time did manage to get extremely tanky.
Yeah,
wasn't able to win the game.
Carbon gave up a lot of the farm that you would normally expect as a jungler that early in the game and still did a terrific job of staying relevant. Yeah. Hats off to the captain of Legacy for putting up such a good performance on the back end of that game. You can see the Chiefs taking a long time with that Morgana, negate some of the pig potential, add some of their own. All of a sudden, a very fearsome anti-dive comp. Nunu, Morgana, not champions you want to fight underneath the turret because of their slow and stun that can come through. And the Chiefs might have to change it up a little bit here, especially with TF on the bench.
Well, Ejim considering one of his most played champions in the Thresh. It is going to be locked in. Swiffer grabs that one. Corki for Radier. And the Chiefs, that is some serious comfort for both the bottom lane and the jungle.
But also some serious magic damage, and Shen is still available.
Good
what
point.
does Swiper play apart from maybe Hecarim that is mainly physical damage, because they need a physical damage threat right now in their lineup. Otherwise, Minky goes pure tank and will just run over the team late game.
Man, this could really do with an 80 assassin there in the mid lane, as Choo-Choo's lets us know of his Zed. Of course, hasn't played it very much recently, but man, MVP performances on that champion. Yari being hovered, one of Swiffer's champs, but Choo-Choo's definitely no stranger to assassins in the mid, and Yasuo as Choo-Choo's all over it. Okay, just calm down.
The legendary Teemo.
Yeah, what am I going to talk about there? I got nothing. Wally Thacker thinking about taking the Vayne. Tahm Kench! It's going to be locked in for what is most likely Minky Whale in the top lane.
That's 100% Minky Whale, and it's funny because Swiper has also been playing a lot of it to mixed success.
Yes.
But Minky wanting to pick up what is an incredible late game tank. We mentioned Shen. Tahm Kench also gets to the point late game.
Does a similar thing too.
With the shield that comes through from the Grey Health, where you just do not kill the man, and does percentage health damage on the W, so always will be relevant.
He is, and also so mobile around the Rift as well. That ultimate able to get him through anything, but there's the Fizz locked in, and the Jace for Swiffer. He still had an 80 damage deal left up his sleeve in the mid lane.
Certainly did. Was not expecting it to come out. I know he's been playing a lot of it, but Jace is one of those champions that Swiffer's always had mixed success on. Hasn't really ever been able to get rolling, but in the top lane, Swiper, he picked up Fizz. And that's just comfort all over.
That's certainly, well, yeah. We just saw recently that Swiper, his two most played champions, Maokai and Fizz, he's now playing both of them back to back.
Game 2 versus Avant, able to really take it. I'm just Porky in the top lane as well.
I want this time that they're going to be locked in.
It's not going to.
Do you remember Autumn?
I do.
Do you remember Minky Whale?
Yeah, he's also already picked his champion.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tahm Kench. He's theoretically also a support. He can get there.
Mid lane Morgana.
Yeah, so many flexes are here. But the Lissandra is locked. What is happening? Analyze it, please. Go.
Yeah, so Lissandra, a very good anti-diver person to come through. So what happens, right? What I'm trying to say is if Jace ever goes into hammer form, there's a real chance that Choo-Choo's just blows him up.
Good
as
point.
soon as he jumps on him, able to layer all of the CC on top of Swiffer and really do a lot of damage. Also, really good initiation, can come in through Fog of War and lend a hand there, looking towards the comp for maybe a lack of damage, especially when you compare to how much damage comes out of the Chiefs lineup. Will struggle unless Wally can really get going in the early game.
Well, I'm thinking if Wally ever has an opportunity to, with that Frozen Tomb there, with the fact that Absolute Zero is going to be hanging around and Soul Shackles are there as well.
The fact that he can get eaten and just run away with him?
Yeah, very good point as well. So Minky Whale can just snap him up, run away, everything's going to be A-okay. But Legacy, they can control so much space on the Rift around these objectives.
Yeah, they certainly can, and I'm also looking forward to the Tahm Kench Lissandra dive where he just jump in his mouth, take her under a turret and just wreck people's faces. Certainly a different team comp coming through from Legacy, and the Chiefs once again just go back to comfort.
Yep, and this is the first time that I personally have seen Tahm Kench in competitive play, so I'm very excited to see what he's going to be capable of as we're moving towards Summoner's Rift. You can see the crowd in the big top ready for it. And let us know on Twitter, guys. Hop on, use that hashtag CHFWin if you think they can make it a 2-0 or whether Legacy can even the score. Use that hashtag LGCWin. We are going to get onto the Rift for Game 2 between Legacy and the Chiefs. The Chiefs once again going to be wearing some blue shorts. Legacy going to be picking up the red ones, and we'll see what they decide to do early on in this game.
Yeah, so they can go for a Q to level 1 strategy this time around to Legacy. Claire playing Morgana, going to have a very good level 1, as well as choose the spammable Q, very useful. Have to see whether the teams bump heads with each other.
Chiefs with a lot of Doran's blades here as well. Not a lot of them left in the shop. Yep, so even invades going on both sides of the Rift, just making sure that they can get all of the deep vision down. Once again, same situation as last game. Lots of pings. They discovered that ward. Legacy well aware.
So I haven't actually checked out Swiper's room page for Tahm Kench, but it looks like he runs a lot of HP. I know that a lot of people like to run some health regeneration as well because of the way his grey health works in laning phase.
Yep.
You can absorb a lot of punishment. And surprisingly high bases coming out of both the Q and the W means that he trades not horribly in the early game. But Fizz, as soon as he hits level 6, will have the kill potential in the lane. We'll see whether that means a lane swap coming through for Legacy this time around.
They are moving the Vayne towards at least the top side of the map for now.
And Chiefs want the 2v2.
Yeah, well, they've spotted it here as well.
Actually,
the
they
fact that Legacy
don't.
moved down.
Radiant moves back away.
Okay. I believe they just moved over a ward there as well, as now he's turning around. He's playing musical jungle. At this point, he needs to decide when the music's actually going to stop, but he is now moving towards the bottom lane, but he's going to miss some creep.
It certainly is, and that's what I was going to mention, the fact that sometimes Ejim and Radiant play more against the people actually behind the keyboard than the champions themselves and how they interact, because Vayne, if she gets level 2 earlier, can definitely make you pay, especially with a black shield on herself, but they're still going for it.
Swiffer going aggressive level 1 here as well. You can see that auto attack in hammer form. Doing some work there after the transform. Swiffer did take a fair bit back though as well. See how this lane is going to unfold.
Ooh, level 2 gank coming through here for Carbon.
Drive by. There's the flash snowball from Carbon. Cute auto attack. And he's like, I don't even need summoner spells.
Sometimes it's just about sending a message.
That was
Atlas.
received.
Message sent.
Oh, goodness.
Mid lane going to be a focus for Legacy.
This is a seriously fishy top lane.
Oh, goodness gracious. Someone make it stop.
Pretty effective, though. He's going to butt heads here. Of course, both of them pretty webbed. We'll see how this lane pans out. A little bit of extra kill pressure for the Fizz, you could imagine, but the tankiness...
A lot of extra kill potential, especially with Ignite being picked up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
As I said, as soon as level 6 comes through, Swiper is going to look to solo killing.
Yeah, well, there's a Dark Binding from Claire. Trust Claire to hit the skill shots here on the bottom side, but Death Sentence lands. That's not the target with the Black Shield, as Radiant just wants some extra damage onto Wally.
And once again, Wally, all gank from Spooks.
Yeah, looking to try and find the cocoon. Holds onto it, waits for the flash. There it is, Minky getting taken solo. First blood for the Elise, and that's why it was banned in the first game. Dark Binding on the bottom side, but Claire played back in. Wally taking so much damage. Radiant as well, as he's down to 100 health, and there's so much action all over the Rift this game.
Yeah, there certainly is, and Nunu is behind the turret. Decides against the dive. Doesn't want to commit to it, and the lane will push back. Means he can stick around in that half of the jungle if he so chooses.
Claire so far has hit
not.
every Dark Binding. Oh my goodness. Okay, no, he's not.
He's not. He's coming back bot.
Spooks though, he's hanging around top lane still.
What is Carbon doing? He's just done a ring around the Rosie 3 times with a red buff.
I think it's just that side of the jungle. There must be music playing. I don't know.
Spooks is behind Choose.
Yeah, in goes Swiffer, but he gets caught up there. The Ignite's down. Last thought will take his Choose. Gonna flash in. No, decides not to. As Spooks is trying to pick up the kill. Uses the repel, forces the flash out of Choose. Spooks now might be in trouble here as the cocoon does come in. And what is happening? Someone kill someone.
What a play actually in the mid lane. Choose able to escape with his life. Spooks and Swift are both going very low. And Carbon trying to shove out this lane so Spooks doesn't have the chance to freeze it for his mid laner.
Yeah, Spooks not a whole lot of health here as well as Carbon takes one of the Qs in lady form. Spooks able to pick up the farm underneath this turret as well. Tahm Kench versus Swiper. Or Minkiewell versus Swiper. 22 lead actually for the Tahm Kench. Tries to eat him but can't, dodged out. Oh, actually just ate a minion. That's fine.
I think he went for Swiper, and then he went on the troll pole and he was like, well, I'll just take the minion instead.
Yeah, Tahm Kench, he wants to eat something, and he will.
Only 300 the gold the lead right now for Chiefs, even though they picked up that first blood. Did go into Spook, so look for him to get aggressive. You can see it is the Cinderhulk pickup. So not going for the aggressive room glaive itemization, unless he grabs the Sightstone and then goes into it, and I will be very grumpy.
Why would you be grumpy?
Because then I'll be trolled.
Yeah, well, I actually was going to suggest it, and I thought it was cool. So I was hoping that you weren't grumpy because it was a really bad idea, because I thought it was a cool idea.
Great idea.
Thanks, man. Radiant versus Wally on the bottom side. Lots of wards in that brush there, as Corki obviously with a little bit more power in the early stage of the game, but we'll see whether Wally with his sort of 1v1 potential on the Vayne.
So this is something that really good support players do. You saw that Ejim was outside of lane as long as it was a 1v1, just to give Radiant the extra experience. As soon as the lane is back to 2v2, Ejim comes back to gain the experience as well, but just wants to make sure that they hit level 6 at roughly the same time and try and get every advantage for his laner as well. Also able to get some good vision out at the same time.
Yeah, Chuchu's actually with an interesting pick here, and with the Forbidden Idol, goes for some extra cooldown reduction and mana regen on his way to the Morellonomicon. Tumble out of the way of the Frost Bomb.
Lissandra's bases are really good, which is why she was one of the few champions you could take top lane and just get 40% CDR with.
Yep.
Because she's just able to throw out continual harass.
And her Q doesn't cost a lot of mana either, especially if you can time it correctly with her passive. Swiffer, Frozen Tomb is here for Chuchu. That's why Swiffer is paying her so much respect. There's a Hammer Bomb. Need to be careful, but Swiffer is going to be fine for the moment.
As a dive, potentially coming in with level 6 here.
Yeah, Charm the Waters is going to be available here. Minky is in a lot of trouble. There it is, Grey Health building up. Minky decides to eat the Fizz.
Oh, wow.
Grey Health comes down. Swiper able to use the Playful Trickster, but picks it up again with the passive. Not going to be able to get away from that turret, and Minky is going to survive this time.
He's going to live and pick up all that farm. Minky Whale able to live this time around.
Is this another ring around the Rosie spawn?
Not really.
No, not happening. I thought it might.
There's Carbon now looking for a gank in the bottom lane.
Yeah, walks over a pink ward. Chiefs are going to be able to back away in time. Are going to lose some vision there in that Tri-Brush.
But that was a lot expended. Ultimate as well as...
Dodges the Q, does Swiffer. The ultimate is there. Immediately cleanse. Swiffer knocks Chuchu's back, but Carbon in exactly the right position. Glacial Path going to be used. Swiffer burns to death. Chuchu's picks up the kill.
And Carbon flashed once again to get into range for that snowball. Doesn't burn the ultimate. Allows Chus to pick up the kill with the red buff.
Where did Chuchu's go on his holiday? He's been playing so well this series.
I actually don't remember, which is really bad. Europe, I think. As we take another look at it, Swiffer goes aggressive, has the level advantage, flashes over for the E because he thinks it's going to be an extended fight, but then Carbon, he's just there in time. Gets a snowball, couple of auto attacks, and Swiffer burns down.
Yeah, the Swiper going to get tongue lashed here by Minky Well on the top side of the map, but not too worried. Sheen already be picked up by the Fizz. Going probably towards the Trinity Force that has been Swiper's way most of the time.
Certainly has. Really enjoys playing Fizz with the Ignite up there in the top lane, going super aggressive. Being an AD assassin, but still doing a lot of magic damage because of the usefulness of the W on low health targets.
Sea Stone Trident.
Wally's still doing a fairly decent job of keeping up. Minky again.
Yeah, Charm the Waters in one more time. The Black Health has been used. Gets eaten. Swiper quite low, but man, Spooks does some work.
Certainly does. Spooks with the level as well, 6. Man. It is a Sight Stone, so there's a potential. I still hold by the fact that it will be a Cinderhold.
Okay. I want it to be a Ringleaf so
I
bad.
so do not want to. I've gone all in on this one, Atlas. No backing down now.
Yep, I think that's a very good point. Well, Carbon is going to hand over the blue buff here to Choose. Behind on farm, but with that extra kill, one step closer towards that Morellonomicon. Has himself extra coming in as well. Yeah, Chuchu's going to flash forward. Swift going to get caught by the Frozen Tomb. Ejim just trying to help him out. Doesn't quite have the Dark Passage for him just yet. As Swiffer uses the W, trying to get any health he can, but Minky's going to pick it up. Ejim, decent flash there, and the Cocoon was amazing, but Chuchu's with one more. 2-0-1 for the Lissandra. That was a really good piece of play out of Chiefs, actually, to nail the Cocoon and then nearly escape with a death sentence. But in the end, Legacy able to commit enough to the little skirmish, and this is what they were talking about on the desk. In a skirmishing situation, they might have enough to be able to go with them, and they pick up 2 unanswered kills and a dragon. Yeah, Carbon able to eat that one for himself. man.
Oh, they're going for the dive.
Yep, there it is. Pops out of the ocean somehow in the middle of the ground. They are going to turn around. Of course, Swiper with the teleport. That's all they wanted. Swiper's still going in. What? Okay. Snowball. Probably not something to be too scared of, as that is a value brush. My goodness, you've been talking about sales all night, Spawn, and that is certainly one of them.
It's certainly, he couldn't cash in on it though, you know, too much.
Yeah, I know.
Didn't have enough arms to
Come
carry
on, guys,
rewards out.
get over here. It's like he's, you know, someone's in a cart throwing money out. Sort of medieval times. I don't know why that reference came away. That was deep. Spooks, though, going to be able to clear out some minions here on the top side of the map, doing his best Swiper impression. We'll see. We haven't really gone through yet, Spawn, when these teams are going to be the most powerful. I'm looking at Vayne, a lot of scaling there, but where are these teams looking to fight?
Yeah, Vayne gets her first spike at Blade of the Ruined King, where she becomes the assassin that wants to try and find people 1v1 and delete them off the map. A little bit more of a split-pushing AD carry, which is why she doesn't normally find a place in metas very easily. Tahm Kench, I have absolutely no idea. I'll check in after this game and tell you when he gets strong.
Good.
And wow, Wally.
Yeah, there's the playback onto Wally. Uses the final hour. Nice dark binding comes in as Claire's trying to turn it around. Radiant. Oh, the soul shackle's not quite enough. As the auto attack from Claire's going to pick it up. Choo-choo's coming through for the turnaround. Frozen Tomb and Legacy 5-2.
All over the Chiefs so far this game. Atlas and Abel. Wow, Carbon dodges out. Fancy footwork.
Yep, able to use that blood boil. Moving pretty quick. It's Christmas time. Chiefs looking just to try and take anything that they can. Frozen Tomb is, of course, on cooldown here for
Dive coming through
Lissandra.
in the top lane, potentially? No.
Wouldn't be surprised. Grey health has been built up, but Swiper at half probably doesn't want to go too aggro here onto Minky, who's just using that Barmy Cinder to farm out this lane. Tahm Kench is a silly-looking champion. Look at him.
How dare you speak about Grom's cousin that way?
Come at me, Grom.
You do not mean that.
No,
There's another dive coming through.
Yeah, another Chum the Waters comes down as well. Delicious Fizz one more time as Minky's trying to do his very best 2v1 impression, but it's getting harder and harder, Spawn.
Certainly is, but they keep going back to this top lane. Spook's getting a lot of the gold. Now finally Swiper able to pick up a kill lead. But on the other side of the map, you have to say that Chu's starting to build up. Even Wally has started to get going. And that only means good things if we saw anything from game one. From behind, those two players looked amazing. Right now, they're ahead.
Yeah,
and they're looking for another fight. Carbon's here.
Yeah, of course, Claire with the flank in as well. Wants to find the Dark Binding. Ejim needs to put his dancing shoes to him. Doesn't do it. There's the absolute zero. Tallywhacker, Wally Thacker, whatever your name is, picks up the kill.
Yeah, Wally able to grab another one. He has a Blade of the Ruined King. That means that they're going to get even more control over the bottom half of the map. And whilst top lane turret did fall, giving Chiefs the edge for a brief moment, Legacy able to take it back.
Yeah, and Wally even going to be able to get some extra auto attacks onto this outer turret. It's fairly healthy, but they're just going to let it kill the minion wave. And you can see what was a healthy CS advantage for Radiant dwindling as these creeps die one after the other. Wally, he's got Blade of the Ruined King. He's feeling in a great spot.
Yeah, he certainly is. Spooks wanted to get the invade. He's higher level than Minky, by the way. Spooks very fed at this part of the game. And he went for Broomglade. I'm so grumpy. Anyway.
Step aside, Spawn. Analyst in the house. No, please, no. No. We're not swapping.
I love
can't
when we play this game. So Swiffer currently farming out minions in the mid lane, looking to pick up his blue buff.
Yeah, blue very good for a mid laner. He's going to have more mana now. I'm doing it so far. You're
doing great, kid. Keep going.
King's dead. Okay, Minky Whale is going to back out here on the top side, inner turret. All that's left here for Swiper to split push towards. And what do Chiefs do? At this point, Legacy have been moving around as a death squad. Choo-Choo's is a monster on this Lissandra. What do Chiefs do to answer this aggression?
They just play Chief style of League of Legends, control one half of the map. You can see right now it is top lane.
Winning.
Because, oh, they're going for Swiffer again.
Yeah, there's the Glacial Path. Choo-Choo's trying to find it, but not quite in range of the Frozen Tomb.
Claire didn't want to pull the trigger. Of course, you miss 100% of skill shots you do not take, so that...
We've seen him hit every single Dark Binding so far.
He wanted
Maybe
to
he's got that on his mind.
the percentage. Didn't want it to go through.
There might have been some selective watching, but I don't believe he's missed one just yet. Claire and Choo-Choo's fighting over the mid lane. But Choosy is going to be able to lock down that blue buff. Claire moving down just to try and grab some extra vision. But honestly, this Morgana has really impressed me. His skill shots have been on point. The way that he's working with Carbon is fantastic. And this is something that Alex brought up himself. The fact that you really need to have that support jungle synergy.
Man, it seems to be there. Even game 1 on the Braum, it looked good as... Spidey
everything just missing. Choo Choo's wanders casually away.
We'll continue to farm up a Storm in this mid lane. Swiffer still doing a very good job of keeping up.
Oh, Spooks is going to catch Claire. There's the death sentence as well. The Ignite's down. And Spooks gets out on the lantern. Chiefs played that beautifully.
And this is why Runeglaive Elise is seeing a lot of popularity because it does
pretty good item, right? Oh, actually, Chum the Waters is down here on the top side of the map. Swiper got eaten for a moment, but now he's going to be fine. Oh, the flash! Not quick enough for the auto attack of the Fizz.
So the persistent damage just coming out of Swiper right now. You can see that Minky Whale went for the armor choice as Chiefs looking to pick up their first dragon of the game. And because of the amount of magic damage that does come out of the Fizz, maybe not the best choice.
He just wanted the extra wave clear, of course. That seems to be what's hindering him there on the top side. See whether he can get any of that magic resistance to help him out. Trinity Force very close to being completed here for Swiper. Empowered.
Carbon might have been caught as well.
Yep, Death Sentence not going to find it, but forces the flash out of Carbon. Flayback, there's the Cocoon! So much damage as Foster of Tom comes in from Radier. Chiefs look to be turning it on here, of course. They do have a gold lead. It's only 300, and we'll see when Choo Choo's... Oh my goodness, it's going to get unleashed is what I was going to say, but he's going to go back to base instead.
Yeah, he's going to go buy a Zhonya's, or at least the arm guard component, because that hurt a lot.
See how much stasis he can keep himself in. Of course, pretty handy part of Lyssandra's kit, having that Frozen Tomb, able to self-cast it and stay untargetable for as long as possible. Chiefs looking to try and pick up their second turret of the game.
No wave clear in the mid lane. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, great!
See, Claire is brilliant on this Morg. Did miss his first Dark Binding.
You don't have to convince me, mate. I'm on the Claire hype train.
Yeah, I know, you always have been. It's my bad. I believe that was why he was our mid laner of choice. There we are. Well, Legacy moving up the mid. Minkuel just eating things. Oh, I love him. Look at him go. Okay, well, Minky is going to start off this turret. Spooks needs to take a Lantern. They're going to sit on top of it, but no, he's going to flash out of the way after he hops back down. Chiefs not going to lose any members, but they lose the mid turret.
So actually a smart move coming out of Minky there. He's 4 of the team's 5 deaths right now. So he just didn't want anything to do with top lane. Recognizes that, wow, Claire.
Goodness me, Dark Binding. Gonna hit. Ejim misses the death sentence.
So he doesn't want anything to do with Fizz. You can see he goes the long way around. Only wants to be in the top lane once it's been pushed into the turret. But this just gives so much space to the Fizz player, and he's already got the Trinity Force. He's going for the Blade of the Ruined King as well. An aggressive build going to come out of Swiper, and we'll see whether he's able to make it work.
Might actually be... I was just thinking Hex Drinker could be a cool idea as well, but we'll see what he does decide to pick up.
So flat AD actually... Oh, it is going to be. Maybe. I was going to say flat AD isn't great on Fizz because he is so much mixed damage, which is why attack speed is so fantastic.
That's a really good point.
Because of the way his W works, reapplying that dot every single time, but who knows?
Yeah, on hit as well, just fantastic with that season right at the same time. So I definitely like Blade of the Ruined King. Don't need to sell me on that one, but see what he does decide to pick up. That could just be the Mercury's Treads wanting to make sure that he's not CC'd for that long, which is important against this team comp from Legacy. Dark Bindings running around everywhere. I believe you're not going to be able to stop being eaten for too long. Don't think that's going to be one of those options. Might need a QSS for that one, which he could also be building. I love the crit animation as well from the Fizz, but he's going to clear out the top wave, and Legacy grouping a little bit here on the mid. See whether they can get some control of this vision. They're going to be able to. Only one lonely ward and a little brush there in the river.
Well, this is the battle of the two halves of the map right now. Chiefs have complete control over the top side, but you have to say Legacy own the bottom half of the map. Wow, that damage.
So much poke here from the Chiefs as the Hypercharge going to clear wards incredibly well. One of the niche things about Jace.
As Spooks looking to once again corral Minky Whale.
Yep, Oh, in goes Choo Choo's though, turns it around on him, wants to try and repel, but he just can't. Gets into the air behind Minky Whale. Is he going to escape? Oh my goodness, Minky uses the ultimate. Spooks is getting corralled. In the meantime, Carbon dies. Not sure how that happens. The Q just misses. Has Spooks been untouched for long enough? Can he die to the turret? Execution for the Elise.
What a play out of the jungler of the Chiefs. Meanwhile, they're able to take down mid lane. Also get some work done on the tier 2. You could see the player cam. Spooks went crazy after that play.
So did Carbon. If you just saw him on the player cam just there, not happy with how that situation went. Don't think he wants Legacy to be chasing
and
kills.
Minky Whale walked to the wrong part of the map. Just needed to stand still. Make sure that he was able to pick up the tongue lash. Let's take another look at it. Oh, this is how Carbon died, actually. Swiffer just catches him out. That's so much damage.
Delivered to Radiant.
Plays him up. Dragon going to be back up in about a minute right now. Legacy moving down there in 4th to see if they can get any control over the area, recognizing how well Chiefs played that in game 1. And my goodness, that's 2 levels.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage here as well. But the teleport coming in from Minky, they're looking to try and catch Spooks out. Nice use of that shock blast as Swiffer asserts some dominance onto Legacy here.
But another teleport burn. Swiper still has his tier 2 turret under fire. They have to go back top and respect the Fizz, who is going for the Blade of the Ruined King. Did pick up the Merc Treads, as you mentioned. And there's way too long on Dragon for them to just mill in the area.
One thing I do like about what Legacy are doing, though, is that they're keeping themselves grouped up. They're not letting what happened in the first game happen again this time around with what is, again, another pretty decent pick comp here for the Chiefs. It's just not quite working with this Fizz roaming around the rift.
Yeah, they've got a poke comp, the Chiefs, coming through. Really good at sieging up. They've got the Jace, they've got Corki Rockets. At this point, both of those champions in their element. And you can just see that means that every single objective that they try and fight over, be it a turret, a ward, a dragon, they just take so much damage in the face. Swiper puts the work in the top.
Minky Whale pops out of the ground. Hello, minions.
Give up a dragon.
Yeah, Chiefs able to take their second of the game. Gold lead creeping forward ever so slowly here for the Chiefs, but it's a different story to the last game.
All right, so the one worry the Chiefs have is they need to actually close this game out before 40 minutes, because you look down the lineup, they have no tank. And on the other side of the rift, you have Lissandra, very hard to deal with as the game goes on because of double stasis. You have Carbon going to be a brick wall. Minky Whale doing whatever the heck Tahm Kench does.
He's Minky Whale. He's just going to do whatever the hell Minky Whale does.
Yeah, so they're going to have to deal with all these tanks, and sure, they have the damage to be able to do with it, but that becomes an execution game, which just means you make one slip up, the tanks run over your front line, all of a sudden Wally goes berserk, and Legacy run away with a team fight.
And at the moment, Wally's sitting on 2-0 on 1, having a decent early to mid game so far.
He had a great early game, considering the fact that he had to lane against Corki Thresh
and Radiant Ejim.
Yeah. So a very good performance, and we keep mentioning it. We've questioned a couple of things about Wally throughout this season, and he's done a really good job.
There's a Glacial Path. Choo Choo's trying to find Swiffer. There's the immediate cleanse. Flashes out of the way as well. No Q to be found. Both summoner spells down here for Swiffer, but they're trying to turn it. There's the Chum the Waters Clear. Gets eaten. Ejim with the flay kill. Death Sentence Flash from Carbon as the Shock Blast tags Choo Choo's, but so does the Cocoon. Glacial Path just gets him out. Choo Choo's.
The
Legacy
very
missed that
end
guy.
of the animation coming through for him. They pick up another turret. Mid lane going to be under fire. No wave clear because Choose was sent back to base. They were going to be able to get this.
This turret is going down so quickly with the Jason
Wally just
Corki
took
damage.
half of his health
from an empowered Shock Blast.
Swiper completely destroyed Claire, and Chiefs break the base.
And this was Swiffer just knowing that he's at the Jace power spike. This is your quintessential point when you're going to be strong. You got the Muramana, you've got the Last Whisper, and you got the Brutalizer. Let's shoot people right now.
Yeah, exactly right. Jace, one of the easiest champions to use at spikes. Couple that with a Corki, they just both hit it at the same time because of the gold efficiency that comes through from the Jace build. And the fact that Corki is a Trinity Force user that gets so much damage from abilities.
Yeah.
They're just able to ramp up at similar times and do this to maps, and it's only 1,000 gold, but the Chiefs have it where it counts, and that's in the mid lane.
And they've taken down that inhibitor turret and the inhibitor as well here, as Carbon's going to get caught out for a moment, but Black Shield is there, still wanting to move forward on the aggressive. Shock Blast finds him. That's going to be a deterrent. And coming back forward now. Choo Choo's just going to clear out some minions here in the mid lane, as Wally going to get some for himself as well. Swiper's just split pushing all game.
Yeah, he certainly is. Does not want to come into a team fight until the very end. He is on cleanup duty. Legitimately a garbage man, as Carbon can't take any more of that.
Wish he was grungy Nunu right now. Wait, that's Carbon. Don't worry about it. Swiper's going to be able to take down the outer turret on the bottom side of the Rift. 3,000 gold approximate the lead here for the
maybe look for a pick onto...
Yeah, Glacial Path comes in, gets stopped by the Ring of Frost. Spooks uses the repel, but where does he go? He goes to safety. That's where, no! The Q for the shutdown. And there's only so many times you can cheat death.
And Swiper may be caught out as well.
Well, in goes the ultimate there from Minky.
What a good ward. Able to Q through. Make sure he could play full Trickster away. Wow.
Claire.
Usain Bolt chases him.
That was insane. Talisman of Ascension is going to give you some extra movement speed, so that's why I was moving so fast. But my goodness. Going quick.
And Legacy, once again, get a pick. Slow the pace of the game. This is what they like to do. But they're just, wow. The top half of the map, Swiper and Spooks are so fed right now. Spooks is like an Aegis ahead of Carbon, as well as a level. And look at the completed items on Swiper. He's 1,100 gold up by himself. That's a gold lead between those two players. Yep, 1,500 and 1,100. Right there.
Well, on the other side, it is going to be Choo Choo's with a decent power point in this mid lane. 3 kills to 0 is going to be where that gold lead comes from. 7-7, though. This game is on a knife edge. And the Chiefs, I'm just thinking about it, and I just feel like they're running out of time.
Yeah, I think they fall off a little bit too hard as Swiper going to get caught out.
There's the Soul Shackles as Claire looking to try and pick it up. Oh! Eats him, does Minky well as they're trying to turn it around. Not going to find any stuns, though, as Swiper getting the 1v2 kill. Minky trying to clean it up, make it a 1-for-1. Tongue Lash for the stun. Eats him to death. Welcome to my belly, says Minky Well, and Swiper dies.
Top half of the map, they're looking for Carbon. He is getting tankier, so a little bit harder to take him out, but they find him.
There's the death sentence onto Carbon. Lots of damage, but not going to find a kill. He's very tanky. Lots of health for this Nunu. Eats himself some minions here at the same time, but Minky Well had to use the teleport.
So the 1-for-1, but the important thing is that Minky is starting to chase Swiper off the split push, which is just going to be better and better as the game goes on. Because Swiper's a critical mass. As far as assassinations go, he is as far ahead as you could possibly be on the Fizz. From here, he only gets tankier, and hopefully so does the rest of the Legacy lineup.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually transition into the late game team fighting stage. Of course, Chiefs have made some pretty ridiculous team comps work in the late game and are able to pick up these team fights at all odds, but not against Legacy.
Game 1 certainly did go their favor as Morpoke being fired out from Swiffer. Dragon is alive. Team's not really prioritizing it, instead just playing with the vision.
Well, Bloodthirster has been completed now for Radiant as Ejim's going to get slowed down. The box is there just to try and stop Carbon, but in goes Choo Choo's. Ejim is going to be the focus. Minky trying to zone everyone away. That is a super dead Ejim. Now Legacy moving towards
Minky
the Dragon.
Is so low, needs to be careful. Already used the grey health. They started up, but the poke that we spoke about and the flank coming through.
Yeah, oh my goodness, Chum the Waters, it's getting everyone out. Nice condemn from Wally as he's outplaying everyone. There it is, double kill for Swiper as he's getting his revenge. Claire, once again, going to be taking a lot as Carbon just trying to keep this Fizz busy. But my goodness, the Chiefs with so much damage. This is going to be the Quadra.
He's looking for Claire.
Yeah, able to use the Urchin Strike. Will he have the playful Trickster? It's going to be up soon.
Claire runs so quickly, though.
He certainly does. Another Urchin Strike. The auto attacks. The ace for Swiper. Unofficial Quadra kill.
And they just move in on the Baron buff. We said the timer might be running out. Legacy actually force the issue there. Take out Ejim, but lose everyone else. And that was maybe an overreach. They were in a position to be able to test. Now it's going to be a 6,000 gold lead. And Chiefs might just march down mid lane.
Yeah, they of course don't have an inhibitor turret to worry about. Swiper continuing the pressure here on the bottom side.
3. He is a monster. Let's take another look at it. So it's a huge shock blast, and Wally once again gets the condemn, but Swiffer flies through. The bind just misses Swiper, and then he cleans up everyone as 3 people make sure that Choose doesn't win another team fight single-handed.
Yeah, Brady with the fadeaway auto attack there as well. Take down Choo Choo's. Chiefs now reposition themselves around this dragon. Of course, wasn't taken in that last exchange. Chiefs now with vision control, and this dragon as well on lockdown. Extra movement speed. Thank you very much.
So able to pick up number 3. Bloodthirster QSS finished up by Radier. Taking a look, it looks like Spirit Visage going to be the option for Swiper. Make sure the percentage health damage does stop coming through.
And Swiffer has actually decided to go for an extra BF sword as well. No defensive item choice after that first trinity of Jace items. The Chiefs moving forward. Looks like the mid lane is going to be the choice here, but teleport's available from Swiper. He's gone for a split push. No surprises.
We'll look for the 1v1 if he gets the opportunity. I think he's going for it.
Yeah, going in onto Minky Whale. Grey Health hasn't been expended yet.
Look how much damage he did, though. That's not even the ultimate burn. Minky has no chance of staying in that lane. They need to engage now, or Chiefs will just rotate around the map and pick apart the base.
I love this as well. Chiefs moving as far away from Swiper as they can. They know that they make Legacy move too many people up there. It's going to take them too long to rotate down. That turret was extraordinarily low as Swiper had already been split pushing down here. Chiefs looking to try and break the base one more time. Spook's going to get caught by the Dark Binding, trying to get some damage back. There's the death sentence onto Carbon. He's almost dead here as the rockets are coming through. Tallywacker does need to be quite careful, but Minky Whale and Swiper fighting once again.
Swiper.
Yep. Swiper, fade away auto attack, lets the passive do the work from that Q. Yes, Spooks going down very, very low. There's the kill for a Choo Choo's, but they've taken down the turret. Radiant, so much damage. Claire is incredibly low. Carbon just explodes after the absolute zero. Wally trying to do some work, but Swiffer able to get out of the way. Triple kill for the Jace.
Chiefs going to win game 2, Atlas. It looks like everyone dead once again. The 3 primary carries still up for them. And wow, our last-ditch effort came through, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, and it was Chiefs playing the map so beautifully in that last exchange. The fact that they were able to move around, utilize Swiper for being so huge on his power pick of the Fizz. And Chiefs make it a 2-0 at this stage. And Legacy, they have a long road home, but they've made this trip before.
Yeah, they certainly have, but the Chiefs, you can see Swiper, hands behind his head, looking very happy with how that game went. And it's nice when you get your lane camped as a top laner, Atlas. Sucks if you're Minky, but Swiper had the dream start.
He certainly did, and of course, Minky, no stranger to getting camped there on the top side. It looked like Legacy were able to hold on to it. Of course, it was a 1-4-1 Tahm Kench that we were talking about, able to get tanky, able to get himself relevant, but not quite relevant enough. And the Chiefs, just with strategic play, able to take over.
And it was that one team fight around Dragon that tipped Swiper over the edge. He had 3 kills, and they turned it into 7 so quickly. And that just meant that Minky couldn't even stick around underneath the turrets unless they got the Dream initiation. And even if they did, Swiper would have just taken the base. Legacy were out of that game after the Dragon fight.
Just wasn't anywhere for them to go. Of course, that Fizz looking so, so strong. I want to talk about Choo Choo just for 1 second if we're having a look at the Legacy side, because he's playing on point tonight. He needs to carry his team in the next game, and we'll see whether he can.
You know, we gave Spooks a lot of credit for how Swiper played that game. Give all the credit to Carbon. He flashed in level 2, got him the advantage. Next time his flash was up, where did he expend it? Mid lane, straight back in there, empowering the auto attacks of Lissandra. And you're right, Choose had a fantastic game on maybe a bit of a different pick. We didn't expect Lissandra to come out, and he's shown up huge. Choose has always been a big game player, and you hope he gets one of his signature champions like a Yasuo to maybe see if he can take over a game 3.
Yeah, and this is sort of the time when you've got to do it. Everything's on the line. But to break down that game, let's throw it over to our analysts on the desk with Pastry Time.
Thank you very much, Atlas and Spawn, as the Chiefs take another game. And a certain host of the desk starting to look a little bit silly here. The Chiefs hype train, conductor Ryan Meister and his ticket collector Rusty, looking to be on point there with those predictions. But let's talk about the game here. First things first, Rusty. Draft is always so important, especially between teams like this. What sort of team comps did we see this time?
So Legacy made a bit of an adaptation to the drafting. They changed things up, but let's just preface this by saying that they changed things way too much.
Yep.
They have a Tahm Kench in the top lane, something that arguably probably shouldn't have been there, but the rest of the team comp was something that was completely set in stone. They had a strict purpose, which was going to be that zone control.
Yep, so let's have a look now at actually the team comps that both the teams picked here, and let's get a bit of an idea. So you talked about the comp there for Legacy. It's almost too far in the other direction. It was very late game in game one, maybe too early game here in this second game.
Yeah, so the only real adaptation I didn't agree with Legacy was not banning Elise, which is something that they picked here, Spooks, and both of the junglers, they camped their respective lanes, but it worked out so much better for the Chiefs based off the fact that Swiper was able to carry that game 100%. The cleanse that was actually put down by the Jace negated a lot of the Lissandra engages, and a lot of the time, even when they caught the Elise out, he didn't die. Spooks, the one time he did die, he got executed.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing about Elise and Fizz is that their percentage damage means that you actually don't need to be in a fight for too long because your upfront burst is so huge. We were worrying about the Chiefs. They have no tank. How can they survive, a long engagement?
Yeah.
But then you look at the Legacy team comp, the fact that their main damage source is Vayne, who needs a lot of time to ramp up during a fight. I wouldn't be too worried about like a short duration engagement if I'm the Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly. And to add on to that point, if they picked a Kog'Maw in the bot lane instead of Vayne, it would have done a lot more. Kog'Maw is being picked in this meta just because it's so good against poke, and the Vayne pick is only good against extended front lines. The Chiefs did not have an extended front line. They had pick potential. They didn't have a tank. And yeah, that's where they fall off.
Yep, and Rymeister, while you're in the hot seat, let's talk a little bit about Minky's pick there of Tahm Kench. I know you've seen it a couple of times. I'm sure anyone at your level playing solo queue's probably seen it around the trap. But what did you think of the pick there, especially what Minky was bringing to that matchup?
Yeah, I can see why Minky went for that pick, but I just don't understand it. Why would you pick a champion that is weaker than another champion that basically has the same sort of kit? Shen does the job overall much better than Tahm Kench. Why? Because the engage is so much stronger. You have a lot of pressure on all the lanes, just like a TF, and Tahm Kench just, it doesn't fit in right now. Maybe in the next couple patches when they start to buff him, but right now, I'm not too sure why he picked it. Also, Minky Whale, it was just him pushing the lane too hard, being in a bad position, just getting caught over and over again by the percentage damage jungler and top laner.
Yeah, and look, Tahm Kench, I think I can kind of see why he did it, because you need protection for the Vayne. There's no way you can take a Vayne into a comp against the Elise, against the Fizz, and expect to survive. And so Tahm Kench with Devour can, swallow up Vayne, protect her for a bit. But then you're absolutely right, there's no engage. There's no way to press the game plan forward.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly touch on what Rymeister said as well, the percent damage, top and jungle respectively from this Chiefs lineup. They picked Elise, and they picked that Fizz that works off percentage of max health missing, and they picked that with a poke comp. They had the Cork in the Jace. That is ridiculous, and Tahm Kench is a champion that builds health, so a lot of questions can be raised about that.
And look, there were signs of life for Legacy, certainly. They had, I think, a much more aggressive early game here, really trying to fight the Chiefs now instead of just sitting back and scaling. And Alex, we actually had a replay from Legacy's early kind of exchange there. Maybe break down just kind of how this happened and where Legacy were going.
Yeah, okay, so Legacy not in the best position here. If you roll the clip right now, you'll see they're a bit too far out. And the engage goes on to them, and I'm actually worried for them at this point. But you see already the rotation begins. Choo-Choo's is already on his way down. He knows if something's going to go down, he's going to be there. And some really slippery moves from Tallywacker here. Look at him, he's just dancing around the sides, getting a ton of damage in. Gets out just at the exact moment, and Claire, the real hero here, I think, just saves the Dark Binding. I think it gets juked here by Ejim, but it doesn't matter because Choose is there and he's able to clean it up.
Yep. Point and click ability is pretty good there for Choo-Choo. He's able to clean that one up. Yep. And let's talk a little bit about Claire. I feel like he's actually playing quite well. The biggest thing that drew left the team was certainly the macro level, that shot calling and all that vision. But as far as mechanics and play goes, Claire is just fine.
So Claire's playing well. There's no doubt in my mind that Claire is stepping up to the plate. He's not going to be at flying Dew level within 2 weeks, so he's very close to hitting that point. The most important thing, though, and it's something that was alluded to by the casters during that game, was the fact that Claire was playing like a mid Morgana. Now, you need to play a little bit more selflessly as a support style, but like the mechanics were on point. He was hitting bindings, but he was also holding off the bindings as if they were the major damage tool out of his kit. So whilst Claire has adapted well, and I'm sure you guys can agree or disagree with this, I don't think that he's playing like a support. He's still playing like a mid.
Absolutely, the mechanics are all there, but you saw a lot of times he chose to put Black Shield on himself, and like you said, to hold the Dark Binding, to not selflessly go for it, to let a teammate clean it up. You know, but I think he knows that now. He's figured it out, and I think Game 3 will see an even better performance if he can get another more mid-style champion like Morgana.
Yeah, so with that, let's take a look at another replay here. And this time, it's sort of what the Chiefs do here. Rymeister, I know you quite like this fight. Break down what's happening here.
Okay, so as we roll the clip, we get to see the Chiefs, they're starting to flank here. Well, actually, a bad engage by Choose, and this is because mid laner has cleansed, so that it's easy for the top laner, Swiper, who's really fed, just to re-engage with his ultimate. The Chiefs playing the comp really well here just because it's a poke comp and it has high damage. It hit their power spikes through the Triforce of Fizz and Corki. It did quite well there, and yeah.
Hard to believe Choo-Choo's actually lived through that, to be perfectly honest with you. But they made a lot of really strong picks, which is something that the Chiefs displayed from their first game, is their capability of actually making picks and getting everything that they could ever want from said picks. And the fact that they managed to win that, they ended up getting an inhibitor from that, and that was essentially the big snowball that started to roll in that game was from that one moment.
And is this... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Even though they hit... Like, even though Choose was 2-0-2 at that stage, Jace always power spikes 3 items, so regardless of his score, he's still going to be relevant, and Corki and the Fizz at that point in the game.
Yeah, and we have another replay, a final one here for this particular segment. Rusty, let's look at the last team fight of the game here, because this is just the Chiefs being Chiefs.
Yeah, so at this point, the Chiefs are just infinitely further ahead. They've got the Baron. We'll just start rolling it now. And Legacy, you can see a little bit of aggression here from Wally Thacker. Whether necessary or not didn't really matter, but the Condemn no longer available. And they've also got a low jungler. So meanwhile, top lane, of course, the 1v1 happening between Swiper and Minky Whale starts to really give them the go button that they were looking for. Spooks playing hyper aggressively, essentially, looking to just be the front line, even though he isn't necessarily one. But they're so far ahead that he can act as if he is one. Now, Raider and Swiffer are able to just sit in the back line and put down an abundance of damage with no real contest whatsoever. It's just a really confident play from this Chiefs side on the back of them being so far ahead from the mid game, which is something we're not used to saying about the Chiefs.
No, that was just a very strong execution throughout that game here, and we kind of missed him, honestly, talking a lot about Tahm Kench. It's great, he's the exciting champion there in the lineup, but what the hell, Swiper? How? Like, we see why he was banned in game 1. That was an absolutely absurd display on that champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fizz against Tahm Kench, already a favorable matchup, but add the Elise to that. And Spooks, let's not take any of the spotlight away from him. He was surviving ganks that he had no business living through. His repels were on point, and his team was always there to assist him when he was in trouble.
I mean, as far as Chiefs go, they're 2-0 up now. Don't have to do too much more. You have to think as far as getting either the 3-0 or the 3-1, because no matter what happens, at this rate, I'm certainly looking quite stupid. What do Legacy need to change, though? Because their drafts have been quite different game to game, and it feels like they're trying to play to comfort a bit.
I guess in regards to drafting, the biggest issue is going to be playing top laners that don't necessarily fit what the team is looking for. And I guess the problem is that they were on red side twice in a row as well. So they had the option of the last pick, and they're looking to put a lot of emphasis onto Choo-Choo's and not to Minky Whale. But they're also losing game 1 from lane swaps, losing game 2 from being Tahm Kench, which, as Rymeister said, Shen's probably going to be a better option, even just another tank that has some kind of engage, some kind of initiation, where the rest of them were somewhat lacking in that regard. So what do Legacy change immediately? I would look at top lane and say Minky changes his champion, not his playstyle.
That's fair.
I also think that maybe Carbon could put a bit more pressure top lane, and like Minky can only play that playstyle, like that really aggressive playstyle, if he gets that pressure. I think they should also bring more skirmishes to the Chiefs. So pick more mid-game champions, try to take on Elise in the jungle, try to catch out Ejim when he goes to Roman Ward, and that's where you can find snowball advantages.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Carbon, he's been playing Nunu 2 games in a row now, and I understand the game plan. He's playing the champion fine, but as Rymeister said, they need to look for those skirmishes. They need to look towards junglers who can have more impact in those small-scale skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff from the Chiefs. Currently find themselves up 2-0, but we'll see if Legacy can start the comeback, because it needs to happen quite soon. Let's throw back into the big top with Atlas and Spawn.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time, and welcome back, everyone, to the big top. And this is potentially the final game. But Legacy, you're not looking that stupid, Pastry Time. Don't say things like that, because Legacy have come back from 0-2s before.
Yeah, they certainly have. So if any team was going to do it, it would be Legacy. But I just want to hit on a couple of things that the desk mentioned. Carbon needs to get off Nunu. Right now, he is one of the energetic players of the lineup as we take a look at the Chiefs. And you cannot fight Elise as Nunu. I said it before it even came through. She will just outright kill you. So you always have to avoid the jungle, which is not what Carbon wants to do. And the second thing is, Minky Whale is playing brutally melee champions that can get kited. And Minky Whale is so good when he is on overly aggressive tanks, because he just absorbs so much damage, and he never got to that point on Tahm Kench. I really want to see him go back towards something like a Hecarim, like Shen, and just try and take over a map. See if he can become this huge, annoying frontline, absorb all that damage, because right now, Wally and Choose are trying real hard to dig the team out of a hole.
And Choose, he owned the mid-game of that game, flat out. He just did, moving around the map, picking up kills with every Frozen Tomb that he had available, but it was just the Chiefs able to outlast it. And with Swiper there on the top lane, especially after that team fight that you noted was easily the turning point of that game in full favor of the Chiefs, it's on the back of Minky Whale to stay in the game and for Choo Choos and Wally just to do the same thing.
Well, the problem was that Choose felt like he had to initiate, and he was the fed one, because you've got a Tahm Kench. He's not an initiator. He runs at you, like you just walk away from him.
Or swims at you under the
whatever
rift.
He does, he kind of waddles. And then you've got Nunu. He's not an initiator. Unless they get the Miracle Bind from Claire, who, by the way, was throwing out a couple of Miracle Bindings, Choose always had to be the person that was going in. And that just meant that he, if he misstepped a little bit, was always the first person that took so much damage, and therefore they were losing too much of their gold up front in team fights.
Yeah, not quite working out, but we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen, as Legacy going to pick up the blue side this time around, immediately banning Twisted Fate, as the Chiefs going to remove Rek'Sai one more time. Carbon, probably not going to see that one. Legacy, actually a blue side Elise ban. So Spooks not going to be on that one, but I would have expected they left that open and let Carbon run around the rift on his signature champion.
Obviously have something else in mind with a blue side pick ban phase coming through.
Sivir going to be banned away here as the Chiefs take that one off the board.
Rek'Sai gone means that Carbon is once again probably going to be left.
He can play Gragas
on the Nunu pickup. Definitely can play Gragas, but just has shown that he prefers Nunu over that champion.
Yeah, almost shows that he prefers Nunu over anyone else ever. And now without Elise, it may not necessarily be as bad. Legacy, blue side Kalista ban.
Yeah, this is the other thing I want to talk about. Radiant has been playing Corki, Jinx, Lucian.
Yeah.
Hasn't been playing Kalista. Had one game of it, I think, in like the last 3 weeks, and it's been tapped. Just put Wally on something that's a little bit more mid-game centric and see if he can take the laning phase. Once again, take a Morgana, lock him down. Very squishy there. Instead, they're giving up one of their bans that they could throw at a priority pick, like a Fizz, for example, to a Kalista, which we haven't even seen win games so far.
Well, Minky Whale considering...
We're going to see a Yasuo comp. I know it.
He's picking up the Braum, of course. That Unbreakable pairs up quite well with a Wind Wall. We'll see whether it does actually come down as Spooks hovering a Nidalee, which, if what we're thinking is going to happen, not exactly the best option.
No, it certainly isn't, but one of Spooks' better junglers will once again look for a skirmish playstyle. Elise and Nidalee, Spooks is actually very proactive on. Very reactive jungler, and everything else likes to use vision, but on the two champions where he feels he can impact lanes, never hesitant to go in. Evelynn is also another pickup here that Spooks could go towards. Not going to happen. As much as I would love it, guys, there's just no reason to not play.
Okay, that's definitely not going to happen. But it is going to be Janna locked in and Gragas taken away, so Carbon can't default back to that, and Ejim on the disengage support herself.
Yeah, the double disengage, you know, the big reset button. If Swiffer or if the Chiefs in general ever get it wrong, they can just re-engage a fight, make sure that the second looks much better than the first, then the third looks better than the second if it gets to that point.
And then what does the fourth look like?
Probably one team dead.
Yeah, good point. Carbon, considering a Lee Sin, slightly scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as the jungle picks are concerned. Galio jungle would definitely be an optimistic choice. They're now cycling through some picks, and Choo Choo's, he's calm and collected. He's not cycling through craziness like Carbon is.
Certainly is not. Carbon, very old school Lee Sin player, has locked it in.
Yep, there it is. And Choo Choo's going to lock away the Corki. Wally Thacker is another one of these legacy Corki players. I mean, he's very, very young, so not a whole lot of legacy, apart from the fact that he plays for the team, but plays a lot of it, and he's very, very good at the champion.
Certainly isn't. Now this just, it makes even less sense for them to ban Kalista over Fizz. Because if they are looking for a Yasuo comp, they can just pick for it and see, leave the Fizz in the top lane because he just answers the split push so well. Fizz has always been a really good answer to Yasuo.
Yeah. And this Yorick, I feel, is just taunting you right now, Spawn.
It wasn't the Yorick, it was the dude that yelled, "Just do it." Completely destroyed concentration. That's all right.
No, it's fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. Well, Chiefs only with 9 seconds to go. Swiffer moves over to the Lulu and Radier. Back on the Lucian as well. Glitterlance for everyone. As Radier is on his most played champion. The champion that got him to rank 1 in the first place. Oh my goodness, Wally Thacker, of course, trying to give the Chiefs some nightmares.
And this is, I just want to highlight how good the Chiefs draft has been so far. Double disengage. They blind pick the mid lane over the top lane to once again set Swiper up for success because Swiffer on the current meta, we said it pregame, is happy to play Orianna Lulu into anything. He doesn't care what's in the lane because you just force people to play against creep waves, which puts you at a huge advantage. And now Choose has to play an assassin because you know he wants to carry into a nullifying lane. And Sminky Whale one more time needs to blind pick top.
I really want Shyvana right now. If Legacy are going to come back, he needs to be a huge dragon. Wally, he is going to pick away the Varus for Choo Choo's. And the Shen finally in for Minky Whale. So Legacy baking out on the Yasuo comp. And we'll see how the Chiefs react to what is another poke comp, but this time on Legacy's side.
Yeah, so a very big poke comp coming through there. They have the Unbreakable as well as Braum ulti. Lee Sin kick for the disengage. A little bit of a different feel right now out of Legacy. They peak real early in the game. Lee Sin, Braum, Corki, as well as Varus, all really good at 1 and 2 items. So we're going to have to see whether they can get it going much earlier this time around.
Oh, Swiper has been playing a lot of this champion, guys. Not sure whether it's going to be picked up here as the Hecarim is going to be locked in. This is Swiper's grand final, Spawn. I'm willing to say that right now. His Maokai came out, his Fizz, now his Hecarim. Everything on display for the top laner of the Chiefs. And that is a frightening team comp.
Certainly is, and once again, a third different team comp coming through. A very big protect the Radier comp. Double disengage Lulu to augment all the damage. And then Swiper can do his own thing. He can look for flanks. He can push out top lane. Try and bully Minky around, who will be able to absorb much more punishment this game.
Yeah.
But you can see the concentrating look. Minky, as well as that man Carbon, not on the Nunu anymore. Going to need to have fantastic games for the Legacy to start the miracle.
Yeah, and you can see the looks on Legacy's faces as well. It's still determination. This is crunch time. This is the last game that they have
like to
get
play
League
of Legends.
Yeah, this is when they like to do it. 3 seconds on the clock before we're about to get onto the Rift. And the Chiefs, they can smell victory. They can smell an undefeated split and finals run.
29-0.
That is a lot of video game victories, Spawn.
It would be an absolutely brilliant run if the team was able to do it. Still not having dropped a game with Ejim in a Chiefs jersey.
True.
And looking to keep the streak alive.
And we'll see this game where the Legacy still have it in them, whether winter is indeed coming to the Chiefs. Because this is the situation. This is exactly the time, Spawn. And Legacy, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it right now. And they have to, of course, because, look, there's no other option.
No other time to do it. They do it right now or Chiefs win.
Yeah, and then they pick up that trophy right there. Well, we'll see whether they can actually do it as we are about to proceed onto the Rift. And Swiper on the Hecarim. You've got Varus coming out of Choo Choo's. We've seen his skill shots have been out of control. His ability to position himself this game has been most definitely on point. Yeah. But we are going to have slight delay as we hop onto the Rift. It will be very, very soon before we are into our third match of this grand final and potentially the decider for the Chiefs.
Have to see whether Chiefs are able to execute on their team comp. Once again, Gragas, Janna, they seem kind of counterintuitive to each other. Double knockbacks, displacements going everywhere. You have to have very clear communication. Short range AD carry. This is something that SKT like to run a lot. Faker and Bang combo on the Lulu Lucian coming through there. And we'll have to see whether they're able to build Radiant up as they have all season long to have success.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it, of course. The problem is, Ejim one more time, just struggling to log onto the Rift. We are just going to quickly reboot and get him on there so we can get this game underway as soon as possible. But one thing I did want to talk to you about, Spawn, is the fact that, you know, Monsoon Explosive Cast, it's this fantastic combination of disengage like you were just explaining. But is Poke a decent answer to that?
Yeah, it certainly is. You're able to really set up a lot of what you want to do before the fight happens. Yeah. It's just once... Poke is this strange thing that unless you can outright kill people, and the damage is really predictable because you like take an arrow and you're like, that's how much it does. Then you take another 2 and you're like, I can't take another one. I'm going to back to base. Yeah. So at that point, Minky has to fly in there with Carbon, and that's when all the disengage comes through. The big reset button. Janna, fantastic against Poke because of the heal on the back of the Monsoon as well. So just when you think you have them where you want them, they're full health, you're on the back foot and they're re-engaging on you. So need to be careful. And Hecarim is a fantastic answer to Poke because he's able to look for the home guard flanks incredibly early in the game because you generally get boots too and home guards as your first purchase on Hecarim and make sure that you can shut down any of their setup. Just disrupt the backline and allow everyone else to get in amongst it.
Yeah, and you're not likely to have a Shen shutting down the farming experience of a Hecarim as well. We'll see whether Legacy do decide to go for some sort of lane swap situation. And how do you feel about that considering this bottom lane matchup?
Shen is so good in lane swap situations. I would expect Legacy to want to go the 1v1 though to make sure Wally and Claire are able to get it.
Quick pause, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally at least onto the Rift with a sepia tone just to see how it looks in this color. I think it looks pretty good.
Certainly did.
Yeah, I like it. We don't get to see the gray screen. We only get that at home.
So I see that.
I like
plenty.
seeing
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, actually,
PTSD. Just take it away.
I'm confused that some people think that the game is in color. I don't know. It might be my monitor.
Maybe.
Yeah. Seem to not be able to move as well as a permanent countdown timer. But that's neither here nor there. We're here to watch Legacy versus Chiefs and to see whether the Chiefs are going to be able to take it in a 3-game series. Of course, Rusty and Rymeister have both predicted that that is going to be the outcome.
But everyone that predicted Legacy to win said it would be a 3-2. They just...
Yeah. This is when they play well, when it's all on the line.
So you either expect the Chiefs to come in here with the broom, finish off the season nicely, sweep everything.
Yep.
Or you expect Legacy to just hang in there, fight through, maybe push it to a 5th game.
Well, this is their opportunity too, as we are onto the Rift for Legacy versus Chiefs. This time, Legacy in blue. As Radier is not going to be able to kill that ward. No amount of attack speed runes is going to be able to get that one for you there, Radier. As Legacy, you can hear the chants from the crowd. We want more games here in the big top. But in goes Carbon. Spooks already tagged. First damage down. And you mentioned the fact that the energetic one on the side of Legacy is Carbon. Now that he doesn't have a snowball and instead he can get himself right in amongst it, things are looking better for Legacy already.
Yeah, we'll see how proactive Carbon wants to be in the early game. Lee Sin, the best early game jungler around, puts out so much damage.
Well, lots of backs after all of the preliminary vision has gone down. Legacy going to know whether anyone's going to be entering via the top side of the map. Not many entrances to the Chiefs jungle.
And they initiate the lane swap right now. Do not want to go up against the Janna Lucian, very heavy bully lane. Instead send Wally and Claire into the top lane. And Minky going to see how much damage he can absorb.
Yep. That is generally what he does, Spawn. As of course, Lucian commonly picked into the Corki just because he can get out of the way of that phosphorus bomb. That's
oh wow,
the bit
they
that
think
I
it's
know.
a 2v2 top lane. Legacy probably were expecting Chiefs to appear there. They had the deep vision, so they must know they're not, but they're not going for a lane freeze. Instead, they pick up the Gromp experience, and both teams commit to it.
But this is what we saw in Game 1. When it was a lane swap, the Chiefs and Legacy both fast pushed the heck out of it. So we'll see whether they're going to do the same thing again, try and accelerate the game. Perhaps an extra global gold as quickly as possible as the poke battle in the mid lane. Both of these champions are very annoying to deal with.
Certainly are. Swiffer going to be able to nullify a lot of the damage, give back as good as he can get. Chu's not going to be able to budge the Lulu early on, you feel.
Not many people can. Swiffer actually fighting level 1 here as Swiper's in there. Spooks is there as well, but in goes Carbon. Turned around on top of him, has to flash away. Minky Well, his turn to try and enter the fray. Neither team finding anything other than a bit of damage.
Everyone backs away.
Just calm down.
Calm down. Swiper used the Ignite. In goes, there's the flash body slam. The Ignite's down, no Glitter Lance. Once again, actually,
no one gonna tag. Oh, Carbon finds it. Swiffer's gonna go down. Choo-Choo's with first blood. They're not finished. 3 versus 2. The Chiefs able to get to safety. Sonic Wavy. No, that was cute, Carbon. You cheeky devil, you.
So they draw first blood. Choo-Choo picks it up. That is going to be a ridiculously early tier on the Varus to get him rolling. And you just don't fight Lee Sin early. Choo's able to kite back to his side of the lane both times. And Chiefs a little bit over-aggressive, made pay.
Not to mention the fact that Legacy were pushing with 2 members on the top side of the Rift as well. So they've sacrificed some, I guess, time in the jungle. But Minky Well's able to get down to the bottom side. You mentioned Shen able to thrive here. Oh, Carbon. One more auto attack, red buff. No, not happening. Not this time. Carbon 1, red buff 0.
Let's call that a draw.
Okay, I'll pay that. Choo-Choo, though, hasn't been back to base yet. Swiffer did manage to pick up some consumables. We'll see whether Spooks is going to pay another visit to the Summoner Spell-less Varus by Choo-Choo's here in the mid.
As we mentioned, Varus with a huge early game advantage, double the CS. They'll grab first turret as well. Game couldn't have started any better for Legacy. Like, if they drew this up in the locker room, probably didn't even expect it to go this well.
Yeah, they're wondering whether that's the minimap or the minimap that they'd sketched earlier. So everything does seem to be falling into place. By 1,500 gold the lead for Legacy as Spooks looks to be giving up on his gank in the mid. Choo-Choo's, I wonder what he's waiting for as far as heading back to base. He just wants to keep the pressure on the mid lane, I assume. Hiding off to the side. Ejim actually taking a fair bit of damage from Minky Well there, who's relatively healthy in this lane. Doran shield and cloth armor.
And consumables, because he was a part of that first blood. Also got some creeps during the jungle follow.
Yep, Radio farming up very well though. Despite that, Wally Thacker still in the lead by just a little. Swiffer trying to speed himself up. Not zippy enough.
This time Spooks is on that side of the lane. Needs to be careful here.
Carbon does too. He's actually going to be able to steal away this red buff.
Yeah,
right under Spooks' nose.
Each jungler getting a 2-buff start. This time Carbon getting one back.
Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have got that excited.
Nah, it was beautiful.
Says
He
Max
won the
all
war.
time.
You know, they called it draw first time, came back for revenge, Atlas. Perseverance is key.
Do you get revenge after a draw? That is the real question. We'll ask Carbon afterwards. Minky Well throwing some Vorpal Blades here on the bottom side. Claire just protecting him against any dives. Minky saying, we're not having another game like the first 2 guys. I'm not going 1 and 4.
And you can see, as he starts getting levels, this is why we kept calling out the Shen. Minky loves to take punishment.
Yeah.
Exhibit A. And Shen just deals with it better than other top laners.
Yeah, it's just a little bit weird that he's a ninja. We're not
not
going to
a
get
little
into
bit weird.
Yeah, we won't get into that discussion again. Both of us quite vocal in that area. Hail of Arrow is going to come down. Choo-Choo's looking for it. Oh, Piercing Arrow, not going to find it this time.
But does have the tier stacking up, has a longsword as well for a little bit more extra damage.
Speaking of extra damage.
Both junglers once again congregating around this mid lane. Best friend club all round.
Wow, in goes everyone onto Radier on the bottom side of the Rift. The Winter's Bite did land. They did get the stun, but the heal's going to be enough to save him for now. Ejim just body blocking. Ready carry the flash from Claire, trying to get amongst it. Look at that shield from Ejim as Claire has nothing left. And Spooks finds his way in, but that was so close.
But he burnt all the summoner spells in the end. Radiant had to respect the flash. All of a sudden, the dive could come through from Carb and has been spotted out by Wolf Spirit.
Yep, is going to dissipate now as Spooks just looking to defend the backs of the Chiefs bottom lane. Man, these games, the second one and the beginning of this one, everything, so much aggression and nothing happening.
Gold, though, is the lead right now for Legacy. Wally continuing to pressure Swiper, who hasn't got the level 6 yet, hasn't got Ninja Tap. He isn't able to deal with all of the harass coming through.
Once again, back to the mid. Swiffer and Choo Choo's just farming against one another. Choo's with a nice CS advantage.
Both mid's going to grab their respective blue buffs.
Yep. BF Sword completed here for Radier as well. No back just yet. Wally Thacker heading back towards his base, and he's going to be able to grab the Phage and the components of that Sheen. You're going to head back towards the bottom side of the Rift. So not having the fully completed Sheen is a big deal. I actually quite like Sheen and the components of Phage.
Yeah, I wonder why he went that way, because components of Sheen give you not very much.
Yeah. Phosphorus Bomb damage spawn, and more
Technically,
Phosphorus Bombs to throw down.
Yeah, but...
Really?
Yes, Atlas, really.
Yeah, cool.
No worries.
Claire, going to clear out what he can while he waits for Wally, but Spooks body slams himself to safety.
Flash Taunt was available.
Thank you, Well, not deciding to go for it.
See how this 2v2 goes now. Wally wants aggression.
Yeah, and he's got the level advantage as well. The Rocket's doing work. In he goes exactly as the Stand United comes down as well. Minky, he's not stopping underneath the turret. Ejim goes down. The third kill of the game. Minky juggles it, and Claire survives as well.
And because of the deep freezer came through, Minky wasn't comfortable going top lane. He's like, I've seen this story one too many times. Instead, goes bottom, and they're going to be able to pick up the first dragon of the game.
Yep, Carbon already starts off the dragon here as well. Radier,
no summoner
his head
spells.
around.
Just seeing if he can get a timer. Needs to be careful.
Yep, no culling either. Winter's Bite not going to find it, but the Rockets from Tallywhack are doing some work. I believe that was a big one as he took a lot of damage.
Ultimates are available. Teleport coming in.
Yeah, Chiefs trying to get in here.
All of a sudden, Swiper's split from the team.
Winter's Bite's down as well. He gets slowed. There's the onslaught of Shadows. Claire going to get feared, as is Minky Well, but they're not the priority targets, and Chiefs can't find anything.
Burns an ultimate for nothing there, Swiper. Top lane farm has been pushed back into Minky's favor. Will be able to meander his way back up into the top lane and absorb all of that juicy CS. And Legacy finally.
Oh, there's the ultimate. The Chains of Corruptions for Choo Choo's. Swiffer still had Wild Growth, so I don't know why I was losing my mind there. Oh, the flash forward. There's the Glitter Lance, and Spooks tries to flash forward. Nice flash to get out of the complete disarray of that explosive cask, but Swiffer can't find it.
So in the end, fairly even trade. 2 summoner spells for 3. Choose gets the better of that one.
He would have liked to trade 3 for 3, but he just didn't have 3.
Yeah, I'm sure if he had a third one, he would have used it.
Yeah,
Cleanse.
Right. Well, Rift Sculler is going to fall as Spooks picks that one up. Almost towards that Cinder Hulk, going for the Barmy Cinder. First off, another time around, does like that build.
And right now, Wally is a monster.
It's happening again, Spawn. It's Wally and Choo Choo's playing incredibly good League of Legends.
And Minky just on a comfort pick.
And a pick that really complements his style of the game. It's, I want to go in and I want them to hit me, please. And Shen is the epitome of that, like you mentioned before.
But it's 20 CS against Radier. Nearly the completed Trinity Force at only 11 minutes in. Mid lane turret nearly going to go down.
Yes, Ripper unable to continually keep that one pushed out. In goes the Winter's Bite as Legacy turning onto Radier.
And look at how much punishment Claire absorbs.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot in any case. So honestly, this Legacy bottom lane, it's been a long time since we've seen the Chiefs lose a bottom lane matchup. that's happened this time around. And Carbon coming through just to make sure that he can take down this outer turret in the mid lane. Spooks is here. Choo Choo's slowed, but
Gold lead continues to grow, Atlas. 3,000 at 12 minutes in. Legacy finally get their early game together. Only one turret remains. It's in the bottom. Carbon's on his way.
Yep, there's the culling, but Unbreakable from Claire blocks the whole thing, keeps the minion wave alive.
Spooks is on the top side of the map. They know Carbon is there. Probably need to back away. They don't. Carbon gives up.
Yep, the Chiefs use their scrying orb, make sure that he's not waiting in the wings.
Oh, Choo's coming through.
Yep. He's got the ultimate available as well. Looking for Ejim. Flash from the Janna. Not even going to find the piercing arrow here as Legacy.
And all three outer turrets are going to be cleaned up. And none have fallen so far. Legacy continue to extend their early game lead. And the Chiefs look like they just want to play it slow.
Yeah, what have we mentioned about the Chiefs in the past, though? They've been able to take the proactive objectives in the early game. Not this time. And this has all been Legacy. Swiper going to get taunted underneath the turret. Spooks
dive coming
looking
through.
for the dive.
Would love that taunt back up.
Yeah, there's the body slam onto Minky-Well. Gets knocked away from his tower as well. Onslaught of Shadows. That's going to be the kill for Swiper, the first one for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Swiffer was also in there, but tier 2 turret now under fire.
In goes Carbon, misses the Sonic Wave as Radio relentlessly pursues out of the way.
Are they going to get a lot of work done here?
Yeah, Ardent Blaze comes in from Radiant. Ejim lending him a hand. Legacy not going to be able to take the turret just yet. Choo Choo's comes around. Nice piercing arrow, but not going to find the mark just yet.
And that's a tier 2 going down.
Yep. Traded for the outer in the top lane, but
oh no, it will just stay up.
Oh, wow. Pick the gap did Choo Choo's there, but falls down.
There was a game during the regular split where Avant did this, where they just were like, we are not happy with how we're playing League of Legends.
We need to be more aggressive.
If we lose, we're going to lose going forward.
Yep.
And right now, you can see the same look in Legacy's eyes. Do we back off? No, we continue to pressure objectives. If we lose, we're going to go out in style. And right now, 3,000 gold, still the advantage, doing a fantastic job at controlling the map.
Yeah, and look at the top lane as well. The fact that Minky-Well now sitting at 1-1-1, has a Sunfire Cape, able to build defensive statistics early on. He's going to be relevant at all stages of this game because he has to stand united, can always help out his team and move around the map. This is where Minky-Well shines. We'll see whether he can carry that through on the back of this lead that they have in the early game. Nice dodge from Swiffer to avoid that piercing arrow.
Wally's got boots too, as well as Trinity Forts.
Whoa.
Legacy looking to see if they can collapse on Radiant bottom lane. Carbon's gone over the wall.
Yeah, looking to try and get behind them. Will have the Dragon Rage kick here as well. Kicks Ejim not towards Radiant. Lands the Sonic Wave there as well. Nice Monsoon, but in he goes. That was so well played by Carbon. The flash taunt from Minky-Well. Tags in one more time. In goes Carbon. Able to get out as well after Swiper made his way through. Now he has to back away. Radiant on 200 health.
Wally in the top. Oh, Swiffer.
Swiffer
that
comes
was
all the way through. Flashes over the wall. There's the Wild Growth. Knocks up Minky. Does eventually die. Swiper's going to fall as well. Legacy so far ahead. Double kill. They're melting on the side of the Chiefs as the Spooks, the last man up after Ejim's respawned, and we'll see whether he can survive the chase.
And this is a 4v5. Meanwhile, top lane, Spook's probably going to go down near the Dragon Pit, but Wally's just hitting the turret. He takes it down, another one falls, and they'll be able to collapse onto Dragon.
You can see Spook's hands off his keyboard. He's going to fall down here as Choo Choo's picks up the kill. 7-2, 7,000 gold to lead as we see this again.
So Ejim got tagged and it was just all Carbon. He was landing Sonic Wave after Sonic Wave, and Swiffer really did his best to outplay this situation, but there was just no one else there. Lands a fantastic Little Lance after dodging the arrow. The Wild Growth was even better, stopping the damage. But Claire was there and the rest of the team just with the continual damage output. No one was available because Radiant had gone so low. Swiper was out of the fight, and Legacy now with a 6,000 gold lead at 16 minutes in. The dream is still alive.
It most certainly is, Spawn. 4-1-2 for Minky-Well as well. This Shen starting to do some work. Now has the Ninja Tabi as well as the Sunfire Cape, and you know, pretty cool rock and some t-shirt, something like that. Pretty great stuff here for Minky Whale. Ward's going to be cleared out by the Chiefs. They're just trying to hold on. This is not a situation they're used to being in. And this is the test that I wanted to see them pass if they were to take this series. As there's the taunt from Minky Whale, looking for Radiant. Trying to turn it around is the Lucian. Shadow Dash not going to be there. Yeah, everyone from every team is Carbon. Oh, the Sonic Wave not going to land. He's still trying to get in here. There's Ejim shielding him up. There's the kick. Monsoon's fantastic from
There's no
Ejim.
tier 2.
Yeah, the flash out of the way doesn't hit Radiant. Yeah, there's another one. The shield one more time. Howling Gale is unbelievable. Ejim.
But once again, where is Wally? He's in the middle lane trying to take out another turret as Minky Whale teleports bottom.
I wish I could give you more time on that amazing Where's Wally call, but we're not going to be able to as he's getting some damage down onto Spooks. And there is pressure this whole time for Legacy.
They're just dragging them all around the map, chasing Radiant off farm. As we said, if Lucian doesn't get into this game, there's just going to be no damage threat for the front line. And Minky's huge and Radiant is not.
No, he is not. But Swiper, now with that huge CS advantage, 2-1-0 with a Trinity Force. Is this how the Chiefs can get through this game? Is it on the back of the horse? Is the saddle big enough,
He's
Spawn?
just not tanky enough right now. He dives on the back line, they turn around and kill him. Choose has been caught though.
Yeah, he's out of position. There's a devastating charge. Lots of damage.
And
Spooks
Minky
picks it
now
up.
maybe a bit of trouble.
He's pretty tanky at this stage.
Still the ultimate available out of Swiper. Does not want it. Turns around, backs away.
Well, Wally just going to clear out the mid wave. Maybe some respite bought by the Chiefs.
Big breaths.
Yeah. I'm just trying to compose myself here as well. Wonderful. Okay. Can the Chiefs hold on to this moment, though? They need to make sure that they slow this game down to avoid Legacy just running over them, because all of the momentum, despite how the first two games went, is now in the hands of Legacy, because they know they can do this. Carbon said it in his interview. He knows that he can take down this team. It is always a 50-50 in his eyes, and they have not taken their foot off the gas. Chiefs able to get their second turret to answer the 6 that Legacy have already picked up. Chiefs now finding small advantages around the rift.
And there is so much standing gold. The threat always is if you drop one of those team fights. The team fights that the Chiefs have been famous for just picking up out of nowhere. They want Baron this early in the game.
20
They're
seconds.
singing it out.
That's ridiculous. Rift Scuttler is now going to get taken down by Carbon. More vision. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike and a sealed deal on that one. Nice use of the piercing arrow there as Ejim was just trying to get some vision down for
Sent
himself.
Spooks back. Teleport is available on to Swiper.
Carbon, it's like riding a bike, it seems, getting back on this Lee Sin. He's been hitting everything that he needs to and playing with the combinations of abilities so fantastically as well. Waits for the Monsoon, then Resonating Strikes his way back in. Impressive play from the Legacy jungler.
Once again, you can see they want to flirt with the Baron idea this early in the game. They think that they can use it to
Dangerous
generate
proposition.
a pick. There's a ward over the back end, so not going to pay off right now. Dragon's still a couple of minutes away. And the map is so far open.
Oh my goodness, Carbon. Reading the juke from Swiffer. In goes the Winter's Bite. Ejim walks back through, makes sure he gets the Monsoon onto as many people as he can, but in goes Wally and picks up the kill. Glacial Vision's down as well, piercing light onto Spooks. Oh, the flash from Swiffer was fantastic to avoid the all-in and possibly the turret take. We'll see whether he can clear out this minion wave, because still loads of members of Legacy. The Unbreakable from Claire one more time. Swiffer still with the wild growth. Might get picked off though, has to watch out for those piercing arrows. Oh my goodness, Carbon!
Oh, he stops himself as well on the ward.
Yep, make sure that he baits out that wild growth Legacy on the turret. They are going to be able to take it down as Wally finishes that one. Spooks are able to dodge the piercing arrow, and this damage from the Varus.
They need to get out, everyone is back.
Oh my gosh! Gets the kill onto Spooks. 3-1-3 now for Choo Choos.
He's doing work.
So much work as Wally now gets ignited by Ejim. Choo-Choo's actually back into the team. Swiper from the back line with the hero play, but he's going to die. Double kill for Radiant. Can he get any more? Little Ant's not going to be found here from Swiffer as he's trying to get the weird flank play happening. Claire,
Claire
down to 300
really
health.
low.
And is there going to be any more action? Man, Swiper buying the Chiefs some time and keeping their inhibitor alive.
So what did that all mean? They break the base. They still have a 7,000 gold lead. Chiefs able to fight back a little bit, get a couple of kills onto Radiant. He's still 50 CS down, but Swiper starting to build into that late game Hecarim. And Legacy, they can see the win in front of them, but there's still that little bit of a distance to travel before they get there.
Most certainly is. 6 seconds on this Dragon. It will be the first for the Chiefs, and they have the position around it. The rest of Legacy are collapsing. Don't know whether the Chiefs will have enough damage to finish it before Legacy arrive on the scene. Well,
Looks like they will be able to get it done.
Scrying Orb is there, and Spooks with the Smite's going to secure that one. The first for the Chiefs. Carbon now looking to try and find his way in Minkuel as well, but slowed down by the barrel.
Top lane absolutely massive right now. Swiper heading up there to clean up all that farm. He's just getting further and further ahead as this game goes on.
And Claire just able to walk up to this inhibitor as well. It is very, very low.
They don't want to hit Claire right now. Oh.
Yeah, Unbreakable now off cooldown, but Wally, he's through lots of damage onto the in-hit, turns around, last hit, and that is going to be Legacy taking down the first inhibitor of the game.
See what they can translate it into. They've built up so much pressure around the map. Potentially, once again, looking at that Baron.
Yeah, moving straight towards it.
There's no vision. They can set up for a pick.
Yep.
Chiefs
As you can
don't
see,
wanna-
map's pretty dark.
Spooks going for the face check. Creeps won't leave him alone.
Oh, there's the Chains of Corruption. Spooks is dead. Gets the explosive cask off, but that's all she wrote.
And they use nothing to grab him, just Chains of Corruption.
Oh, you can hear the crowd. They want more games here in this grand final. Legacy started it.
Double AD carry. They will melt it fairly quickly. Bottom wave is huge. Chiefs are going to lose something here, either a turret or the Baron.
Not a lot of damage here for this Baron as Legacy. They're keeping their attention on it. In goes Swiper with a massive fear.
Radiant.
But you can see there was the ultimate from Claire doing a whole bunch of work. Radiant solo. Swiper's going to die. Almost a double kill as Choo-Choo's is trying to get
They peel
forward.
back straight away.
Yeah, getting straight back onto that Baron. Everyone's very low. Carbon might actually die. Goes in with the smite. Wally Thacker's going to be able to pick it up. And even then, Claire turns around and kills Radiant. What?
So they said that Claire was playing like a mid laner.
Killing 80
Wow.
carries, that's what he does.
And that damage out of choose. They back away finally. Minions on the inhibitor. Nexus turrets for the Chiefs. Swiffer on this Lulu.
They're trying to clean up their base now as the Chiefs just look like they're in disarray. 9,000 gold is the advantage for Legacy. And you can see, down in those player cams, Carbon, so serious. Definitely knows that this game is not over yet, even if it might look in the gold department to be pretty close for Legacy.
Yeah, certainly looks like they're getting to that stage of the game where they will just be able to brute force their way into the base. They have the two huge tanks, Lee Sin as well as Shen. Throw Braum in there as we take a look at the Baron. Swiper went in deep, but we said he's not tanky enough. Radiant gets chunked out, and they turn onto Swiper, delete him off the Rift, and from there, just turn around. Whilst Claire does Claire things, where he picks up a kill on the AD carry.
Not entirely sure how that happens, but Legacy setting up for another siege. Baroned up minions towards this top inhibitor. Piercing Light is going to be dodged by the Chiefs, but look at this poke.
Rady gets tagged, has to back right away.
Yeah, in goes Spooks.
They're still taking the turret.
Yeah, tanks it for a while, but it looks like it's not doing too much work here as Legacy are going to be able to break the top lane.
Second inhibitor.
Yep, inhibitor under fire now as well. Minkuel tries to get him, but not going to find the taunt onto Radiant. Legacy take down the second inhibitor. And I don't want to jinx this situation, Spawn, but it looks like Legacy definitely in a commanding position this game.
Yeah, they certainly are, Atlas, and as they continue to move around the map, Teleport going to get that wave pushing even earlier. They want to finish it out nice and slow, tutorial style we call it.
Well, Carbon moving around, wanting to make sure that no Chiefs members were off on their own. Could kick them back in if he needed to. Radiant cleaning up some creeps as well.
But at this stage of the game, double AD just so strong. Claire once again in the front line. Third inhibitor going to go down.
Yeah, Wally actually not towards Swiffer, who has to use the Wild Growth and the flash, but he still dies to Minkiewicz, who gets a double kill. Radiant's dead as well. Wally picks up the kill. We're going to game 4, ladies and gentlemen.
And Legacy absolutely exploding game 3. They've done it before. Going to be able to close that one out. Swiper goes in. It doesn't matter. And they're going to destroy the Nexus and take us to the game 4, Atlas.
Spooks is dancing, patting his belly on the fountain because he knows that he's been taken down in game 3. And this is the disaster for the Chiefs. This is where Legacy have been known to come back.
And this is when you start getting flashbacks.
Oh yeah, winter is coming.
And Mickey on Shen, what a different performance. Able to come out massive.
Steps away from the standard picks of Aurelia and Tahm Kench. Moves towards the unconventional Shen, and everything goes well. Who would have thought, Spawn?
Definitely not us.
Yeah, that is very true. Of course, it is Minkiewicz, and you don't necessarily expect that. But my goodness, the Chiefs, they fall for the first time, 28 games in a row. Finally, Legacy have taken it, and it's the most important time, too.
It certainly is, and we've asked the question time and time again, how does EGIM lose in a Chiefs jersey? Because we've never seen them have to bounce back. We've seen close games. AV took them to the brink. Finally, Legacy tipped them over, and a series has been created out of what was a couple of decisive games at the start.
Getting less and less decisive as we move forward into Legacy's territory. This massive amount of pressure that they seem to just thrive in.
Yeah, it certainly has, but you got to give credit to the Chiefs. They're not the team they were last season when this was happening. They have matured. They've been overseas, competed in the IWCs. They've won another split between them. They definitely will have prepared for this. They weren't expecting to sweep. And I'm really excited to see how they come out in this game 4.
I think if you're going to win a game, win a series as the Chiefs, you need to prove that you can come back after a loss. And this is now their opportunity to do it. And there is no other way that I would want this series to go without the Chiefs first proving that they can lose a game and then come back and win.
Yeah, certainly is the deciding point right now. And everything on the table. This is for a shot at the IWC qualifier into the Worlds.
Yeah, it is all on the line, but we are going to throw it over to our analysts on the desk with pastry time.
Thank you very much again, Atlas and Spawn, and Legacy finally take a game. The Chiefs' undefeated run ends for now. Still have games to take, still plenty of play here, but this best of 5 is getting closer and closer to a best of 3 or best of 1. Crunch time now, gentlemen, as we look at the teams. Legacy almost feel like a completely different team.
It's just to reiterate what Atlas said twice in a row at the end of that game. Winter is coming, and 28 is not going to be a 29-0. It's 28-1. Legacy show that this Chiefs roster can bleed, and they do it in emphatic fashion.
It was just so aggressive. That was the biggest thing I wanted to look at. It's crazy to me, Rymeister. Talk to me a little bit about the team comps here, because Legacy seem to be getting more and more aggro as the games go on.
Yeah, definitely. As we saw from the Legacy comp, they moved towards the early mid-game comp with the Varus that spikes at 2-3 items, and with the Corki that spikes as soon as it has Triforce, and just team fight, skirmish, 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 skirmish. That's what Legacy did every time. And the Chiefs tried to match it for some reason with a 7k gold deficit at 20 minutes. I'm not sure what's going on with the Chiefs. They had the scaling game this game. Last game they didn't. They had the early game, so yeah, not sure.
Yeah, I mean, we have the graphic, I believe, of the team comp, so we can have a deeper look at what both these teams decided to bring to battle. You can see it looked like business as usual for the Chiefs, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at the drafting phase and we were talking amongst each other and thought that this is the team comp that honestly the Chiefs would want and want to execute. And that is exactly what they got, which was quite scary. But Legacy, again, they play whatever they think they need at the time. It's nice to see a Shen, not a Tahm Kench, which is something that we said was a better version of Tahm Kench. So fantastic that they brought that one out. And Claire, he did play like a mid laner.
Claire.
He killed Rayder.
Yeah, he played pretty well, I have to be honest. Like, we talked about Carbon needing to step up, but Claire, what a game for him to have there as well. Alex, I'm curious to your thoughts. Like, we wondered what Claire was going to do. How was he going to show up? We definitely wanted Carbon to change up from the Nunu. What a different game for both those players.
Absolutely. We saw the weakness of Claire's roaming game in Game 1 on the Braum. That was that they wanted a comp that could stick together and farm, but the lane swap forced Claire to roam instead. In this game, they eventually got the advantageous 2v2. Wally was off farming in the top lane, came back with a level advantage, and Claire was able to push him forward and win that lane.
I guess there's so many reasons to why that worked out so well for Legacy again, is that they did get the lane swap, and we saw it in the first game, and we said, well, this is not good. Legacy don't want a lane swap. They've got Claire as a new support, and it was completely exploited by this Chiefs side, having the experienced support that they do have in Ejim. But they had a level-based AD carrying the top lane on Corki. He then went back to his own lane and just ruined Rayder's life.
He did. We have a first replay here just to kind of see how the early stages of this culminated. Alex, I want your thoughts here on the replay.
Okay, well, before we start, I want to point out the top lane wave right now. Swiper is pushed up against his top tower. Legacy, as you said, they won the lane swap. They got that top tower down first, and Minky, he learned from his lesson as well. He didn't want to push in deep into that lane, and look, he's ready to ult. So we roll the clip now. We see that Wally and Claire immediately, with that level advantage, dropping absolute bows on Rayder right here. He's slow. He can't fight anymore. And then the ult comes in from Minky. And at that point, it's just pure carnage. With the level advantage, with the Shen ult, there's nothing Chiefs can do in the bot lane.
And again, it's just nice. It's like refreshing almost to see Legacy sort of back to form. It's almost weird to see Carbon banning Elise and picking Elise in, but getting away with it. But it's a different Carbon. The Nunu's gone, hopefully, for the rest of the series.
Well, based off that,
yeah.
I don't want to see the Nunu again if he's going to win on Lee Sin, but you're right. I guess it's really weird to consider that he banned the Elise, but he picked the Lee Sin. And we think about this, right? It is 2-0 up to the Chiefs before this game actually started. They're in Game 3. Want to go back to comfort and do what works for you, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I have to say, Carbon's Lee Sin was really impressive to me. The fact that he switched away from that more map control jungler into a skirmish-based jungler. And Lee Sin, what a brave pick, because Lee Sin is a champion that rides entirely on your mechanical ability. Carbon said he plays best in front of the crowds. He delivered.
Yeah, he did it. Rymeister, I'm actually curious to hear just a little bit more about the pick for you. Like, you mentioned how good Legacy can be in skirmishes. Was it Carbon for you that really brought that sort of element of the game to the forefront?
Yeah, it definitely was. However, Chiefs were just picking really bad fights. You know, Legacy have the superior early game. Why would you bring the fight to them? After 30 minutes, Chiefs will win, even with a 5k gold deficit. Their comp is just too good, it's all well-rounded, and Chiefs just kept making mistakes.
Yeah, Legacy were a time bomb, essentially, whereas Chiefs were this unbeatable team comp, essentially, but they lost that early game. They lost in the skirmishes, and again, in the point where Chiefs are exploitable, Legacy put that into effect, and that is exactly how they found a lead. Chiefs, as you mentioned, though, they kept trying to pick fights that shouldn't have happened, and then they ended up winning the game.
Yeah, with that, we have another replay here as well, and you can see that Legacy in this replay just starting to pile on the early advantage we saw from that Shen dive. So things are getting better and better for them. It's Rymeister. I want you to actually take a look at this replay and just tell me kind of your thoughts on what's happening here and how Legacy got to this point in the game.
Okay, as we roll this clip, we see that the Chief bot lane, they're so deep. They want to get the farm, they want to get back in the game, but what they should be doing is sitting on the turret, waiting for them to hit their power spikes. No, they're trying to keep bringing the fight, as we see here. Swiper goes in again. All they have to do is just back out and get the farm under turret, wait till they scale into the mid and late game and win from there.
Yeah, I guess Carbon was styling on them when this started, but most importantly, the rotation and the speed of how quickly they actually got to the fight was in favor of Legacy. The numbers advantage, Choo-Choo's getting there significantly earlier, and Spooks actually taking the long way past the Baron, the scenic route, to not actually get there in time to help his team, was then a sitting duck to go down himself. And again, this Legacy team, when it comes to skirmishes, they excel. And as we just saw, that is exactly what they do.
And sort of my favorite part about the whole replay was just Wally Thacker. hanging out while he's in the top lane. It's almost
Where's
like
Wally?
yeah, exactly. It's almost like he revisited some of his old like top lane antics, like solo lane pushing, sign me up team. And he was doing that a lot this game.
We've got quite the strange team going on with Legacy. We got Claire as
Yeah.
a support playing like a mid laner, Wally Thacker as an AD carry playing like a top laner, but it seems to work for them. This is their comfort zone, and hopefully they can push it through in Game 4 as well.
I think most importantly, it's a comfort zone, but it's also an adaptation to what they know and work. So Claire being that carry support is something we're not often used to expecting, but it is exactly what he's delivering. And of course, Tallywacker, like split pushing, is just going to continue to do that all day.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. We do have another replay. Rusty, it's now you I want to turn to for this one. That Baron fight that we saw. What is going on here?
So this is one of the pivotal moments, essentially, for this game. The lead was well and truly in place for Legacy, about a 7,000 gold leaders. We'll roll this one through, and Swiper, he tries really hard to steal this Baron away. He comes in, uses the ultimate, hits all of the targets, but nobody actually is going to die from it. Radiant takes a bit of damage from Varus there, aka a lot of damage from the Varus, and then the rest of Chiefs, they're basically left in shambles. They have no way to respond to this Baron that has still maintained its low health bar. Legacy continue to do it, of course. Carbon using the smite early, Swiffer having a little bit of an eye in there at a potential steal. But Legacy just reigning supreme. As apparently Claire like solo killing Radiant whilst it's all happening.
I double checked. I couldn't see what happened, but I'm pretty sure he just flashed at him and hit Ignite.
Yeah.
Because he was low enough health. But that is a mid laner instinct, right, Master? I'm sure that never goes away.
Yeah, you know, if you can pick up a kill, why not? Doesn't matter if you're support. You get the gold.
True. I'm sure that's how Claire feels. You're a mid laner too, weren't you?
You can't argue
What
with
is
it.
this?
300 gold? Yes, please.
And Radiant, to me, he was maybe the thing that we have to look at for the Chiefs. Carbon and Claire played amazing, don't get me wrong, but the bottom lane for Chiefs, Ejim and Radiant, this impenetrable force. Manazir, I'm curious to see what you think here. We talked about Radiant at the start of our segment here. This was a very poor game for those two players.
Yeah, and you know, this is uncharacteristic of Radiant. He's picking fights he shouldn't go for, but a lot of that is also on the team comp. We said it was the Juggolution comp, right, with the Janna and the Lulu. He was set up to be the front line of Chiefs, to draw attention and then let Swiper clean up. In this game, he was playing like he was a Jinx. You know, he's probably his second best champion is Jinx. He was playing in the back line, afraid to go in, and the times that he finally had a chance, it was too late. The gold lead was too big.
Yeah, awkward stuff there, but a great win for Legacy. So we'll see if we're going to force another Titanic fifth game, or our Chiefs going to eke it out 3-1 and make Alex there very happy. We'll go back to Atlas and Sport on the casting desk in the big top to find out.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And your dream, my friend, is still alive as Legacy looking to try and take this to a 5-game series, and the Chiefs looking to cut that trip short.
Yeah, and I want to touch on what they were speaking about at the desk. The fact that Radiant wasn't able to get going, because a lot of the magic damage on the comp was actually hinged on Radiant. It sounds weird, but he needed to use Lightslinger, the passive, to get all of the help picks, procs, onto people to make the Lulu pick worthwhile. But what was happening, because it was just Swiper diving in, that all the armor that had been picked up by the likes of the Braum, by the likes of the Shen in the top lane, were just super effective. And they couldn't get over the hump. And right now, you see a different Legacy lineup, and those guys on your screen need to bounce back.
Yeah, the Chiefs certainly do. Of course, they do have one game's grace. Of course, in the best of 5 series, they're already up 2. Match point once again for the Chiefs, but all the momentum in the complete opposite direction. And Legacy, they're comfortable. This is where they thrive.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we're going to have to see if Legacy can continue the momentum or whether the Chiefs will hit back.
Well, the Chiefs now back on the blue side as well for the 3rd time here today. We'll see whether that is going to be what they hinge this victory around. Rek'Sai Shen already removed on that side. Kalista Twisted Fate for Legacy.
And wow, straight away they get rid of the Shen. They want Swiper on a carry. They do not want Minky absorbing all of that damage. And you just think it's a couple of games too late for them. Elise gets banned by the Chiefs.
Yeah, not wanting to first pick it another time round here. Legacy, we'll see what they ban as their final choice. The Sivir, of course, still up. And an opportunity to ban away now for Legacy as Chiefs. They first picked it the first game, they may just do it again.
And we'll have to see what they want to go with their 3rd ban, taking all the time off the clock. It is the Jace.
So leaving up a few different options here. Alistair snuck through, and Ejim looking to take his team to the World's qualifiers at IWCI once again, this time with Alistair.
Yeah, so looking to see whether he can get the big mook out in the front line, set up all the team fights.
And this is what made Ejim as well. But Carbon hovering the Poppy, #1 Poppy player on the Oceanic server, ladies and gentlemen. I'll have you know, number 17 in the world currently was #1. He's not going to pick it, but it's definitely a cool hover.
Yeah, great storyline behind it.
Yeah, I know, right?
I can't believe you put time into looking that up.
Minky Whale is the best Varus on the server. That's legit. Not sure, but Siva was, of course, left up. Legacy wastes no time. 4 seconds, and the Victor looks to be the option for Choo Choos. Don't worry, guys. Poppy's still an option. Can be either in the hands of Minky Whale or Carbon. We'll be fine.
A lot of movement speed so far.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
ability to skirmish once again. Siva,
Echoes
because
up.
she's got the ability to trade so well with abilities and has the auto attack reset. Does well on just Infinity Edge, and you got to say that Victor's good at every point of the game. I think he's good in champion select. That's how good.
Yeah, look at how
that champion
intimidating he is. You look at that face, like, oh.
He was great in cosplay today as well.
Hey, that's true. Really
Shout
good at
out to-
shading eyes from the sun.
That was
Wonderful
a great
stuff.
picture.
Oh, best caption I've ever seen on a picture. No context here for anyone watching.
they have no idea what
They're
we're
gonna have
talking
to
about.
troll Twitter to try and find it, but you will, and it will be worth it. As the Chiefs taking some time here, only 12 seconds to go. Some options still left on the table. Spooks, he could go with the Echo if he wants to. We haven't seen it just yet, and there it is. Locked away for Spooks, and the Fizz one more time. Radier and Swiffer still yet to make up their mind, and now Legacy with 3 picks to react to.
So Swiffer doesn't mind the matchup of Fizz in the mid lane. Echo, of course, you're such a good jungler.
True.
So they take it early, knowing that they can run it mid. If they want, they can check out who the jungler is going to be for Carbon, and then maybe rotate it into the top if that is what Swiper wants to play.
Yeah, could be an option, but Kassadin is also there. We've seen it picked into Victor time and time again. We'll see whether Swiffer goes back to his champion that he managed to get a pentakill on his first PAX competition. Of course, that's looking back in time quite a way.
They also lost the game. So
They
he
did,
doesn't
but he's still got a
appreciate that.
pentakill spawn. There's no need to bring it down. Wally Thacker hovering Gangplank for a long time.
Minky
And
likes
Brom's
it.
still there. The switch over Carbon was comfortable last game. It's going to be comfortable now. Lee Sin going to be picked up in the jungle role.
And why not? Just
Oh,
such
heck
a
no.
dominant early game.
And he was landing so many key Sonic waves, weaving his abilities, perfect timing. Really enjoyed watching Carbon play the Lee Sin when, look, I hadn't been that impressed by his Lee Sin performances in the past. You're looking at me like I'm a crazy person.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm misremembering.
Yep, you certainly are. He's
Okay,
a
good point.
really good Lee Sin player.
All right, I'm going to just, yeah, that guy's gone. We're fine now. 30 seconds on the clock here for the Chiefs to round out their team comp. Okay, unfortunately Champ Select has gone a little bit mental on us. We are going to get that one back up again. These picks are going to be confirmed for you as well. So we're just going to run straight through, same champions. We have now the task of remembering what those champions were. The Chiefs had Alistair, Echo, and Fizz. And on the other side, it was Victor, Siva, Braum, and
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin, perfect, because we just spent a large segment of time talking about it. So that's what we've got so far for these sides. And what do you expect the Chiefs to answer with here, Spawn?
Yeah, so we'll have to see exactly how they want to play it. Do they go back to a mid-game AD carry, or do they try and use something like a Jinx to punish the range and keep Radiant nice and safe on a longer range AD carry? They've got a very good mid-game comp. Echo dives better than anyone, and when you couple it with an assassin like a Fizz, they can just get under the turrets. Whereas on the side of Legacy, only have Minky Whale's champion left available, going to counterpick it. And
once
they
again,
want to see where the Fizz is going, that's why.
Yeah, once again, leaving the Minky Whale pick to very, very last minute as well. So, of course, making sure that Minky Whale is in the most comfortable position because they
Well, he's getting
identified.
camped. Everything
exactly.
is against this guy. They like sending all their resources into Minky's lane.
He's living the direst life, I think. Seems to be where Minky Well's sitting at the moment. And see, trying to get back through Champions Select now. As we are desperate to get into our 4th game. And man, it's all on the line. Massive task ahead for Legacy. They've got to win 2 in a row to make it back to IWCI. And look, I don't know whether they'll be able to do it this time, but 5 games would most certainly be a dream, Spawn.
Yeah, it would be a treat, especially between these two teams.
Oh,
We've talked about the history all night, but when you just look at what they've put together on this night, the Chiefs streak finally over. Legacy fighting back. We've seen some of the best Chiefs brand of League of Legends in the first couple of games. The way they dragged people around the map, shut out portions of Legacy's jungle, forced a Nunu off farm, of all things. They really have bought their A game as well. But Legacy just keep rising. They're a fine wine. They get better with age.
They get better with age each day. Yeah. And it's like they revert back in the morning. Not sure how that works. There's no analogy there.
Man.
No, I was trying to actually get an analogy to fit, and that was never going to happen.
You just shoehorned it.
Yeah, I apologize. Look, that's me, the analogy shoehorner. What the
Thank
heck?
goodness for Champions League.
Yeah, basically. 40 seconds down the clock as the Chiefs now looking to finish out their lineup. Swiffer is going to pick up the Orianna. You know it's business time when that one's there. And the Corki for Radius. So once again, lots of comfort around the Rift.
And it's a blind pick Fizz top. See what Minky wants to play into it. Does he go something safe like a Maokai? Hecarim still up. Minky loves to play.
Fight fire with fire.
The pony in the top lane. Or he can go Tahm Kench again.
Yeah, who knows? He could play Poppy. Loads of options. This is, of course, Minky Well. He could play Zac if he feels like it. Just thinking about all of the legacy picks from way back when. Claire, of course, has to lock in the champion for him. 15 seconds to go. Legacy trying to work it out. Minky staying quiet.
Hasn't swapped the summoner spell yet. Probably will just be a super tank if that is the case.
Yeah, Tahm Kench one more time. And he's opted in to the same matchup.
But this time he has an aggro jungler, so in a 2v2 situation might be able to turn it around.
Good point.
They can just send a little bit more help up there. The thing about Tahm Kench, so let it go game 1. This game I will bring it up. Brutally melee. Can't get into range of a lot of his ability. Needs 3 auto attacks and actually has a really slow auto attack animation. By the time it comes through, you can wave back into the creep wave because it's the tongue that he's looking to hit you with most of the time to set up the W, because the W, very short range. It's just not a good matchup for a laning phase. He's great if you can get him to 4 items. 4 items is a breaking point. He's not even a level 6 spiking champion. He's like a level 13. You need that many points in abilities. Beast late game, just cannot get him through it. But if you look down the Legacy lineup, there is so much mid-game prowess.
Yeah.
So maybe this time it's possible.
And I'm looking at Minky while you said that he's incredibly kiteable on the Tahm Kench. They now have On the Hunt. They can get him into the fight maybe a little bit more easily with this Sivir. And it's Legacy's turn to use this power pick that has done fantastic things for both of these teams so far this season.
Yeah, certainly is. Worrisome thing is that they don't have an answer for a split push still.
Very good
Swiper
point.
on Fizz can have the run of the map.
Well, we'll see whether once again it's going to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, get on Twitter. Use that hashtag CHFWin if you think the Chiefs can close it out here, or if you believe on 5 games the dream. Hashtag LGCWin to see whether we can stay on Summoner's Rift for as long as possible. Speaking of which, here we are onto the Rift for Game 4. Legacy versus Chiefs. This time the Chiefs back into the blue side. And Legacy on the red. Ping's coming down. And the defensive fan for Legacy.
Just looking to set up a line of scrimmage. Do not want to give anything away. Level 1. Chiefs clumped up, looking to invade the Lee Sin. They will successfully get in.
Oh, but they missed the ward. Not going to grab first CS of the game just yet. Tahm Kench just going to slither his way towards that top turret. And the answering roam from Legacy is there as well. So once again, deep vision for both teams. Minky-Well actually backing as well. Not sure whether they saw him there on the top side.
Definitely did not. No one walked up that far. Have to see what the call is. You feel that they would love to get a lane swap to hold Fizz down.
Yeah.
But it looks like Fizz heading towards the top side of the map. And unless Legacy go right now, they're going to be late to any lane swap.
And you can see Raider and Ejim actually waiting towards the bottom side of the map.
They want the 2-on-2.
Well, hanging around the middle, actually. They are well and truly with 2 options at the moment.
We'll run over a ward.
Yeah, that ward's going to spot it. Moving towards the bottom side of the map. Legacy will see what they decide to do in response. Tallywhack is here. They're going to leash the Gromp. Which Gromp? That's the question. Oh my goodness! Minky-Well with some cannibalism here to start off the game. And Wally actually going to grab the Gromp for himself, so Carbon giving that one away. Blue buff going over to him, Minky-Well following.
So I really like this when you do it on Sivir, because she shoves lane with level 2 really well.
Oh yeah.
Ricochet, Boomerang, you can just get it in under turret, and that's where Alistar is no good at all, unless you get a great flash pulverized headbutt back under there. So we'll see whether they're able to shove in Ejim and make him pay for picking the melee support.
Well, looks like the Krugs did go down here for the Chiefs. Ejim able to use that Triumph, and Roar, I believe, to try and get themselves back up to health. But Wally going super aggro here. Radiant already down to half health. The Pulverize was taken first here by Ejim. So Claire unable to pursue any further. You can see the push is on. Legacy
Level
making...
3 achieved.
Yeah.
Must have grabbed some solo experience while Claire was warding that brush. Ejim pops both ends of the Boomerang.
Yep, that's the double tap to make sure that it's done.
And this is one of those weird control mage matchups where you say that Orianna is better defensively than Victor, gives a lot more to the team with a speeder, the ability to put that command protect out, but Victor is just an offensive beast. When it comes to the control mages, he does so much work with that Death Ray and the ultimate across the entirety of the team.
But Swiffer able to get some decent clockwork wind-ups.
5 CS though.
Yeah.
Quickly count minions. It's about even.
Thank you, Spawn. You're much faster at that than I am. Not very good. I often just look at the number and go, yeah, he's winning. But often, just don't look at the wave. Nice gathering of the Siege minion by Wally. But Spooks looking for a parallel convergence.
Oh, they got Ejim.
In he goes. There's the headbutt back onto Claire. Oh, is he going to get the stun? Not going to find it. Claire still under fire. Time Winder. Not going to connect onto Wally.
Expanded there. Actually, not much at all. Flash from one team.
Yeah.
And heal from another. Wally didn't even heal. He was like, if he dies, he dies.
Fate is in your own hands now, Claire. Well, Swiffer actually taking some aggression here from Choo Choo's. The auto attack trade's working here for the Orianna. Ball comes in. Dissonance not going to be used, but you see, he didn't actually hit a creep, so that clockwork wind-up did a bunch of work.
Certainly did. Swiffer was holding that creep wave as well. Often talk about the work that they put in early games, those mages.
Yeah. Well, Wally able to clear out under turret. Even is the farm, though, here for Radiant.
But this time around, Swiper is missing out on some CS.
Yeah, Pulverize in. Claire has to be careful of this phosphorus bomb, but he's going so aggro. One more auto attack will stun up Radiant. The Boomerang is good as well. Legacy, they are playing with so much gusto on the bottom side of the map.
Claire just doesn't care. What the heck?
Yeah.
It's like the Terminator just walking forward.
Have you seen him play mid lane?
I have, actually.
Yeah. He's doing the same thing here. No regard for the lineage of this bottom lane by the Chiefs. There's no fear at all as once again Spooks is in. There's the flash pulverize onto both. Parallel convergence is there. They are going to get the stun this time onto Claire. First blood for Radiant. And who else would you want it on, Chiefs fans?
And this time around, Spooks picks the bottom lane for where he's going to add all of that pressure. Carbon on the Lee Sin hasn't been as active as he was last time around. And Spooks is showing why you do not give good junglers Echo. He is so versatile.
Yeah, and I was looking at both of these junglers as well. Not only do they look relatively similar, they do a similar thing because you have a lot of gank power in the early game.
How do they look similar?
No, kind of. You know, with his fancy skin, he's in the sand. Come on, man, throw me a bone.
Oh, you've lost me on that one. I was with you the whole way. I thought you were going to talk about
Synergy
diving,
broken, and the
early
cast
game.
is
yeah,
done.
It's done.
Yeah, well, Carbon is going to find Spooks.
Look at them.
Well, not right now. It's the wrong skin spawn. Jeez.
Spook's still being invaded, though.
Yeah, Sonic Wave uncharacteristically not going to land there, but in goes Spooks, trying to pick a fight with Carbon. Parallel Convergence, going to get himself a shield here for Spooks, but in goes everyone from Legacy. Death Ray onto Spooks, in goes Carbon, smacks him to death as the Tempest comes in. Ejim as well under fire. There's the Chaos Storm Radiant, trying to kill Choo Choo's Valkyries over the wall.
Mickey's here.
Uses it like an equalizer, and Radiant now finds himself in an odd position, but with a 2-0 scoreline. Flashes over the wall, and no more for Carbon. 2-2 is now the score.
Yes, so the kills on Radiant right now. Carbon as well as Claire have picked up one apiece. That's probably better news for the Chiefs, honestly, because Corki's starting to very much ramp up towards this mid-game, although they will also use the death of Spooks to pick up the first dragon of the game.
Yep, Swiper has turned around the CS now as well, 43-42, but you're exactly right.
Well, Minky
this
went,
dragon's going to fall.
Minky was in that team fight.
Yeah, he was
ultra
eating
behind tier 2.
I understand, yeah. Has the teleport now as well, so just headed back towards the top.
And I would love for him to just stop at Barmy Cinder this game, learn from last mistake, and go straight for Shroud.
Yeah.
Does so well with Spirit Visit. Look at how much passive health regen he has that now goes on everything. Just pick it up nice and early in the game. And make sure that the Fizz cannot run over the top of you.
Well, Choo Choo's now going to pick up the blue buff. We'll see exactly what the answer from Minky is going to be. Of course, if that's what they identified as their problem with the Tahm Kench when they picked it up last time around, might be a way that they solve that issue this game. Swiffer able to grab himself the blue as well. So, blue stuff spinning around our mid laners now. We'll see whether they can get any extra pressure.
And right now, because Claire is in base and there is so many caster creeps, Wally just completely zoned off the lane. Still has a slight CS advantage, but you feel all that good work of giving him Gromp level 1.
Oh, wow. These boomerangs have been great for picking up that farm.
Certainly has been.
I speak too much about people getting farm, but I do. It's one of my things that I really enjoy watching.
Just means that Rady are going to be able to sit much more comfortably in this lane than you would expect.
Yeah, Legacy are going to head back, grab the Gromp for themselves as Claire makes his way down.
Wow, he's level 7 still. Wally doing a great job of grabbing every piece of experience on the map, but this freeze is so deep.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, look who is bottom lane.
Hello, Echo. As Wally, they don't know that Spooks is there just yet. They might have an inkling.
Oh, they 100% know. He hasn't shown anywhere else.
Okay, well, in goes the phase dive. Claire might be in trouble now as well. Does have the flash, can get over the wall. Just stand behind Mr. Carbon. And he's safe, no summoner spent.
And, oh, Wally wanted to shove that wave out so badly. Instead, they lose all vision because Claire's been chunked. They probably still can't get rid of the presence in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that Glacial Fissure, Legacy looking for it, trying to find that hugely impactful ability, of course, when Braum really gets strong.
They're just going to freeze this up once again. So they send everyone bot now. Legacy pull the trigger. They're not happy with how this was going.
No, well, Pinkwater is going to spot every member of Legacy out apart from Minky Whale. Can't quite get there. Legacy actually just burning down some bushes as well. Choo Choo's just mad at the world.
So they don't want Rady to get any further ahead. He's already got the 2 kills, still down a little bit in CS. So they send 4 members to just break the freeze because there was no way that Ejim wasn't going to hold that creep wave off turret and just reinforce the position of the wave. Give up a lot of CS potential in the mid lane. You can see that Swiffer now doing a very good job of farming up a storm.
Oh, yeah.
But Choo's helping out his team once again.
Yeah, he's going to be able to grab a Raptor Camp for himself as well,
Tahm
using
Kench
that
is
shield.
here.
Yeah, in goes Minky Whale. Find too much as the Rift Scuttler is going to be picked up here by Spooks. Does have the ultimate now as well. Can Chrono break his way around the Rift? And see how he uses that at the same time. It is a mild gold lead now for Legacy. And of Of course, Swiper, he's caught back up. You can see Minky Whale having a fine time in the lane, though. We'll see whether Fizz can get the better of it or whether this time Minky is going to be able to come out ahead. You can see farm lead for Swiffer with the Athene's Unholy Grail now completed. No change-ups, no interesting Rod of Ages builds or anything like that here for Swiffer. Going for the stock standard Orianna build of old.
Minky trying to look tasty.
Yeah.
Tahm Kench unfortunately does not.
No, everybody else looks tasty to Tahm Kench, pretty sure. Grey Health was building, but Legacy not going to find their window of opportunity. Swiper smelt something. He's like, nope, not going in.
Just predictive play. This game for the Chiefs may as well be the game 5 because you feel that if they lose game 3 and 4, it would be a very hard hole to come back from.
And it's the extra fear. It's the extra fear because Winter, that was a massive upset, but that is now sitting in the back of the Chiefs' minds. That
in the
is
front
the
of their
biggest.
mind. I guarantee.
Oh, yeah.
They would have even spoken about it.
They may have even heard us yell, "Winter is coming." That's not so great. Well, Carbon here in the mid lane takes dissonance damage here, but there's the flash immediately answered by Swiffer. Holds onto the kick, does Carbon, so he doesn't waste the cooldown, but the flash is now down to this Lee Sin.
But you always trade mid flash for jungle. Very good work there. Carbon needs to get busy around the map though, because Echo scales so well. Base damages out of everywhere. The stun that can come through, huge shield.
Oh, there's the flash pulverized. Claire going to get pushed back. Not going to quite find the damage with the Q, but in goes Spooks. Parallel Convergence not finding anything at all. Swipers here. They're looking to try and answer the teleport from Minky.
Victor's here as well.
Yep, in goes Swiper. Claire very, very low. Chum the waters, but he gets eaten. And Minky well safe. No, he doesn't. The Ignite's enough.
That was so close. Nearly got the safeguard through.
My goodness, that passage of play, you may have heard, confused me quite a bit, but the Chiefs able to get at least the one kill.
And you're just seeing the versatility of the Legacy lineup right now, trying to find a window in. But the members, the Trinity Force users of the Chiefs, starting to inch their way ahead. And because of the gold efficiency, they just peak a little bit sooner. You get everything out of that item. Legacy want to be on the clock with dragons, but it just might not be possible.
And we can confirm that Legacy cannot hear us because Minky Whale has completed once again the Sunfire Cape. May have gone too deep into the armor another time around. We'll see whether it is going to work this time, whether it's once again going to bite them.
And because they know that Swiper doesn't have teleport, they bring Minky back down, start up the dragon one more time.
Did you see the Triumphant Roar to deny a creep just then as well? That was beautiful from Ejim. Legacy, though, are going to be able to take down the dragon. Definitely the relevant information on the screen right now. See, they are going to be able to pick up their second of the game. So, 5 dragons, a win condition opportunity relatively early here for the Legacy lineup.
It certainly is. They're going to have it at about 32 minutes in, which is freakishly early.
Freakishly.
For a non-lane swap situation. But meanwhile, Swiper just starting to accrue a lead in the top lane. Minky needs to be careful. He got ran over by this Fizz in game 2.
Yeah, he is going to use his ultimate to get himself towards the top side. Pops out of the ground, slash water, slash whatever the heck that was. And is going to just get back up here and continue farming away. Does have the Sunfire Cape for some extra wave clear, which is something that Tahm Kench sorely desires. Ejim wanted that headbutt so bad. They're not going to find it this time. Claire probably going to fight him. Nope,
And
no,
Echo
just going to wander
heading
forward.
into the top lane.
Yeah, there's the tongue lash from Minky, trying to stack up this passive. Ready to be eaten is Swiper.
He got a creep spat at him though, so no danger there.
No.
But they want it.
And there it goes. Passive is worn off. And Spooks, Parallel Convergence, large range. So he can sit in this brush.
Minky knows. He's like, he is up here.
Yep. Can feel it in the waters.
Not in that brush. Can confirm.
Yep. Means it must be the other one.
Oh,
so
fish.
much damage by that spit out. Parallel Convergence not going to be able to find a stun. Minky just waddles away.
Able to live another day.
Yeah.
Of course, he's an endangered species, Tahm Kench, because I've never seen anything like him.
Well, I see Gromps killed every single game spawn. They can't be infinite. Oh, hang on, it's a video game. Maybe they can. Chiefs, 1,000 gold lead though at this
in the
stage.
bottom lane. Maybe looking for something. No, just defending the turret.
Yep. Wally not quite finding the spell shield, and Carbon looking to find his way in. It's a headbutt. See you, Claire.
Do you know who Claire is playing like? As Carbon maybe, he's playing like T-Gun. He's just going back to base, running into later, just bodying people.
Shout out to Brad Seymour there, of course, in the crowd at the moment. Spooks, oh, the flash from Choo Choo's para. Okay, see Spooks, Chrono breaks all the way up. It's like it never happened, Choo Choo's. Was he
Except
even
you don't
there?
have a flash.
Yep. It's like Spooks ran over to his computer and pressed the F button. Oh, there's the shockwave onto Choose. Spooks grabs another kill for the Chiefs. And that was textbook Swiffer and Spooks play.
Yeah, it certainly was, but Choose was in range. He knew it was coming.
Just a bit greedy for those red dots.
Yeah, didn't think they would pull the trigger on it. Right now, Chiefs 4-2. They're up by 1,500 gold. No real objectives fallen except for Dragons, but starting to climb their way ahead through some good CS totals and kills across the board.
Yeah, Choo Choo's. Oh, actually, Swiffer being caught out here by Carbon. Wants to land the Q. Does. As the kick is available. Swiffer trying to turn it around. Parallel convergence was there. Swiffer just getting some auto attacks on the turret. In goes Carbon. Kicks him under there. There are no more creeps. Swiffer, but he turns it. Carbon's dead, and the Chiefs, the dynamic duo, pick themselves up another kill.
Yeah, the best friend club very much on the table this time around. Spooks having a great game on Echo, by the way, as well. Minky's starting to get the better of some trades. You have to think that Swiper must be sitting on a gold mine, though.
Oh yeah, he wants that Trinity Force. 1,480 gold.
Oh, Minky's on a fair bit as well, though, and he's going to be able to grab the turret unless Spiper
Licking it to
teleports.
death.
2 turrets going to fall simultaneously.
I want a map where turrets are ice creams. Just watch this guy take them down over and over again. Look at that. Delicious. And the wave is going to turn around on him as well.
The only thing worse than his auto attack animation is his run animation.
It's not a run. How do you call that a run?
See, now that's a run animation.
Yeah, there it is. See, Spooks knows how to do it.
Talking about Agent.
All right, sorry. Serious disconnect. Still ensuing in regards to this. But Best Friends Club still taking down minions here in the mid lane.
But double turrets fell, which means that Legacy crawl their way back closer in gold, just in time for third dragon, up in a minute and a half. Teleports will be available this time around.
Yep, Raptor Sense gonna spot. The Chiefs have been seen.
And because of how much further ahead, well, he's not ahead, but the game is on much more even footing this time for Minky. So he's been able to get some MR earlier, much earlier than he had last time around, and should be able to survive the onslaught that was Swiper's Fizz.
Such a fun champion. Can't get over it. Carbon, not gonna find the Sonic Wave. The headbutt, love tap, gets Carbon out of that brush. Chiefs continue to hold this dragon area, 45 seconds.
But this is what we've been waiting all season for. Someone to challenge Chiefs on vision control around objectives, and Legacy have been able to do it this entire game, even going to look to pick up the Scuttle Crab.
Scuttle Crab got very confused about where his pathing is. He's like, I'll be the dragon, guys. Turret is going to fall here in the mid lane. Nice rotational play here by the Chiefs. The minion wave now has to be dealt with by Choo Choo's. 19 seconds left on this dragon as well. That pink ward, the pesky pink ward that Ejim can now finally, nope, not quite deal with.
We'll need to be careful about bumping.
Oh, there it is, the shockwave onto 3 members! Swiffer with the huge play! The Chiefs immediately clean it up!
That was massive. Swiffer coming up with a brilliant shockwave off the back of the bull delivery cow, I believe, that time around. And we said, don't clump.
Needs more cowbell spawn, and they most certainly got it. Legacy just smacked together in the air, and there was nothing that they could do, and that is going to be, look at that, poetry.
Yeah, that was huge in the end, and Wally was like, well, I'm not going in on that.
Yeah, okay, guys, I'll go back to that.
Chiefs, 3,000 gold.
And the Chiefs seem to be winning these games off singular plays and then snowballing that out of control. Do they have an opportunity to do that again, or could this not be that situation one more time? Can Legacy find a way in?
So Legacy definitely have the wow.
Okay, Minky Well, lots of grey health now, has eaten himself a fizz. He's holding onto that button, now going to use it for the shield as Swiper is unrelenting. My goodness, that health bar is just getting eaten. Fade away, is it going to be enough? Swiper locks it down.
So close, all the members of Legacy up in the top lane.
Yeah, they are corralling the Chiefs. As Ejim, he's going to use the Pulverize. Parallel Convergence is here. The stun onto 2 members as Legacy are getting moved around. There's that Shockwave. Only onto 2 though. Legacy not losing too many yet. And they've actually won this trade at this point. Minky Well, the only one to die. Spooks finally takes down Claire to even it out.
Been slowed.
There's the Death Ray. Legacy continue to move, and so far 2 for 2.
So a lot of action around the Rift, guys. The Chiefs starting to feel it. You can see going once again for the aggressive builds. Bilgewater Cutlass coming through. Bloodthirster finish, as well as a Death Cap. And they're just starting to put the clamps on. 3,000 gold now rotating into the top lane. They want potentially the dive. Spooks is on the side. Radiant goes in.
Yeah, there's the Valkyrie, but he's going to get stunned by the gravity field. Death Ray just to say, no, please no, Radiant. And he missed a bunch of spells, and Choo Choo's is going to be absolutely fine. And the crazy thing to me right now is the fact that Swiffer only just bought that Rabadon's Death Cap, and we talk about the Athene's Death Cap as being such a huge power spike. And he was doing so much work with that Shockwave before that was even there.
Yeah, and it's because he's at 250 CS at 23 minutes in. Has farmed up an absolute storm. Radius swapping into that top lane.
Thank you, well. Spitting creeps around, but Radiant able to continue this shove. It's out of turret, probably not long for the world.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to stop it, looking to maybe pull the trigger in the mid lane. In the end, just sacrifice it. Wow, they're all going top.
Yep. Legacy moving around as a unit now. Minky Whale, he's in the top side, has the ultimate available.
Books is there, no teleport on Swiper, so this is at best going to be a 4v5.
Yep, Claire is so deep in this one as well. Winter's Bite lands, there's the Glacial Fissure. Radiant can't flash it. Deathray on top of him, the Corky's shut down.
Wow.
Oh, Carbon with the huge kick. Ejim is going to be able to escape for now as Spooks does have the Chrono Break there. Swiffer trying to kite. There's the Command Attack. Command Protect as well for a bit of... Oh my God, Carbon obliterated.
And Swiper is still going in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Claire almost gets destroyed by Swiffer alone. He's a one-man army, but wow! That extra damage from Choo Choo's as Wally Thack has to be careful. And it's only Ejim that's gonna fall.
Swiper rotated in, now behind them.
Yep, in comes Swiper. The casual Urchin Strike delivers a fish to Wally. Delicious. He's not the only fish on the Rift. Is Minky Well that can eat a player.
Swiper really showing how assertive he wants to be. Sacrifices a split push, comes in, wins the team fight. Chiefs starting to get ahead, and these shockwaves out of Swiffer are deleting people.
And that last one, it looked like Swiffer was caught. But
just held it for the opportune moment, made sure it was onto 2 members, gets rid of Carbon, the person that was tailing him the whole time. And that was with Radier off the map. That was a 4-0-2 Corky that did nothing.
Yeah.
And Chiefs still come out ahead.
Yeah, all on Swiffer, just controlling where his enemies were going to be, picking the fights when he could get them. Now just dissonancing these waves down. Has an Amp Tomb, couple of rings as well.
Now he's at 280 CS at 25 minutes in.
That's a lot of farm spawn.
As much as we said that this season was all about the return of Radier, Swiffer has shown up huge in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's been Swiffer's series, especially today as well.
Yeah, was able to really take it to Avant.
That's true.
And now, against Choo Choo's, one of the few mid laners that he does tend to struggle with, at least in laning phase, he's done a brilliant job.
Yeah, the last couple of games, I mean, full credit to Choo Choo's. He was playing brilliantly despite that, but Swiffer still looking like one of the most dominant mid laners here in the Oceanic region. Minky Well, so hungry.
He's getting very tanky though. Minky is at the point where one more item and he's at critical mass. It's going to probably be Aranduin's Omen coming through, and he's going to start doing work. Members are going to struggle to chunk him out.
And it's going to be hard as well to stop the onslaught because they have so much forward momentum. You mentioned this in the Champions Select, the fact that On the Hunt is there. Choo Choo's does have the Q as well for a bit of extra movement speed for himself. And then you've got Claire on the Braum who can control these team fights so well. We saw it in the last game. See how Legacy can do
coming in.
Yeah, there it is. Minky-Well trying to find his way into the fight. He's going to get there. Spooks, of course, very tricky. There's the flash forward. Minky looking for the eat, is going to grab it. Spits Spooks back out. Does have the chrono break. Can get out of there.
Ooh.
Yeah. Are the club members of Legacy going to fall at this moment? Ejim, command protect, but he's holding onto the trigger. Swiffer not calling for it. He knew that that was going to be the ultimate that could either make or break this game.
Yeah, good initiation coming through from Minky this time around.
My goodness.
You can see how scared they are of Swiffer right now.
And how hungry Swiffer is.
Still looking for the flank. Ejim's got him.
Yeah, there's Claire not going to get over the wall this time.
The ball
gets in. Is he going to be able to get back? There's, oh my goodness, Minky-Well just eats him. Chum the Waters is on top of Choo Choo's, but Chiefs don't pull the trigger.
Ejim was too far. The ball retracted. Swiffer couldn't get the ultimate off. All of a sudden, the support is down.
The rest of Legacy staying separated as well. They don't want to get on top of this ball. Parallel convergence is there. They split the team. Spooks picks up the dragon. Minky-Well eats another one. The shutdown for Wally. Minky is so big in this fight. As Wally kiting around, finishes Swiper.
And Legacy, they're still going for it.
One more time, Legacy. As Radier, he's going to get caught. Winner's bite, of course. Is going to solidify. Oh, wow. Radier dodging out of the way. In goes Ejim. The boomerang's true as well.
Ace not completed yet. Ejim and Radier trying to hold on to their turret. That was with no shockwave going down. Swiper died in the combo coming through from Choose just after Choose was subsequently killed.
Yep.
And this game is on a knife's edge, guys. Legacy holding on for dear life. Minky is getting to the point where he's just too big to handle. Wally's starting to amp up. Has got another BF sword. And the Chiefs just want it to be over.
Certainly does look that way. Of course, Void Staff now completed, but let's see this one again.
So this is what I'm talking about. Swiffer got deleted within that gravity field because of his positioning, and then Wally with just some great kiting coming through. Carbon helping his AD carry, but Radier, props to the AD carry of the Chiefs, able to dance around, dodges out of the way of pretty much every ability after this point, gets stunned up, able to turn around, keep himself alive.
Ow.
Continues to kite back, dodges again. Wow, that was phenomenal.
That was so well played. That's why you build Bloodthirst a second, ladies and gentlemen. It'll give you a bit of health back when you auto-attack. Was I wrong, Spawn?
No, you were not. And
oh, in goes Carbon, looking to try and grab a pick. Spooks able to move around this one, but oh my gosh, this could be the shockwave moment as Ejim in there with the ultimate. Only a two-man, but the dissonance is there. Minky-Well eats his friend Carbon, and they can't finish off the kill. Legacy are able to get out of this one.
But all of a sudden, yeah, they're just going to be able to corral them away from being able to back. And Swiper looking to break the base.
Yep, the
if they go back
has
too
become
much,
the Corolla.
If they back, oh, this is so good for the Chiefs. They tried to pull the trigger there, Legacy, couldn't get in.
Yeah, and they got the inside track on this inner turret, and Swiper in the meantime. Absolutely right. Minky-Well, he just wants to be able to start something up because they know that they just lost that trade horrifically.
Oh, he's going Frozen Heart, really good pickup. So the reason Frozen Heart better, obviously large effective health pool. Yep, due to the grey health. Gives you some cooldown reduction. I like it.
And it's also fantastic against Fizz. Theoretically, a little bit against Orianna and Corki as well. Clockwork wind-up, man. You can't underestimate.
I knew where you were going with it, yeah.
Is this where I talk about Rage Blade?
No, it's not.
Okay, I won't. Just for you.
You talk about Nash's Tooth. That was a build.
It was.
Power of Evil, thank you.
That was when Runeglaive was slightly different. A lot of fun. Thanks for letting us know that you'll come back, Minky-Well. Swallythak is going to clear out the top wave. So that one's going to possibly keep pushing out for Legacy as well as the Chiefs See whether they can find another key shockwave. Swiffer must be feeling so much pressure at the moment.
He got the Frozen Heart.
Yep. Is this critical mass spawn?
He's pretty close to as strong as he's going to be.
Well, it is 4 items, including the boots. Legacy with so much wave clear. The Chiefs.
The way diminishing returns work, like he can get things on top of it. For example, the Warmogs and like Thornmail and just become even bigger. But from that point, probably Overkill is once again, have a heart.
That is your brother! Oh my goodness, that was... Why did we stay watching that? It was disgusting. Swiper going to continue clearing out this wave, trying to get revenge for some Gromps here, wanting to find Minkwell. Knows that he's committing some awful things in this lane. The rest of Legacy preparing around the Baron. Chiefs clearing out vision as well, staying over their respective sides and
doing a much better job of not clumping up right now, Legacy.
Yes. As
Very
far away from
wary.
each other as they can.
Ejim needs to make sure he doesn't go too deep again, though, because we saw that Choo Choos can delete both Radiant and Swiffer right now. Neither have a defensive item.
Yep, Carbon just looking to grab some Raptor Sense. Does that first off, clears out the ward. Now he's going to kill the Raptor itself. Spooks wants to time wind his way towards that one, but not going to find it here. Let's go through the items just for a moment, because Blade of the Ruined King was picked up second here for Swiper. Was what he went for last time around, but he's a massive split push threat. Do have that Locket of the Iron Solari here for Spooks. Lots of utility. Now looking like he wants...
Frozen Heart.
The Frozen Heart. I was going to say Iceborne Gauntlet.
Definitely Frozen Heart.
Yeah, I have a feeling it probably is too. He's all about boring items. As Swiffer, it doesn't really matter what he grabs next. It's Carbon. He's in onto Spooks. They've done this before, though. Can be dangerous.
Yeah, Carbon just wants to show that they can initiate at any time and that the Chiefs lineup still have to respect what Legacy is bringing to the table. Now positioned around Baron. Both teams on 2 dragons, so that's probably not a win condition right now. Spooks can...
Yeah, there's the Winter's Bite onto Ejim, but he wants to be tanking up all these abilities. Spooks as well, pretty tanky here. Parallel Convergence is down. Not a huge cooldown though, and both teams just rallying, trying to find their ways in. Chiefs separating for a moment, Legacy as well. And you can feel the tension in this game. Everyone trying to get that slight positional advantage. Spooks goes low. Rockets flying past, and Legacy get the dragon. So that's gonna fall 3-2. But Ejim may have found the rest of Legacy. Now can actually pull out. Are they gonna be able to grab an Unbreakable Wheels? They're Carbon in on top of the rest of the team. Swiffer kicked into I don't even know where. Minkwell finally takes down Ejim. That 3-man Shockwave Dissonance is there. Carbon not quite dead just yet as Swiper wants to throw some fish. Didn't quite find the mark. Urchin Strike safeguarded out of, and Minkwell eats Carbon. How is he not dead?
Yeah, saves his jungle alive. There it is, support traded for support. Now the Chiefs posturing around Baron. What a shockwave one more time coming out of the mid laner. Swiffer doing so well this game, and he's going to try and zone solo.
Yeah, does probably want to pick up some items here as well as the Chiefs. They've started off the Baron. Minky with the pink ward over the side. They all have complete vision of this. Going Licky onto Swiffer. The Dissonance is slowing people down as well. Choo Choo is going to get the Time Winder. Reverse sweep.
Nearly back available. And wow, this game is so close right now, Atlas. You can see both teams do not want to give up anything. Now the Chiefs members recall, and Legacy think it's their turn.
Yeah, they are going to start off this Baron. You can see the rest of the Chiefs trying to get back to base. Needlessly large rod in the pocket of Swiffer on top of everything else. Can they get hand time? Swiper's in there. He's been eaten. Playful Trickster over the wall with the flash. Chaos Storm finishes off the Fizz. Now Radiant on the run. Not going to get hit by that Sonic Wave. But Minkwell gets in behind him. Trying to turn it. His Radiant Shockwave onto everyone. Triple kill for Radiant and Minkwell. Last man standing. Chiefs. It looks like it could be game if Minkwell hurries up and dies. Quadra kill for Swiffer. And by gosh, he deserved it.
What a shockwave out of the mid laner. We've been saying it all game game long. Do not clump against the Chiefs, and Swiffer makes them play. They got the pick they thought they wanted. They deleted Radiant off the map, but in the end, it did not matter. Baron going to fall, and Chiefs in the driver's seat.
They went tick, we got Swiper, tick, we got Radiant, oops. And Swiffer killed everyone. And they take the Baron. Chiefs now looking to try and close this one out, but it's not done yet, Spawn. There are inhibitors to be broken.
Let's take another look at it. Minky Whale goes over the top. Definitely the right move, but the cow flies in. And that is gross. He just deleted 4 members.
Turning around so much good work from Legacy on that chase.
3 cannon creeps in the mid lane.
Cannons. Spooks passing by, making things purple on his way through. Just standing there, knows that he's not going to do much to those minions that his minions can't.
He just goes back, buys a Luden's Echo. My God.
Swiffer. So not opting for the Zhonya's Hourglass. He's made that mistake before, but he's got a lot of damage and knows that Ejim, reliable engage.
Exactly right. You see how well they team up to get these things started for their team. And whether it's engage, counter engage, they just have it all right now and looking to push in and break the base.
Yeah, this inner turret possibly going to fall, but you can see the split pushes on from Swiper on the bottom side. Minky trying to hold on as Choo Choo's with Death Rays, trying to deter the Chiefs, but they won't be. Parallel Convergence, zoning tool.
Fantastic zoning tool at that.
Oh yeah, okay.
Swiper just wanted the turret.
He gets eaten. Playfully Trickster's out of the way.
Carbon's over here.
They
need to make something happen somewhere.
Yeah, Parallel Convergence. Spooks tanking up everything. Wally trying to do some work. Parallel Convergence is going to wear off, so not going to get stunned out. Gravity Field's around as well. And that cannon creep destroyed by the Boomerang.
Once again, Chiefs looking for a way in.
Yep, Rockets are going to find Wally. They do break the base. Spooks uses his pop around. There's some great health here. Swiper quite low. It is going to wear down.
And he's going to have to run back to base. So top inhibitor now under fire.
Yeah, the rest of the Chiefs know. Of course, Minky, does he have the home guards? Not just yet. Parallel Convergence is in. They take down the inhibitor. Carbon doesn't find the Sonic Wave, and Chiefs looking to play it safe. Grab the objective, and move out.
So Chiefs break the top half of the base. Are content with that for now and recall away. Another needlessly large rod picked up for Swiffer. Probably going to be
Zhonya's,
the Zhonya's. Maybe will be a Rylai's.
Yeah, I have a feeling that will probably happen too.
And you see that Swiper, he's grabbed his Spirit Visage, now going towards a Frozen Heart. Spooks grabs himself another Giant Belt. He's even more durable, but on the other side of the rift, Legacy are still piecing it together.
Yeah.
Finally, some Armor Pen. They also have a Void Staff, another needlessly large rod. Minky is just getting bigger and bigger. Still struggling with a split pushing Fizz. Everyone does at this stage of the game, but as far as team fighting goes, he is huge.
Oh, Spooks uses the Parallel Convergence just to zone Legacy away from their wolves. Decides not to go in. Of course, Swiper was in the top lane, Raider in the mid, and Swiffer not quite close enough. So Wally probably not going to get much stronger than this. Might grab a defensive item next in the Banshee's Veil, which would mean that he has maximum damage right now. And Sivir can do a whole lot of AoE work with that Ricochet.
Yeah, the only thing they're really missing is a death cap on Choose. Third dragon secured for Chiefs. That equals that out.
Yeah.
And you feel it's one last team fight, Atlas.
We'll see whether Swiffer can do it again.
Hold on.
Exactly.
9,000 gold the lead. Pretty much irrelevant because everyone is capping out.
And it's all about positioning. We've seen this time and time again. It's a game of footsies with both of these teams. Legacy, they've managed to get it before. Swiffer's turned that situation around. But you can see Legacy, they are still well and truly in the zone.
Guarding out.
Chiefs, they probably won't go for a dive here. They've got the inhibitor on the top side. They can play safe.
They needed to either go then or deal with the split pushing Fizz. They didn't pull the trigger. Now they need to defend.
Now Are they going to try to here? Baron Buff, of course, has worn off. Parallel convergence on top of the turret, such a great zoning tool as Carbon takes half his health. Spooks on top of him, another command attack. No shockwave. As there's the command protect onto Egypt. They're ready to start this fight off, but man, Chiefs playing like they have one brain. In goes Egypt, shockwave, eliminates Choo Choos. That might be the pick they're looking for at Swipe. Swiper finds his way in towards the backside. Minky Whale is causing all sorts of havoc, but he has to get out now. Three-man knockup with the pulverize, and in goes the parallel convergence. Not going to find any stuns, but Carbon has to get the heck out, and Chiefs, they pick up 2 key, make that 3 key kills. And Wally, the only damage left. Swiffer, oh my gosh! How is he still alive? And Wally's dead. The Nexus turret's under fire. The Chiefs, a 3-1 victory. And they will be our wildcard representatives heading over to Turkey.
What a performance out of the entire Chiefs lineup. You can see the boys on screen sharing a big hug. It must mean so much to finally get over the hurdle that was Legacy. But they took them to the 4th game. Looked like they had a way in, but Chiefs just too good.
Just too good. And of course, the hurdle of losing a game as well, Spawn. Something that the Chiefs hadn't had to face just yet.
All right, now, after 4 epic games, let's give it up for our 2015 OPL Grand Final champion, the Chiefs! With that being said, I want to thank all my viewers watching. I want to thank Sydney, Australia, and everybody here in Luna Park for an epic 2015 Grand Final!
The sun was big and low to the ground. The cold, it froze my fingers tight. Time was still and I was lost from sight for a while. The call is new to turn me loose. You had my heart, I knew it from the start. You had my heart, be it cold inside, and every picture made, and every song that played is I feel the